If it cannot break its egg's shell, a chick will die without being born. We are that chick. The world is our shell. If we do not crack the world's shell, we too shall die without being born. We must smash that shell for the revolution of the world. For the revolution of the world. What does the word revolution mean? Does it mean revolt, overthrow of despots, and the establishment of something new? Or does it mean a turn of the wheel, or the orbit of celestial bodies, and merely the repetition of a cycle destined to end in the same place that it began? Winter follows autumn, follows summer, follows spring, follows winter. Does everything change, or does nothing change? Can it be both? Hello, I'm Solmatol. You may know me from some of my previous video works, particularly Pathologic, which is a piece of media that prominently features themes of theatre, performance, and deconstruction, much like my favourite anime does. I am here to talk to you about revolutionary girl Utena. This video became so absurdly long that I've had to split it into multiple parts, and is intended to cater to as wide a variety of an audience as possible. There are people watching who haven't seen it at all, but maybe know of it by name, or know its references in other shows. There are people watching this that have seen the anime and want to see in-depth discussion of its plot points. There are people watching this who don't know anything about what the show is, but probably just saw that I posted a video or stumbled across this by accident, and, well, welcome to you as well. So, the point of this whole endeavour is that no matter what, you should be able to find something in this video series for you, whether you have seen the show or not. Revolutionary Girl Utena is dense. It's super goddamn dense, and as a consequence, it can be kinda intimidating to a new audience. The visual storytelling and writing are very tightly interwoven, and a lot of folk get completely lost with it, or if they're watching casually, a lot of the subtlety passes them by. I should know, I was one of the people that watched it casually, and I didn't realise how much I had missed until an obsessive set of rewatches. There are 4 main story arcs in a movie, and each of these will form a separate part of this video series. If you're already super familiar with the TV show and don't want to sit through all of that and just want to understand what the hell was going on with the movie, for example, then you can skip right ahead to the movie section without watching all the rest. Or, if you specifically want to get to grips with the bizarrity that is the Black Rose arc, then you can ignore the rest and begin there. If you want the piece-by-piece breakdown of nearly every bit of symbolism contained in every episode, then this video series will cover the scene-by-scene plot information and visual artistry of each episode in depth. You can think of these story chapters of each video as a sort of viewing companion, a guided tour of sorts, for those who may have gotten lost in the maze-like symbolism, or just want to hear the plot told in a more straightforward manner. If you already know the show well and want to hear more specific, detailed analysis on metaphor and themes without having to listen to the specific plot details that you're probably already familiar with, well, you can skip past the story chapters and straight to the analysis chapters. Timestamps for all of this is going to be in the video description below.
I mean, if you do that, you'll miss the slap dates, but I guess that's your loss.
The what?
Oh, nothing. Don't worry about it. Continue.
Okay then. There's also going to be a few very short intermissions in the show to give you a chance to take a break, stretch your legs, drink some water, maybe even put the video down for a while and go do something else. The intent of this whole thing is to be watched essentially like a mini-series. God help you if you're trying to do this all in one sitting. Don't do that to yourself. You owe yourself better than to listen to me ramble all night. Or do, if you're using this video as sleep ASMR. Apparently some of you do that with my videos. I'm not going to judge you. That said, I do hope you enjoy the show. This performance is a lot. So, take a seat. Get comfortable. The Shadow Girl ushers will take your tickets and guide you to your seats. Please feel free to wander out and back anytime. There's popcorn and drinks in the foyer.
Go guy! Go guy!
Have you heard?
Have you heard the news?
Zulmatul is making a video on Revolutionary Girl Utena. It looks to be a mountain of a show.
Doesn't the world have enough mountains already? Why is she building a new one?
So she can climb it?
Why does anyone climb a mountain? It's so exhausting.
Plus there's the altitude sickness.
Well, she is a doctor. She can treat that.
The view from the mountaintop is nice though.
My feet hurt thinking about it. I'll stay here.
I feel tired enough just from this banter.
Go on without us, Sol. Good luck.
We believe in you.
Do we?
I give her 2 hours before she collapses.
It's admirable, though, to be so ambitious.
But was it really such a good idea?
You two, stand up. We have a job to do around here.
Looks like we've been caught.
Ugh, we never get any breaks. I think that's against union rules.
Each of you, grab a rope.
I guess we're climbing this mountain after all.
1, 2, 3, pull!
Are you okay?
Revolutionary Girl Utena is an anime that I really, truly adore. It's one of my favorite pieces of media, full stop. Like, I love this as much as I love Pathologic, if not more so. Working on the video about it like this is a passion project for me. But despite the absurd length of this video series, I cannot comprehensively cover every reading of the show. In fact, even after all this is said and done, there will still be vast parts of the symbolism, metaphor, and theory that I won't even have slightly touched on. There's an insane level of depth here. It's just like that. The thing about good art is that it's like a mirror. What you see in it is often merely a reflection of yourself. And to misquote an old ex-Jedi, it is there to show you what your own eyes cannot yet see. And what you might pick up from watching the show might be, well, extremely different from what I pick up. And given that, I'm going to highly encourage you to watch this show for yourself before delving into this video. I'll admit, the show serves that art as mirror function so well that I'm nervous writing about it. If you watch this video, you're bound to learn a lot about me as a person, as much as you learn about Revolutionary Girl Utena. By telling you what I see in it, I'm inadvertently going to be revealing a huge amount about myself. But hey, maybe that'll be good for algorithm ratings. Projecting uncountable truths about oneself for the whole world to see is the basis of parasocial relationships, right? In short, behold this work of art that I love, and behold my vulnerability as I talk about it. I beg you not to judge me too harshly. This video will absolutely be breaching deep spoiler territory right from the start. I'll give a bit of forewarning when the major spoilers are going to creep in, but might be safe to assume that this video will heavily spoil pretty much everything. So, why is this show in particular so renowned? There's many reasons, but perhaps some of the most important are how it influenced everything that came after. You can see hints of Revolutionary Girl Utena in almost every magical girl show that's been made since. Madoka Magica, of course, as well as She-Ra, Steven Universe, Mobile Suit Gundam, The Witch from Mercury, The Legend of Korra, including all the Karasami stuff, Owl House, the list goes on and on. Its influence really cannot be overstated. Its themes, imagery, and metaphors have inspired an astounding number of spiritual successors. How the original Fate's Stay Night visual novel took heavy inspiration from this show, with characters like Shiru and Sakura having direct ties in their characterization to Utena and Anthy, and in turn that franchise has spawned 101 spin-offs, many of which have Revolutionary Girl Utena in their bones. Once you start spotting its influence everywhere, it's hard to unsee it. It's like Twin Peaks. It informed everything that came after so heavily that even things that didn't intend to reference it end up inadvertently doing so. Background. Who made it? Who wrote it? What the fuck is it? Well, Revolutionary Girl Utena was created by an artist collective calling themselves B-Papas, a strange but cute name. Its membership included Kunihiko Ikuhara, the primary director for the anime series, Chiho Saito, an artist and author of the manga version of the story, character designer Shinya Hasegawa, scriptwriter Yoji Inokido, and planner Yuichiro Oguro. These creators are responsible for the 39-episode anime series called Revolutionary Girl Utena, a manga of the same name but with a different plotline, the sort-of sequel movie called Adolescence of Utena, and a series of sequel manga called After the Revolution. They also had some hand in both the musical stage show adaptations and video game adaptations of the story. In this video, we are only going to be focusing on the TV series and movie. These by themselves are both so dense with material as to make the videos as long as they are, so if you want the analyses of the other material, I'm afraid you might have to look at the Empty Movement forums instead. The musicals are brilliant though, they are well worth a watch if you enjoyed the show. The show originally aired in April of 1997 on TV Japan, and concluded by December of that same year. It had multiple releases on VHS, DVD, and eventually a full remastering in 2009 that rekindled a strong worldwide fandom. Touching on extremely dark themes of trauma and abuse and delving into the forbidden realm of homosexual romance and relationships, the show was a hard sell to American networks. A very, very bizarre attempt to export it to America led to heavy censorship of any gay content and the renaming of the whole show to the strangely dubbed Ursula's Kiss, complete with wacky localization choices. The mess of intellectual property rights and legal concerns as to who owned the show's American release led to another strange situation in which only the first 13 episodes were translated for Anglophone audiences for a number of years. It wasn't until 2002 that the whole thing was accessible to a non-Japanese audience. Even so, given the bleak content of the show, it was rare to find the whole thing broadcast all at once. Many networks were reluctant to air a show that was so explicitly gay or so explicit in its portrayal of feminine trauma. Fans searched to find the episodes they'd missed, led to the formation of a cult fandom trolling through obscure forums to try and find the whole thing. It wasn't until after the 2009 remaster that box sets of the series became accessible and people could legitimately watch it all at once without resorting to outright piracy. The movie, Adolescence of Utena, aired in theatres in Japan in 1999 as a sort of reimagining of the series, or maybe a sequel but also not a sequel. We will cover it in full later. It was released to the Anglophone world in 2001, with viewings primarily in anime conventions rather than movie theatres. It was remastered and re-released in 2010 with the rest of the TV series. There's a hell of a lot more context around its convoluted production and release, but I'm aiming to keep this part somewhat light because we have a lot of other content to get through. So, what is this show? And what's it about? Well, here's the one-paragraph Wikipedia blurb. Utena Tenjo is a teenage girl who wishes to become a dashing hero and because of it gets caught up in a strange dueling game played by her fellow middle and high schoolers. As Utena fights to protect and befriend Anthy Himemiya, her shy classmate but also the mysterious Rose bride at the center of the duels, the stakes become higher and the game more dangerous. I, however, find this blurb insufficient. At its core, Utena is about breaking out of cycles of abuse, oppression and learned helplessness. It's also a love story and a coming-of-age narrative with a cast of well-developed characters, complex relationships, and an unflinching look at the horrors of abuse that many people endure. The show is brilliantly crafted, a beautiful story, and has wonderful characterization and artistry throughout. But it would be irresponsible of me to discuss it without some of the major content warnings of the subject matter. It includes physical abuse, animal death, emotional manipulation, mental abuse, sexual abuse including CSA, grooming, predation, and a very harrowing but honest look at how victims of abuse are mistreated by society. It is never gratuitous in its portrayal of abuse. The abusers are characterized thoroughly as the villains. It uses discretion in its shots. The victims retain agency over their narrative throughout. It is quite possibly the best I have ever seen any story handle the above themes, but please be aware that they are there, and if any of these things are triggering for you, then please be careful. I'm going to talk about all of that, a whole lot. With that all being said, let's delve into this anime. Gather round for the show, for the Shadowblade girls sure do have a masterpiece of a performance for you tonight. Please, take a seat. Get comfortable. Let our story commence. The story. The Student Council arc. Our story opens with a fairy tale. Once upon a time, years and years ago, there was a princess who was very sad, for her mother and father had died. Before this princess appeared a travelling prince on a white horse. His appearance gallant and his smile gentle, the prince enveloped the princess in the scent of roses and said, "Little one, bearing up alone in such deep sorrow, lose not your strength or nobility, even when you grow up. As a token of this day, take this." "Pray, will I ever meet you again?" asked the princess. "This ring should guide thee to me one day," replied the prince. Was the ring the prince gave her an engagement ring? Well, this was all well and good, but the princess was so impressed by the prince that she vowed to become a prince herself one day. But was that really such a good idea? In the style of shadow puppets, our characters' features are shadows and outlines, though their costumes are bright and colourful. What we see are not people so much as archetypes. This is a tale of tropes and ideas. A lost princess and a handsome prince, a knight in shining armour, a hero to save the day. This could be a stand-in for anyone, no? Didn't you, dear viewer, view yourself as a one-day princess or knight in shining armour when you heard fairy tales as a young child? Didn't we all try to see ourselves as reflected in such cliches before we learned that they were just storytelling tropes? But this fairy tale is a rather sad one, a tale of longing and loss, and of a brief moment of respite, as is the case for many a princess in fairy tales. Our princess is trapped, but in this instance it isn't a tower or a dragon keeping her hostage, as much as it is her own grief. The princess here, implied to be Utena, is a vulnerable orphan. Don't we all want to be rescued by a knight in shining armour, a fantastic, larger-than-life hero come to save us from the tragedy of life we find ourselves in? Don't we all want salvation? So many of us desperately crave it in the arms of a lover, be it a gallant, caring gentleman, a manic pixie dream girl, or some other idealized version of romantic love. Surely it isn't wrong to want such a thing, is it? There are a couple of small fragments in these frames where we see the characters' faces and features. In full noble regalia, they are fairy tale versions of themselves, transformed from the mundane appearances of their regular existence into the pantomime roles that they are here to play. The most striking moment is of Utena receiving her ring, the one thing she can remember in full, concrete detail. Love shall save us, and our protagonist, Utena, is the damsel in distress to be saved. Except, passively waiting for salvation is foolish, isn't it? Apathy is death, right? Why sit back and wait when you can take charge of your own destiny for yourself? A wise man once said, "Be the change you wish to see in the world," and if I wish to see those who suffer rescued from their pain, like me, then shouldn't I strive to be the person who does the rescuing? Shouldn't I do my best to be the hero? So believes Utena, our protagonist. Fuck gender roles. Become the knight in shining armour yourself, even if you started as the damsel in distress. This is a good feminist message, right? Taking one's own agency back and becoming the hero. If that were the whole message of the show, I could conclude my analysis right here and now. But this level of shallow feminism is hardly everything this show has to say. This fairy tale, this mythology, is how we shall begin almost every episode of the show, a daily reminder of the foundations of noble chivalry that Utena and we as the audience start out with. Is it naive? Well, perhaps. But what is the difference between naivete and idealism?
っていうのは僕はやっぱり TN ちゃんの頃からね。
During the process of getting from the plan to the production deal, I needed to convey the image of the show to a lot of stakeholders in a way that would be easy to understand. So I made the written plan, and it's something like this type of thing. And in fact, it got the gist across, and I think it's what got us a green light on the production. However, when we finally entered the production stage, I was plagued with worry. Suddenly, I was brooding over what the show's originality really was. Style of expression is key in a TV series. A unique individuality. A mode no one has ever seen before. There was this pressure of, I have to make this a show with a special type of visual expression. That's the only way people will want it. I decided to use Absolute Destiny Apocalypse, and that prompted a switch to flip in my mind. Within myself, I could sense that this would be a special show. But it was hard to explain that specialness to the public during pre-production. I talked about the story, I explained the characters, but no matter how bombastic I was, nobody understood me past the level of, it sounds like an eccentric show. So all throughout the pre-production, I had these pangs of guilt, like I was deceiving someone. And then, the first episode was given sound at last. It was complete. The impression of the first stakeholder to watch it was something along the lines of, huh? What is this?
The first episode of our show now actually opens in full. A gaggle of teenagers approach a beautiful high school, though the aesthetics of this place of learning far more closely resemble the marble palaces of European royalty rather than any regular school. Utena's best friend, a girl called Wakaba, bluffs that she is waiting on her boyfriend to walk to school with, though her classmates immediately call her out on this and imply that this so-called boyfriend is really Utena. We are already playing fast and loose with gender roles here. Utena herself is shown to wear a femme-cut version of a boy's uniform, win against the boys at basketball, and be the subject of general female adoration, already making headway into her goal of becoming a knight in shining armor or a prince, while still retaining an otherwise inherently feminine coded identity. She wanders past the school's rose garden and finds her mind wandering to the past. She looks at the ring on her fingers, and we are led to believe that there may have in fact been some truth to the monomyth-like fairy tale told at the start of the story. Or, at the very least, that Utena believes wholeheartedly in that myth. The rose garden itself is where we see our first glimpse of Anthi-Hememia, the second major character of our story. She is first introduced to us as an attraction, someone to idealize, as symbolized by the quite literal rose-tinted framing, before she is unceremoniously dragged away. This idealization attraction is not to last. Instead, we are made to see her as a victim. Within moments of seeing her, Utena witnesses Anthi being physically slapped by her apparent boyfriend, a green-haired boy named Sayonji. Sayonji is prevented from continuing his assault by yet another boy, the red-haired Toga. We quickly learn that Toga is the president of the student council and Sayonji is the vice president. Both boys are in positions of authority and power, and Sayonji is already misusing it. Utena is accosted by her friend Wakaba, and we learn that Wakaba herself has a crush on Sayonji. Wakaba and Utena engage in some queer-coded banter, though the tone remains light-hearted, in stark contrast to the physical abuse that we have just witnessed. We're already being introduced to a complex web of high school drama, so I don't blame you if you need to take a moment to pause to take all that in.
You know how long this video is going to be if you keep telling people to pause it? Stay strong, people. Increase that engagement. Like and subscribe while you're at it.
I made this video as a love letter to Revolutionary Girl Utena. I don't particularly think that we need to interrupt it in a half-hearted attempt to boost its stats.
We're just trying to help. Geez, if you didn't want us here, you should have made us part of the student council.
Hold on. Are you eating Pop-Tarts? Wait, no. That doesn't matter. Sol, how does this even work?
What do you mean?
Well, what's the narrative here? We're the student council at Atori Academy, so does this mean you're making this video from Atori Academy as part of, what, a senior thesis or something?
I think you're overthinking this.
Or maybe you're underthinking this?
Mm-hmm.
Can I just get back to the video now?
Notice how she did not answer the question.
Did not answer the question.
Back to the summary and the student council that we actually care about here. There is a sharp change of scene as we are introduced to some of the other members of the student council. Saionji has been called before them to answer for his treatment of Anthe and is berated by Toga, as well as a blue-haired boy called Mickey and a ginger-haired girl called Juri. Of note, they do not refer to Anthe by name and merely call her the Rose Bride. She is already being objectified. Saionji defends his abusive actions, stating that what he does with the Rose Bride is his own business. Anthe, stating that she is Saionji's bride, confirms that she is indeed his to do with as he wills, though her body language hardly conveys enthusiastic consent in the matter. Saionji leaves, telling the student council that if they have such concern for the fate of the Rose Bride, that they should just duel him for her, as per the apparent rules of this mysterious student council. The objectification of Anthe has been immediate, and while the other members of the student council express concern for her, they have been doing so in a way that still objectifies her. Anthe's personhood has not mattered to a single member of the student council. She has been reduced to an object, a prize, a bride. She seems to have internalized that role too, though she appears rather unhappy about it. The fact that she is the only person of color amongst the students too cannot be understated. The themes of dehumanization as a consequence of colonialism and racism must be acknowledged too, even if this anime does not delve them in as much depth as its other themes. For her femininity, for her smallness, for her ethnicity, for many reasons, Anthe is treated as someone without agency, without humanity. To the council, she is a highly valued, decorative object. To say that she is treated as disposable is incorrect. She is very clearly highly prized. She is very clearly not disposable to the student council members. But to claim that you care about someone merely because you believe them to be of high value, without actually treating them as a person, is a willful misinterpretation of what it means to care about someone. Caring about another person means caring about them as a whole and complete human. Not as an object, not for what they can do for you, not for the false idealistic imaginings of what you want to believe they are, for them, as they actually are, not just as a means to an end. Thus far, it seems that Anthe has never experienced this kind of care. As Saionji leaves, Toga gives him the warning that soon another duelist will arrive and likely challenge him for the bride, and conveniently, all the student council members, the duelists, have rose insignia rings, much like Utena's. Utena seems destined to become the next duelist. What does this mean for Anthe? Is Utena going to be a true gallant prince, riding on a noble steed to rescue her from the monster that is Saionji? Or is she merely going to become the next in line to dehumanize Anthe by seeing her as a prize to be cherished and owned? Later that day, Utena and Wakaba pass by a notice board to find a private love confession written by Wakaba to Saionji has been tacked up for everyone to read. Wakaba, humiliated, runs away in tears. Utena, ever the fool, does not go after Wakaba to help comfort or console her. She instead goes to Saionji directly to confront him. Is this a naive move? Almost certainly yes. Is this tied to ambitions of prince-like masculine coded values? Fighting and confrontation before comfort and healing? Perhaps. Will this help anything? Hard to say. But I can't blame Utena for this. Who wouldn't want to defend their friend against scummy bullies? She challenges Saionji to a kendo duel as a way to teach him a lesson. Nobody bullies her friends, after all. Saionji accepts, though unexpectedly doesn't duel her in the school's gym, and instead bids her come to the mysterious forest outside the school, the one that no one is allowed into. We bear witness to another play, performed by the pantomime shadow puppets. Hello, familiar tragedian and executor.
おお、勇者様、お友達のために戦うおせっかいだ勇者様。でも勇者様、森には掟があること。果たしてあなたはご存知かしら？かしら、ご存知かしら
？Unaware of the trouble that she is about to embroil herself in, Utena approaches the forest at night. She reaches the gates of judgment and is considered worthy. She has ventured away from the mundane and into the fantastical. Metaphor and reality blend into one, and for the entirety of the show's run, the difference between what is literally happening and what is metaphorical or ephemeral is left intentionally vague. Behind the gates of judgment is a seemingly endless spiral staircase, turning round and around in circles yet moving ever upwards, a visual representation of revolution, turning around a cycle, and yet the staircase still ends up somewhere new despite going back on itself. The music swells as the unseen Greek chorus sings of the absolute destiny apocalypse, of the end of the world, of a golden mythical paradise of death and rebirth, of apocalyptic cycles ending and beginning and ending eternally. References to Buddhism, Christian Gnosticism, and apocalyptic religion abound. Finally, at the top of the staircase, Utena can see an enormous fairy tale castle floating in the sky. The world of the unreal and metaphorical is made intensely, viscerally real and present. Sayonji, waiting for her, merely dismisses it as an optical illusion, like a mirage, or a trick of the light. In many more ways than he realizes, he is right. There are multiple layers of dramatic irony to this sentiment. Sayonji is wearing a military-styled officer's jacket complete with aiguillette, and Anthy is bedecked in an ornate dress reminiscent of red flowers. Anthy's presence is explained by Sayonji as being entirely natural. She is the Rose Bride, and it is the Rose Bride's function to be part of these ritualistic jewels. Anthy places a single green rose on Sayonji's chest, and a corresponding white one on Utena's uniform. The scent of roses gives Utena a brief flashback to her fantasy-addled memories of the handsome prince who saved her from her childhood grief, though how accurate this memory is left unclear. Anthy gives Utena a simple set of instructions. If the rose is not from her chest, she loses the jewel. She bids Utena good luck, and is immediately physically assaulted by Sayonji again. Sayonji expresses a disgusting sense of ownership over Anthy in a way that is obvious and without subtlety. As he believes he literally owns her, he believes he is entitled to beat her when she wishes his opponent good luck. It is hardly difficult to characterize Sayonji as an unforgivable villain at this point in the narrative. He is of course far more complex than just that, but for now, we may keep our view of him as a straightforward antagonist. That is how Utena currently sees him after all, and she isn't entirely wrong to do so. His acts of physical abuse are entirely indefensible. Anthy chooses to accept this abuse. She expresses the belief that she is literally the property of her dueling champion. To fight back would be to reject her role, to reject her entire identity as the Rose Bride. Enraged, Utena is baited entirely into the duel, to defend not only her friend Wakaba, but to stop Sayonji's abuse. The dueling game seems stupid, but if joining the system is the best way to save someone, is that not the morally correct thing to do? She is, of course, being entirely manipulated. She is young, naive, and headstrong. Wannabe heroes are, like that. And, hey, if you were a Rose Bride, a paragon image of femininity trapped and abused, wouldn't you be happy at the idea of someone wanting to fight for you? Wouldn't it be reassuring that someone gave enough of a damn about you to act like you were worth fighting for? And so, the duel begins. Anthy steps forward, summoning light from her breast, bidding the power of Dios that resides within her to come forth and manifest as a sword. In an act that seems distinctly sexualized, she arches her back and allows Sayonji to hold her, withdrawing the blade from her chest. To summon the blade is an act of intimacy, and intimacy is demanded from femininity. After all, intimacy and sexuality is a woman's role, right? There to provide sexuality, sensuality, and comfort to the man that literally owns her. If you are uncomfortable and slightly horrified, that is the point. So is our darling Utena. Isn't this even more of a reason to beat the toxic masculinity out of this horrible little asshole? With reckless abandon, Utena draws her wooden kendo blade and fights, though a wooden sparring stick is no match against the sword of Dios, a quite literal, sharp metal sword. Sayonji regards her as some pathetic creature entirely beneath him and mocks her heroic desire to be a knight in shining armor, there to rescue a damsel in distress. What a fool she is, believing in fairy tales. Doesn't she know that the real world is harsh and cynical, where the strong just take what they want? It just so happens that he is the strongest. To Sayonji's current philosophy, justice doesn't matter when might makes right, a philosophy commonly espoused by abusers, fools, and those whose main desire is to dodge accountability. Utena, courage and rage filling her veins, stands to fight anyway, even with a broken wooden sword, because who cares if the fight seems hopeless when there's something important to fight for? This philosophy, this reckless abandon to do the right thing regardless of personal cost, is the opposing ideal that Utena adopts throughout the show. The ideal of the selfless hero, the idea of the knight in shining armor, the ideal of a prince. We as the audience see a figure of the handsome prince from her memories, encouraging her to stay true to her ideals, to never lose heart or hope. Inspired with all the courage of a magical girl, she stands and fights. Brave? Yes. Foolish? Yes. And a more cynical person would tell her this was dumb, but damn it, isn't cynicism just a rationalization of cowardice? Fuck this guy, and fuck his shitty toxic masculinity, and fuck his abuse. She lunges. Saionji turns to gloat at his victory, and yet Utena's rose remains intact. Saionji, for all his bluster, has lost. There's a sense of catharsis and thrill from this. An obvious villain has fallen, and an obvious hero has risen. Hell fucking yeah, good guys win, bad guys lose. Anthe turns to Saionji, and with a careful, practiced smile, tells him to cheer up. She no longer calls him master, a subtlety perhaps missed in the dub of the translation. She no longer addresses Saionji with any sense of affection. She is free.
安心。
ごきげんよう、西園寺先輩。
This change in honorific denotes that there is perhaps no more intimacy between them. She is free. Or is she? Church bells ring, signaling the end of the duel. Bells symbolizing victory, resolution, and the return of peace, much like the ringing of bells in European towns at the end of a war or the beginning of a holy celebration. Far, far away, seemingly standing on castle ramparts, Student Council President Toga observes the duel and comments his intrigue at Utena's recent victory. Hungry as a predator, he states that Utena has quote-unquote lit the fires to his heart. Viewing her as much through the objectifying lens as he viewed Anthe, the lens in this case is rather literal. We see a brief image of the top of the dueling arena from afar, looking to all the world like an enormous rose on a thorny stem. Roses and romance are intimately intertwined, standing as a symbol for chivalry and idealism, or perhaps as a symbol for childish fantasy and naivety, or perhaps just as a fantasy for simple love and blossoming romance. Perhaps it's all of these, perhaps it's none. As Utena returns to her dormitory, she seems to want to leave the strangeness of the day behind her. As much as she wants to be a hero, she would rather not involve herself so directly in the Student Council's weird dueling games. She has achieved her goals of beating the toxic masculinity out of a fuckboy, and that's all that needs to happen. Except Anthe approaches her. She does not introduce herself as Anthe, however, but as the Rose Bride. And, as if it was as natural as breathing, utters the words, "From this day forward, I belong to you." Said as benignly and with as much care as a marriage vow, the implications of this are going to sit heavily for the rest of the series. We see that Anthe is not free. The Rose Bride is a bride, and her engagement to another, her role, her existence at all in this identity, is an act of servitude. Much as she has been freed from one abuser, she remains trapped by the system, trapped by her identity within the system. What we've seen here has been a dissection of the nature of abuse, and the natures of expected roles of men and women, and however we might try to subvert, change, or destroy them, that the system as a whole is deeply, deeply flawed and will try to perpetuate these roles.
What's up, sports fans? It's your girl, Playhead North, bringing you the content you've been waiting for all video. So without further ado, let's get started with the slap date.
Whoa, hold on. What are you doing?
The slap date.
Okay, look, you keep saying slap date like it's a real word that I should just know, but that is a fake word that you have just made up just now.
This one, am I right? Talking about the absolute destiny apocalypse over here, but doesn't even know what the slap date is.
I was just discussing some really serious issues regarding abuse and gender roles, and now you are yelling about sports. Why are you interrupting me?
So we're friends and I love you, but we really need to work on your listening skills. As I've already said multiple times now, I'm here for the slap date. This doesn't concern you. Just go to the corner of the student council balcony for a moment.
Hold on, that doesn't concern me. This is my video. Do you know how much time, how much energy, how many words I put into this work?
Oh gosh, yes. Yes, so many words. The script just keeps going and going. I mean, that's your absolute destiny apocalypse right there.
Well, hold on, what?
Listen, you've worked hard. Treat yourself to a little break while I take care of the slap date for the sports fans. Sionji has started with strong season opening, coming out of the gate with 2 slaps. I'm sure fans of the Lettuce Boy are cheering at home right now.
I'm sorry, are you giving the slaps tallies?
Oh my gosh, Soul, I told you I was giving the slap date. It's right there, in the name.
You were literally celebrating abuse right now.
Absolutely! You cut me off before I could get there. So while our slappers scoreboard is currently Sionji 2, everyone else 0, let's move on to the slappies.
You have got to be kidding me.
Team Rosebright getting an impressive start, with Anthe being the recipient of not one, but both of Sionji's slaps. The rest of Oteri Academy should look out, because the Rosebride once again seems like a strong contender this season.
I regret asking you to help me with this video.
Well, that wraps up our slap date, sports fans. This is Playhead North signing off, and I look forward to seeing you at the end of the next episode summary.
Oh, no.
僕の分身なんじゃないのかなって気がするよね。影少女
The
は
bird
僕が
fights its way out of the egg. The egg is the world. Who would be born must first destroy a world. The bird flies to God. That God's name is Abraxas. Hermann Hesse, Damien. Translated from the German by Michael Roloff and Michael Lebeck. When I was in middle school, my classmate T recommended to me a book by Hesse. He said, "Inside this book is everything about me." I didn't know what he was on about. However, that particular quote stuck with me. One day, long afterwards, T and I met up again after not seeing each other for over a decade, and I brought it up. What was that again? He didn't even remember the book existed, let alone that he'd recommended it to me. To think he'd just forget everything about himself. I wonder if Hesse wasn't needed in the world T lived in after middle school. In which case, I wonder why I didn't forget. I experimentally added another passage to Hesse's. If we don't crack the world's shell, we will die without being born. Smash the world's shell. For the revolution of the world. Assistant Director Kaneko and I discussed Anthe's character time and again because I was obsessed with the idea that whether or not it was good, nobody would want to watch a dark and depressing show. That cooking smock over gym clothes look was the result of our conversations. And she finally turned fun. No, she turned into a mysterious girl. Anthe is another Utena. In the initial stages of planning, I thought of the main character as someone who wanted to be a prince, but at the same time also wanted to remain a princess. However, I decided to divide that personality into 2 different characters. What did also wanting to remain a princess mean? I would agonize over the expression of Anthe for the entire series.
The second episode opens with Utena arriving for morning lessons and checking in on Wakaba. Her friend has found some solace despite being spurned and humiliated by Sionji, and states that Utena is in fact her real true love, though this has the feeling and tone of girlish banter rather than genuine romance, at least from Utena's perspective. Utena's expression markedly changes, however, on seeing Anthe arrive in class. The line between friendship and romance can often be more blurry and more foggy than we might think, but this seems clear to me as the beginning of a more intimate attraction as far as Utena sees it, even if she isn't consciously aware of it yet. This is a through line that we will see through the rest of the series. This is mostly a tale told from Utena's perspective. Her triumphs are the audience's triumphs, her perception of romance is our perception of romance, and her viewpoint is the default as far as the storytelling goes. It is perhaps at least worth remembering that Utena, as earnest and well-meaning as she is not an entirely reliable narrator. We cut to the ascent of an elevator, with the student council rehearsing the lines spoken at the opening of this video. If it cannot break its egg shell, a chick will die without being born.
We are that chick. The world is our egg.
If we do not crack the world's shell, we too shall die without being born.
We must smash that shell.
For
the revolution of the world. This oft-repeated soliloquy is itself very much inspired by the Hermann Hesse novel Demian. Demian heavily features themes of Gnosticism and Jungian psychology, and my reservations about Jung aside, the concepts here are clear. Gnosticism is, roughly, the belief that within each person is supposedly a little piece of the divine, a little piece of something brilliant and spiritual and perfect. I guess you could call it their souls, in a way. It's far more complex, of course, but that's at least a little bit of what this idea is.
You're being rude again.
Yeah, I haven't finished my toaster pastry yet.
How? It's been over half an hour. We got through a whole slap date and you still haven't finished it? And speaking of, where were you anyway? North just started going on about slaps and tallies and...
The slap date?
Yes, exactly. I could have used some backup.
Yeah, see, I'm not really into slapletics, so I went to work on some Patho and Eva stuff. You don't really expect us to stay on the student council balcony for a whole 2 videos, right?
No, but you... Wait, slapletics? That's a real thing?
Jeez, getting yelled at over here for sports and savoring my breakfast.
Your Pop-Tart is surely cold by now. What kind of savoring are you even talking about?
Hold on a moment. Are you referring to my generic, non-brand name toaster pastry?
Yeah, Kellogg's is not paying us. We're not doing free advertising for them.
Oh, for the love of Dios. Fine, your generic, non-brand name toaster pastry is surely cold by now.
Maybe I like them cold.
Do you?
No, not really.
Well, would you just finish your non-brand toaster pastry so that I can move on with my video?
What did I say? Rude.
So rude. I'm gonna go reheat my non-brand toaster pastry. I think there's a toaster in the back.
She'll do it slower too, just to spite you.
Just don't forget about it and leave it in there again. If you light the entire student council balcony on fire, I'm gonna be really upset.
Please, she would never be so irresponsible.
Yeah, I'm way more responsible than you give me credit for. I have been editing this script after all.
You should show a little gratitude.
Fine. Okay, thank you. But can I talk about philosophy again?
I guess so.
Then yes. Now, where was I?
In order for our adolescent characters to achieve that self-actualization of their souls, they must first smash the world's shell, break away from the restrictions the world has set on them, and remake the world in their image. This, to my mind, is what this story's fabled power of revolution is. The shining thing, the miracle, the something eternal. It's the power of self-actualization. Each of the student council members, the duelists, has a different idea of what the power of revolution means to them. We see them playing cards, playing literal games, a symbol for how they view these duels, and discussing their role in the tale. Each duelist has received a ring signifying them as a duelist, and receives letters from a man calling himself the end of the world, a clear reference to some divine being here to break their chains and help them on their way to quote-unquote revolution, there to smash the world and help them remake it. Utena has received no such letters. The council discusses how this unsettles them. Utena, the new duelist engaged to the Rose Bride, is dangerously close to getting this power of revolution while not even understanding what she is doing. Of course, the student council also have no idea what they are doing, but we as the audience are yet to see this. Utena moves into her new dormitory room and finds Anthe has already moved in with her. As the Rose Bride, she must be engaged to whoever wins the duels. She has spent her time cleaning up the dorm prior to Utena's arrival, an act that Utena is not entirely comfortable with, a person of color being a de facto servant to whoever owns them, regardless of how apparently well they are treated, is still distinctly uncomfortable. Or at least it is to myself as a Westerner audience member. Anthe deflects Utena's discomfort and questions about the nature of the jewels and the castle in the sky, and instead introduces us to her animal friend Choo-Choo. She informs Utena that, as the current dueling champion, others will come to duel her for the hand of the Rose Bride, ownership over Anthe. Utena, correctly identifying this as a stupid system, states that she has no intention of fighting. The whole thing just seems dehumanizing and wrong. However, rejecting this is not so easy. They are both confronted that evening by Saionji, who demands another further duel. He threatens her. If Utena does not accept his duel challenge, she will be expelled for defying the student council. Apathy here is no option. She resolves to instead lose the duel on purpose to avoid getting further embroiled in the duels and the meaningless nature of them all. The narrative is briefly interrupted by the shadow puppet girls who serve as a Greek chorus. They are in-world characters and out-of-world narrators at the same time, and they inform us, the audience, of the important events of the episode. In this case, they tell us that intentionally losing may be harder than Utena thinks. The power of Dios, of revolution within her, Utena is given her magical girl transformation as she ascends to the dueling arena. She holds Anthe, though her touch appears far more gentle than Saionji's ever was, and draws the blade from her chest. Saionji, in turn, fights with reckless abandon, stating that Anthe belongs to him, with the implication hanging heavy in the air that his abuse of Anthe will only continue should he win. Utena is knocked to the floor, and at the moment it seems that she may lose, the spirit of the handsome prince from her dreams descends down to her. The spirit of Dios, her sense of nobility, the spark of the Gnostic divine, the soul self-actualization, whatever you want to call it, it comes down to her. For a brief moment, she truly becomes that fabled prince, that knight in shining armor. The rose falls from Saionji's chest. She has bested him. She couldn't really just let him win, could she? Could you, in good conscience, allow an abuser to reclaim their victim when you absolutely had the agency to stop it? I don't know if I could. It feels morally wrong to be apathetic in such a situation. Anthe later approaches Utena, asking why she didn't stick to her plan of intentionally losing. Though it may have been a noble goal to defend her from Saionji, such nobility can merely mask a desire for ownership or control in herself. Utena, however, expresses no such desire of ownership towards Anthe, and instead bluffs that she'd just miss Anthe's pet, Choo-Choo. Anthe's expression softens, the first time we've seen her genuinely smile over these 2 episodes. To me, this seems to show a sense of relief. Utena, while clearly not really doing it for just Choo-Choo, is not expressing a sense of ownership or possessive desire over Anthe. To Utena, fighting for the sake of someone else in need seems as natural as breathing. It wasn't about Anthe specifically, or any desire for something she could extract from Anthe in return. It was just about defending someone in pain. Her intentions are noble, but noble ambitions are not enough to prevent a later fall. The pieces are thus laid out. The game begins. How much of this can be taken at face value? How much duplicity has gone on behind the scenes? Who is manipulating who? Whose intentions are genuine and who is lying? These questions are left intentionally vague, and a passive audience member may not even think to ask them, but it is worth noting that Utena, seeking to avoid an exploitative system, has become manipulated via her good intentions into joining it. Like it or not, she is involved now, even if it was to protect an innocent, even if it was to defend someone she cares about. Individual heroism is not enough to overturn a whole system. One person isn't a revolution, no matter how good they are, even if they do try to be a knight in shining armor. As the introduction said, is that really such a good idea?
You know what is a good idea? That's right. Welcome back, sports fans. It's time for our...
No. You are not doing this again.
So I have just as much right to be here as you do.
No, you don't. This is my video.
I went through the proper procedures. Do I need to show you my permits?
Permits? Permits? What permits? What is this?
Playhead North is hereby sanctioned by the Office of the Chairman to perform the slap date so long as she follows all other applicable rules and regulations of Otery Academy. See sections 5.4 and 6.9 of the Otery Academy Handbook. I told you so.
You wrote this, didn't you?
Maybe. Or maybe I walked over to the chairman's office and explained the situation to him and he handed me this permit. Who's to say?
I'm to say. You wrote this yourself.
Well, until you bring me proof of that, I'm going to have to ask you to step to the side, just for just a moment, while I get on with the slap date. Well then, sports fans, let's move this rodeo along. More of the same in this episode, with our two frontrunners apparently doing everything they can to solidify their already sizable leads. Saionji doled out another slap onto Anthe, bringing our slapper scoreboard to Saionji 3 and our slappy scoreboard to Anthe 3. So far, the rest of the contestants have yet to even put up any numbers. Will this season be dominated by the Lettuce Boy and the Rose Bride? Or will we see someone else finally step up to claim one of the titles? Tune in after the next episode summary to find out.
No, don't tune in. I need to have a word with you. Let's just cut to Ikahara. You and I need to...
Ow! Stop grabbing my arm! I told you I have permits!
Cut! Now, please!
The basic plot of this episode was ready quite soon after planning started. I believe the thinking was, we need to bring the mood of Miss Saito's manga into this. But the truth is, you don't see cliched plot lines like this in Miss Saito's manga. The way Toga approaches Utena is almost uncomfortably stereotypical shoujo. But thanks to that, we were able to strongly impress upon the audience that this was a shoujo manga anime. Given the story's later development, episodes like this were absolutely necessary. Production-wise, we were in disorder. In the background art meeting, we discovered that the master layout drawings, the base sketches for the backgrounds, that were supposed to have been ready were more or less non-existent. As the ashen-faced staff looked on, Mr. Kobayashi and I sketched like mad. It was an ordeal, but I think that over the course of dealing with it, the two of us were able to achieve a consensus about the direction the art should take for the rest of the series.
Our third episode opens with Utena and Anthe talking, and we find out just how isolated Anthe finds herself, that she has no real friend group and considers Choo-Choo her only companion. We also see how uncomfortable Utena is with being referred to as Utena-sama, translated often as Miss Utena, honorifics that Anthe uses to denote her intimacy, but also subservience to Utena. Inequality does not sit well with her. Attempting to distance herself from the Rose Bride engagement, she states that she would only be interested in a totally normal boy, and is immediately approached by the charismatic Toga. Student council president and fellow duelist, he attempts to charm her, moves to touch her hair, an invasive act that she immediately rebuffs. When his playboy advances don't work, he moves to suggest that he and Utena share a special bond due to their dueling rings, implying that he is the handsome prince from her hazy childhood memories. The encounter leaves Utena unsettled. She and Wakaba later share a few moments in which Utena wonders aloud if he really could be her handsome prince, but Wakaba notes that he really is just a playboy heartbreaker. She also suggests that Anthe is the subject of various school rumors and is in some manner bad news. Saionji has hidden away from the school out of a sense of shame for losing his duel. When one bases one's entire self-worth on being the strongest, what happens when you're soundly and resolutely beaten? Self-isolation and self-loathing when you can't figure yourself out, it seems. The other students are aghast that such a popular man should become a recluse. Anthe, of course, is blamed as a scapegoat and assumed to be responsible in some way, despite no evidence existing for this. A group of popular girls corners her. She is slapped, yet again. She is seemingly saved by the beautiful blonde girl named Nanami, younger sister of Toga, who informs Anthe that she has, in fact, been nominated for this school's version of prom queen and invites her to the ball. Utena and Anthe both soon receive extravagant dresses in the mail, alongside invitations to this seemingly prestigious ball. Utena, ever the tomboy, is disinterested, and Anthe, expressing a fear of crowds, also expresses disinterest. However, Utena encourages her to go regardless. Anthe is, after all, a lone girl, isolated with very few friends. It would be healthy for her to try to be sociable once in a while, right?
いや、君は行った方がいい。ぜひ行くべきだよ。君には友達が必要だ。いや、そうだけど、もっとたくさん作るべきだ。ウテナ様がそう言うのなら、
Did you spot the rehearsed smile, the quiet obedience? Without even realizing what she has done, and with the best of intentions at heart, Utena has given Anthe her first command. And as the Rose Bride, Anthe must obey every order. Service with a quiet, rehearsed smile. The ball itself has all the aesthetics of nobility at a palace. A far cry from real high school proms, far more resembling banquets at Cambridge or dances at Versailles. Opulence, grandeur, wealth, and class. Far beyond what any school should normally be able to provide. Is the school really this glamorous, or is this just the narrative and imagery as viewed by a naive teenager? The attendees themselves resemble cardboard cutouts of nobility far more than Utena's real-life classmates. Nanami accompanies Toga, wearing the two-tone danger colours of yellow and black, stating that she was the one that invited Anthe. Anthe, the Rose Bride, Anthe, the girl that Toga would apparently not stop talking about. It's heavily implied that Nanami has enormous jealousy of anyone who would take up that much of Toga's attention. Nanami leads Anthe away, placing her in the centre of the crowd, the one place we know Anthe is afraid of. And of course, in true Mean Girls fashion, Nanami orchestrates a quote-unquote prank to leave Anthe soaked in champagne with a disintegrating paper dress. But, oh, just in time, Utena casts off her own high femme ball gown to rescue Anthe. She is ever the knight in shining armour. Isn't she just so brave? Isn't she just so suave? Nanami and the jealous mean girls are foiled, Anthe, the damsel in distress, is rescued, and Utena, the knight in shining armour, gets to be the hero. There's not a lot to analyse in more depth here. At this point, the narrative is played straight. We've set up our expectations and false sense of security in order to completely destroy it later. Just take this episode as an uncomplicated shoujo story where a handsome prince saves a damsel in distress, the main twist being that the handsome prince is a girl. This is a simple tale. The lesbians get to be happy at the end. At face value, it seems that this show is leading up to a happy ending. Savour that while it lasts. Such happiness is not permanent.
Oh, hold on. What's this? Oh, it looks like a letter from the chairman's office. Hold on. It's overdue. Wait, what? What? Okay, I'll let me just... I'm sorry. I'll be right back. I'll just be like 2 minutes. I just need to take care of this, okay?
Well, sports fans, you know what else is not permanent? The respite that fake letter bought me, though it looks like. Yes, she's gone. Whoo! Feel bad about resorting to subterfuge here, but hey, what else can you do when you're under the thumb of an overlord like that, am I right? What up, sports fans? This is Playhead North coming at you with the slap date. Now, in this episode, we saw yet another slap bestowed onto Anthe Himemia. That brings our slappy scoreboard to Anthe 4. Everyone else has so far failed to even chart on the slappy side of the competition. However, for the slapper scoreboard, our referees have been reviewing the footage to determine the slap division of the points. Now, while I am waiting for their final call, just remind our audience at home, the rules of the slap division are as follows. For the slapper, half a point is always earned by the individual physically giving the slap. In this case, while we do not have footage of the slap itself, we have video of the slaptermath, and the evidence points to Kiko Sanada as being the slapper, but physical conferral is only half of the act of slapping. The other half is, of course, motivation. Who directed that the slap be given? Was it the person physically slapping, Or was that person acting under someone else's orders? This is why the slapper-slap division is sometimes described as consisting of the physical slapper and the spiritual slapper, each of whom earns half a point. And, wait, I'm hearing back. I'm hearing back from our referees right now, and they have determined that Kiko was not the spiritual slapper because it is unlikely she would have slapped Anthe on her own. Instead, she was acting under the direction of Nanami. So exciting news, sports fans! For the first time, we have competition on the Slapper scoreboard. Our current totals on the Slapper side are Saionji 3 and Kiko and Nanami tied at 0.5. Well, I, for one, am looking forward to seeing how this all pans out. This, once again, has been Playhead North, and I will see you at the next Slap Date. Assuming I'm still here. Really hoping that Soul won't be too angry when she gets back. She is much better with sword than I am.
要するに大人になるんだっていうのさ、楽しい
The
大人に
Sunlit Garden is a song about the world you can never get back, the nostalgic world you can never return to again. Its true meaning will become clear during the climax of the series. I made such a radical departure in the second half of this that you might as well ask yourself, is this the same show? I did it to solidify the positions of Nanami's and Anthe's characters, but by the storyboarding stage, Anthe was becoming even more of a mysterious girl. Meanwhile, Nanami became more of an entertaining girl. Is that all right? Sure, it's all right. I decided to operate according to the rule, never give a character only one personality. I didn't want to reject fun on the grounds of, I can't get this character to be uniformly consistent.
Our fourth episode opens beneath the castle in the sky, with Mickey, the young boy in the student council, challenging Utena to a duel. He says that he wants music to return to his life, and for that, he needs the Rose Bride. He is chasing after his shining thing, his version of the revolution, whatever that means. He hardly seems aggressive or abusive like Saionji, and he challenges Utena with a certain gentle grace. This duel is not one of angry passion, but of tragedy and foolishness. The lead up to the duel is what we see over the next 2 episodes. We cut back to the past. Mickey is playing piano, alone in a darkened room. He is complimented on his playing by Nanami, who notes that he is the pride of the school, and yet, for some reason, he has dropped out of any music competitions. He dodges questions as to why, focusing instead on how the piano's tuning is incorrect, though we in the audience can tell that it isn't. When challenged on this, he reflects how he may be the one that is truly out of key. He speaks of how he is unable to get notes to feel right to him, that his playing, beautiful as it is, still fails to express what he wants it to. Obsession, frustration, and self-critique form the backbone of Mickey's character. He is a boy of many talents. Wakaba later comments that he is a fencing champion, a master pianist, and studying at an undergraduate university level despite being so young, and yet, despite his gifts, he can only view himself as somehow lacking. And what better way to manage your self-loathing than to naively hope that romantic love shall save you? And who better to be the object of your romantic love than the Rose Bride? She isn't a person, after all. She's just an image of perfection to project whatever you want onto. It hardly matters what Anthe thinks about it. We have seen, since, many other Mickey-like characters in other pieces of media. 500 Days of Summer, Scott Pilgrim, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Men who, while meaning well, are unable to separate their fantasy ideal of a girl from the real person. Nanami finds a photograph of Anthe in Mickey's music book. She is, of course, suitably infuriated with jealousy. Why must everyone pay attention to Anthe and not to her? She is so petty and terrible, I love her. Later, Nanami's mean girl minions attempt to bully Anthe, accusing her of somehow undermining Mickey to force him to lose confidence. An obvious lie, though this horribly backfires on Nanami's goons when Mickey himself intervenes. Still, Anthe seems nervous. It's almost as if she's used to witch hunts being called on her for apparently interfering with a boy. This is the second time that we've seen it in the show, and it will not be the last, and it does foreshadow later revelations. she may well be exceptionally used to witch hunts. Put a pin in that. I'll get back to that later. Mickey introduces himself properly to Anthe, and, seeing Anthe's apparently poor homework results, offers to help tutor her. Is this merely an excuse to spend time with the Rose Bride, or a legitimate offer of assistance? Can it be both? Is it any different to Utena's offer of assistance? After all, both have offered seemingly selfless assistance to a vulnerable girl, and in so doing will gain inadvertent power over her, regardless of the nobility of their motivation. I guess the difference between Mickey and Utena is all just a matter of perspective. Mickey spends time that evening studying with Utena and Anthe, though is quick to reassure them both that he in fact has no intention whatsoever of fighting for ownership of the Rose Bride. And at this point in time, he seems legitimate in that belief. However, we already know that he will engage in the duels within a matter of days. The dramatic irony we know as the audience isn't that Mickey is duplicitous, it's that he is naive to himself and his own wants. We can already surmise that naivety is easy to prey on, and that he is twisted into drives of possessive ownership as a result. Not like Utena would be, right? Right? In any case, it's still apparent that Mickey has his attractions to Anthe, blushing even when he speaks, hardly able to hold her gaze, and he even comments that she reminds him of a girl he once knew. The fact that girl that he once knew is his own sister is an awkwardly poignant thing, especially when you'll understand the later context of Anthe and Accio. We'll get to that, put a pin in that one too. What we can surmise, at least, is that Mickey holds a certain romanticized view of his childhood and past, and of how he sees his relationship with his sister used to be. This view is, of course, an extremely warped and unrealistic perspective. He, too, is an unreliable narrator. The next day, Toga listens to Mickey play the piano, and this time he seems to play it with a sense of ease and happiness, a sense of romantic affection, having utterly changed his view of himself. The song is the same, the piano is the same, he is fundamentally the same, and yet the simple happiness of connection with his crush has radically altered his viewpoint. Love can be salvation after all, or at least the perceptions of love. It's not like Mickey really knows Anthe at all, he has barely met her. The Greek chorus of shadow girls foreshadow the oncoming trouble, that the romantic attraction is so often based on the idea that we have of someone, the idealized version of them in our minds, and not the reality of the person that we're projecting that idealization onto. Mickey is doing this, and he is, of course, a naive fool. Nothing like Utena herself, right? It's not like she also knows nothing about Anthe, right? She's, I don't know, asked maybe basic questions of Anthe to get to know her better, right? Right? But Utena's own ignorance is hardly drawn attention to. This tale is told from her perspective, after all, and she is hardly cognizant of her own mental blind spots. That evening, Mickey once more returns to help Utena and Anthe study, though he is also accompanied by the ever-jealous Nanami. Nanami, though, is hardly the cunning, threatening foe from episode 3. No, she is now the utterly incompetent and bumbling pseudo-antagonistic comic relief that she will now be known as throughout the rest of the show. What follows is a comedic sequence where Nanami attempts to sabotage everyone's view of Anthe as some woman worthy of everyone's adoration by making her seem weird and gross. An example of feminine cattiness taken to a ridiculous extreme. Anthe has, of course, done nothing to wrong Nanami yet, and Nanami's reactions are purely to regain the attention of the boys in her life. Yeah, hashtag girlboss feminism, this is not.
Yeah, but we stan the pick-me queen in this house.
Every attempt Nanami makes categorically backfires and only seems to make Mickey more infatuated with Anthe, or at least his idealized image of her, to serve to make Nanami even more furious. The real Anthe Himemiya, however, is genuinely a weird little neurodivergent girl who's laughing at jokes no one else gets and keeps enjoying weird animals in her room. Is she normal? No. Is she the ideal of demure femininity that Mickey sees her as? Hell no. Is she exactly what Nanami says she is, a cunning, duplicitous schemer who is kind of really weird and keeps snails in her pencil case? Or is she in fact innocent and completely trustworthy?
Hell yes!
We'll put another pin in that. The fact that none of the characters seem to notice this about her, and instead all merely focus on their personal headcanons of who Anthe is to them, whether good or bad, is absolutely intentional. This is why Anthe is so alone. Connecting with other people is impossible when they aren't even trying to understand the real you. And the one person who does understand you is Nanami.
We stand the pick-me girl boss queen in this house!
Nanami, at the end of her tether, blows up at the others, demanding to know why they deign to like Anthe, and tries to force Mickey to admit that his only reason for liking Anthe is romantic attraction. And I mean, Nanami is technically right, but also she's being a bitch about it. Anthe, seemingly fleeing the scene out of a sense of shyness, retreats to another room where she plays the piano perfectly. Mickey can hardly help but fall in love entirely. Nanami can't help but feel like she's been played for a fool. Has this farce all been a series of innocent yet perfect accidents? Maybe. Or is Nanami right, and this has been an intentional manipulation on Anthe's part, a subtle game of cat and mouse? Maybe. Can it be both? On your first watch, you may presume that this is all innocent and Nanami is being the stereotypical rich bitch girl villain. On a rewatch with far more context, it becomes far less clear. Anthe, for all her seeming helplessness as a damsel in distress, has far more agency than it initially seems, and, well, why not use that agency to fuck with an idiot girl who's jealous of you? If you don't believe me, please keep watching. I'll perhaps convince you that none of these characters are entirely as innocent as they seem by the end. Or maybe that they're perhaps too innocent, too naive. Sometimes they're both.
And, North, before you add something like, you know who else is too innocent, too naive, Sul because I have another stupid ruse to keep you occupied while I do my ridiculous sportscaster impersonation, you are categorically incorrect. Thanks for sending me to the chairman's office, by the way. I enjoyed hiking across the whole campus for that.
There are a lot of hills at Otery.
Don't try to change the subject. I am shutting this slap, whatever it is, down. Consider this a slap intervention.
Okay, Soul. I hear you. And I understand what you're saying. Can I do one last slap date, though? Just for the memories?
Ugh, fine.
Thank you, kind overlord.
I'm going to need the power of Dios just to get through this video.
Well, we're back to, you guessed it, sports fans, the slap date. In the latest episode, we saw essentially a repeat of our previous episode. Anthe was once again slapped by Kiko, who our judges have once more determined was acting under the direction of Nanami. So, for our slapper scoreboard, Saionji still holds the lead with 3 slaps, though Nanami and Kiko are making ground with 1 slap each, having shared the credit for our last 2 slaps. The slappy scoreboard, however, continues to be Anthe's game, with her sitting as the recipient of a whopping 5 slaps. Can anyone challenge the Rose Bride, who is looking more and more like she'll be the Rose Queen? I guess you'll have to continue following the action here to find out.
No, you won't. Because this is the last one. We agreed on this just now.
Uh-huh.
No. We did. We were both there. Play ahead. I need you to look into my eyes and tell me that this was the last one.
The last what?
For the love of Dios.
驚くっていうみんなのリアクションの方が不思議なんだよね。
Around that time in production, I read an interview with a certain pair of pop idols in a magazine I was thumbing through at the store. Our motto is, get hold of eternity. It's a brilliantly glittering thing. I was a little surprised. Get hold of eternity was such an abstract phrase, and yet for some reason, I readily accepted it. It was as if from that single phrase, I could indirectly sense the details that shaped their personalities. The look of the place where they grew up, what they saw of current affairs on the TV news, the manga, anime, and popular songs that affected them. Call it empathy between contemporaries, I guess. When I brought it up with Eno Kido, who was doing the screenplays, he was on board. Up until that point, we'd spent a lot of time arguing in the abstract about the spirit of the show, but I felt like it was a few words from these pop idols that got us to the heart of the matter. At the same time, the process of producing this two-parter set of episodes brought home to me again that Utena is a story about the relationships between characters. When you get right down to it, this series is a story about the relationship between Utena and Anthy. So I decided to apply that same style to the stories of the supporting characters too. From then on, I would be very conscious of Get Hold of Eternity and a story about relationships as key motifs of the show.
The 5th episode opens with Mickey and Jury, a fellow student council member, engaged in a fencing duel. Both are champions of their respective fields and both expert duelists. Mickey wins the match, but despite Jury's compliments, berates himself for being imperfect. His levels of perfectionism and obsession are constant, and if you've noticed the stopwatch appearing in these moments, this appears to be a visual representation of his perfectionism and anxiety. Perfectionism breeds obsession, breeds self-loathing, and damn does Mickey have a lot of that. However, this is a notable instance in which his constant stopwatch does not appear, as he seems to have softened somewhat, secondary to his infatuation with Anthy. He later visits Anthy in her flower garden, admiring her through a quite literally rose-tinged lens, and she seems to reciprocate his affection, playing the piano for him, an act that, for Mickey, is clearly a demonstration of intimacy. There's just this one moment that I want to show though.
光さすには小さい時僕と妹が作った曲です。君が作ったの？でもこれ有名な曲だよね。僕と僕の双子の妹は物心ついた頃からずっとピアノをおもちゃにして遊んだんです。あの庭で僕と妹がピアノを弾くといつも周囲の大人たちは驚いたものでした。
This isn't just lampshading the fact that it's a well-known, real-world piece of music. This is the writers indicating to us that Atori Academy is not operating by the same rules of reality that we expect. Mickey doesn't even acknowledge his challenge to him. His mind just slides right off it. It's not that he's intentionally lying, he is just blind to the truth. In the Atori Academy, we see only what we want to see. Memory is inconsistent. Perception is not reality at face value. Seem confusing? Don't worry about it for now. We'll put a pin in that. Mickey moves on to talk of his past and his fond memories of his sister, idealizing their piano playing together as the main indicator of his happiness. He then expresses guilt, recalling that he was keen to perform in front of an audience with her, but got sick on the day of the concert. Unable to perform, his sister was forced to play without him, and apparently ran away instead, and she never played piano again. Mickey comments how he had never been able to recapture the essence of perfection he had when he was playing with his sister, until now, with Anthy. He lets the implication of his romantic feeling hang obviously in the air, though he appears too shy to actively articulate it. Utena seems keen to matchmake the two, yet Anthy's intentional obliviousness to it all is astounding. She only responds to Utena's suggestion of dating Mickey that she is the Rose Bride, and she is therefore engaged to Utena. Being the Rose Bride means that she can only belong to Utena, the current dual champion after all, and to a Rose Bride, possessive belonging and romantic intimacy appear to be one and the same. Our pink-haired heroine, ever the idealist, tries to force Anthy to drop the act of subservience, saying the following.
ただ女の子が決闘で誰かの花嫁になるなんてのは馬鹿げてる。僕は個人の人格をないがしろにするこんなシステムを許せないだけさ。
She is, of course, so close to understanding the thesis of the show, and yet so far away from understanding how difficult it is to escape the system that she is slowly being dragged into. Mickey approaches the student council and echoes Utena's exact words, proposing that the dueling system be removed altogether for the good of Anthy. Are his words that of genuine belief in Anthy's liberation, or is he merely copycatting the good that he sees in Utena, seeking to attain Anthy's affection by being a stereotypical nice guy? Can it be both? Sometimes kindness can be bumbling as much as it is well-meaning. Sometimes selfish desire is the underlying driver of kindness. Sometimes, especially when we're young, it's difficult to tease the two apart. In stark contrast to the idealized version of Mickey's youthful memories, we meet his real sister, a girl named Kozue. Despite all Mickey's adoration for her in their childhood, he seems nothing but cold towards her in the present. Her body language portrays her as an aloof, detached figure with hints of sexuality, and, when coupled with her comment that the music room isn't just for playing the piano, there is a somewhat uncomfortable implication that she has just fucked someone. That someone is, of course, Toga, who lounges with his shirt open.
おはようございます。
本当に大切なものは自分の手に入れて守らなきゃ人に取られちまうぜ、ミッキー。
There are many layers of implication here, including that Kozue is apparently a possession, that men inherently own women, that nice guys finish last, and, well, if you spent any time dealing with incels, then you can probably see where this is going. Bit by bit, Mickey is led by the nose into the worldview of toxic masculinity. If he wants to retain any feeling of happiness, if he wants to capture that spark of joy he once had with his sister, and now has with Anthe, then he must clearly possess her in order to do it. That's the only way to get women to do what you want, right? The only way to achieve any measure of lasting happiness, right? Ah, the paths towards the dark side of the manosphere are so easily walked when you're a naive teenage fool.
Boss, I think he's just gonna keep saying cart carousel.
It's too bad he doesn't understand that to get women to do what you want, you just have to feed them.
Hard agree. Like a box of toaster pastries.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent courting gift.
Sure.
We see Mickey later alone with Anthe. His attempts to be flirtatious with Anthe have only led him further into the trap. Anthe, ever acting as the Rose Bride, replies to his flirtations with a blithe excuse that she can only do whatever Utena gives her the permission to do, and confirms to him that she must do whatever her betrothed asks of her. Like a fool, he takes the bait completely. He believes that in order to be happy, he must take what he wants, via force, if necessary. The only way to get a girl to like you is to make a masculine show of domineering force, right? He is wrong, of course, but he is too foolish to yet see it. A more cynical view might suggest another reading. Anthe wears her practiced smile throughout, like this is a story that she has already rehearsed, like she full well knows what she's doing and how she, too, is nudging Mickey into that toxicity. It's like she's digging the knife in. He, of course, does exactly what is expected of him, exactly what Toga wanted him to do. He challenges Utena to a duel. Perhaps Anthe wanted this too. We ascend to the castle in the sky, another turn in the revolutionary cycles. The duel is intense, and Mickey, as a champion fencer, should prove more than a match for Utena. But with the nebulous power of Dios at her disposal, Utena holds her own. It isn't until Anthe uncharacteristically calls out in the duel, "Yes, Utena, get him," that Mickey is distracted. And with that single moment of distraction, he loses. It's easy to miss, but Anthe has never done this before, nor will she ever do so again. She intentionally undermined Mickey, the boy so enamored with her, the boy so determined to do right by her by owning and possessing her. Using what little agency she is afforded, she ensured his defeat. Sometimes when you're the victim of a horrible system, it feels good to take your little moments of quiet revenge, even if it is against sweet, idiotic boys. Expressing your own agency is like scratching an itch or stretching a tight muscle. Sometimes you just have to do it. It feels wrong and uncomfortable not to. Mickey mourns that he cannot find anyone to be his quote-unquote shining thing, the idealized desire that he longs for and wanted to manifest in Anthe. But this idealized girl that would provide him everything he longed for was never real. The delusions of desire, the fantasies of love that are so far from reality. Alas, infatuation shall not save him. We see his sister Kozue playing the piano, though terribly. She was never much of a player at all. Mickey was always playing perfect piano himself, even at a young age. Her playing had apparently never been much good. All his stories about his dreamlike, wonderful childhood were all just completely unreliable. Much like Mickey's idea of romance, he has an idea of an idealized past, a past where happiness could be found in perfect piano playing with his sister. But this was all merely an illusion, and illusions are the way to lead foolish young teenagers down increasingly toxic paths. Miki is hardly the only one doing this, though. Even Utena is fighting for a version of Anthy that might not exactly be the real her. And on that note, who is the real Anthy Himemiya? Have we ever been given the opportunity to even find out? Has Utena ever actually talked to Anthy in depth? Perhaps Miki and Utena share more flaws than we immediately realize.
This episode originally went into production as Episode 8. It was in production as Episode 8 during scripting, storyboarding, and even after animation started. But it got switched in the broadcast order with Episode 6, Curried High Trip, which broadcast as Episode 8, because that episode fell behind schedule. Because I always called this Episode 8 during the production process, the impression stuck in my mind to this day is Curry is Episode 6, the kangaroo is Episode 8. It's a comedic story, but it shows Nanami's feelings for Toga. This wasn't just about Nanami, it was also about how we'd present Toga. The original plan was to connect stories with a Toga episode's theme. First, in Episode 8, we'd show Nanami's feelings for Toga in a comedic way. Then in Episode 9, we'd show Toga in contrast with Saionji. Then in Episode 10, we'd show Toga using Nanami's feelings for him. And finally, in Episode 11, we'd show Toga facing off against Utena. I'd used a group of 3 identical characters before in Sailor Moon S. It was strangely fun, so I tried sticking them in this show too. The staff liked them too. It was probably more that the staff found them convenient, so we turned them into semi-regular characters. It's largely thanks to Miss Hayashi, the animation director, that the production troubles weren't reflected in the quality of the episode. I like how Toga looks so unnecessarily cool during the climax when he defeats the kangaroo.
Our 6th episode focuses on Nanami, and for once the focus of the narration shifts away from Utena and to the little blonde monster herself. Nanami begins the episode fleeing from unseen assailants, believing herself to be in mortal peril. She continues to conjure stories of how much more mortal peril she is in order to elicit sympathy and care from her brother. Whether any of these are remotely true is up to viewer interpretation. Through a series of increasingly farcical events, she also becomes convinced that someone is trying to murder her, and eventually concludes that it is, in fact, Toga, her own brother. Seemingly forgetting this almost immediately, she continues to tell a tale of being nearly run down by an escaped horse, clearly a completely fabricated story, and being saved just in time by a handsome prince named Suwabuki. Suwabuki is not, in fact, a handsome prince, but an elementary school kid. Nanami decides to date him, but clearly has no concept of what romantic love even is. She is a naive, melodramatic teenager, younger than the rest of the other cast, and treats Suwabuki as an underling rather than a love interest. She mostly just uses him for petty and selfish gain. The fact that she calls this romance is hilarious, especially when it so closely mirrors the way in which Toga treats her. Which is badly. Everything comes in cycles. Suwabuki is even summoned to defend Nanami and, in a gross parody of Utena's relationship to Anthy, is drawn to fight a bunch of other dudes for her sake. He, of course, believes that he has saved her, when really, he was just a foolish child playing games, and Nanami was never in true danger from her other suitors. Nanami, however, still feels that she's in danger, but the highest danger is from her brother. There's some major dramatic irony here. Utena is not happy about this.
ツワブキ君は君を守ろうと必死で戦っていたんだぞ。なのに黙って見ているだけなんて、そんなの本当の交際じゃない。君はボディーガード代わりにツワブキ君を利用しているだけじゃないか。
Yes, there is so much dramatic irony to this. This small episode being played for laughs is, in fact, the meta-plot of the entire goddamn show. Only instead of Nanami the victim and Suwabuki the foolish pseudo-hero, it is Anthy and Utena playing these central roles. This, of course, includes the brother as antagonist plotline. That one is important for later, we'll put another pin in that. The enormous amount of irony is, of course, entirely lost on Utena, who who is unable to see the parallels to herself. She is, of course, far too earnest to understand how she is being manipulated just as much as Suwabuki is. The episode concludes with Suwabuki revealing that he intentionally was placing Nanami in danger in order to be the knight in shining armor who would come and save her just in time. The foolish manipulations of a child who would be a handsome prince. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a runaway kangaroo comes in to accost them all. Suwabuki, a child, fails to confront it. Toga, Nanami's real idea of a handsome prince, apparently comes in to punch it in the face, saving the day. Did any of this really happen, or is this just Nanami making shit up? Yes, this episode is comedic, but yes, it oddly contains the thesis and miniature of the whole show. Damsels in distress have their own means of power in some ways while being helpless in others. Those who want to be knights in shining armor are often fools who are easily manipulated. And more specifically, the damsel's older brother is the only one with actual agency, and they are hardly benign with it. I promise this episode is important and it isn't just filler, but for now we'll go back to the regularly scheduled series viewing.
But first...
No. Why are you even attempting this? There weren't even any slaps in this episode.
Exactly, and that's what I want to clarify for our sports fans at home.
You really don't need to do that.
Oh, but I do. We've gotten several questions on our social media accounts regarding this episode.
You have social media accounts? And we? Who's we?
So, to be clear, the confrontation between Tuga and the kangaroo in this episode was not a slap. Yes, Tuga hit the kangaroo with his hand, and yes, he hit the kangaroo in the face. Bodily contact between the hand and a body part of the slappy, usually, though not always the face, is required for the action to count as a slap. However, a slap requires that the slappy use a flat surface of the hand. Both the palm and the back of the hand count, but making a fist does not. A fist, my friends, makes the action a punch, not a slap. Moreover, Tuga was wearing boxing gloves when he hit the kangaroo. In regulation slapletics, a slap allows for some kinds of handwear, but it has to be articles of clothing you would wear in the usual course of activities, such as winter gloves. Wearing protective handgear, particularly sports handgear, automatically disqualifies an action as a slap. What you saw in this episode, sports fans, was not slapletics. It was good old-fashioned boxing.
I hate you so much right now.
かつて見たハリウッド映画的なものであるとか、かつて僕らが10代の頃に見たアニメー
This
ション
story came together quickly as a story about relationships. He and she only appear within Juri's memories. The ending in the final script is different than it was in the first draft. The end game is still about getting a better idea of who Juri really is. That didn't change. But the first draft ended on a could it be sort of note. As the script was finalized, I decided to come right out and say she was in love with a girl. Juri's story is a metaphor of unrequited love. If you watch it from that perspective, I think it's an easy one for anybody to understand. Shiori's design referenced the heroine of Miss Saito's short manga Himigoto no Natsu. It's about a brother and sister entering a forbidden relationship. I enjoyed the total mismatch between the heroine's sweet prettiness and the story's bold development. I think we borrowed her looks because we wanted to hide something behind prettiness.
だって諦めるしかないさ。奇跡なんて本当はこの世にないんだから。
This episode focuses on our next major member of the student council, Juri. We open to her winning fencing match after fencing match. She is portrayed to be as talented and refined as Mickey, if not more so. Yet, despite all her talent, luck, and high station in life, she too is deeply unhappy. She performs exactly what is expected of her and receives high praise from her teachers and seniors, in stark contrast to the ever-rebellious Utena. And, more than that, she even seems to exercise a level of power over those in more senior positions purely by her grace and presence of personality. If there ever were to be a female prince with regal bearing, surely it should be Juri, shouldn't it? She even wears the jacket and aigalette of the masculine-coded student council, a boy's uniform, much like Utena's, but with far more grandeur and self-respect than this scruffy pink-haired fool. She and Utena talk, and Jerry doesn't deny her fearsome reputation, but with such a reputation comes loneliness. Being an ice queen means you never get all that close to anyone. She speaks plainly of her role in the student council and as a duelist. She has no desire for Anthe herself so directly. She merely wishes for the power to revolutionize the world. She wishes for the agency to change something. She is not someone who is incomplete like Mickey, or hungry for petty, toxic power like Saionji. To an outsider, it looks like she has everything she could ever want, and a deep sense of confidence that appears to be genuine. And yet, she remains unhappy. We see a flashback to her old memories of an unseen figure that seems to taunt her mind. She comments how miracles are a fantasy and nothing more, implying that to possess the Rose Bride would be to chase after a pipe dream. For all her self-confidence, she is trapped in defeatist misery. This power to revolutionize the world is a subtle thing. We see Utena blithely comment that she hopes such power will let her pass finals, but by comparison to the quiet, grim composure of Juri, this seems frivolous, naive at best, and entirely misguided. Anthe follows on behind and offers Juri an orange rose, on the surface a seemingly benign gesture, but given that we have just seen Juri's memories are haunted by pain and an unknown figure offering the same orange rose, we can understand that Juri might see this as a taunt. She slaps Anthe, and dang, really, Anthe does get slapped a lot like every episode, huh? An act that seems abrupt, brutal, and jarring.
Oh, so now you finally understand the importance of the slap date.
No, don't get confused. This was merely an observation, not encouragement.
And so it begins.
Is this something to show Juri's apparent brutality? That, for all her refinement, she too is merely another foe to be defeated? Is this merely an unfortunate coincidence? Or do both Anthe and Juri know more than we do as the audience? A reversal of dramatic irony? We follow the elevator up to the student council's balcony again, where the other student council members discuss Juri's role in the duels. She has no desire for Anthe, no motive to fight, so why should she be a duelist? Is it because she wishes to cynically disprove the power of miracles, believing this world, this system, is all there is and all that can ever be? Or is it because she genuinely wishes to change the world and achieve that impossible miracle? Behind her, Toga throws knives around Mickey, blindfolded as a circus performer might be, perhaps a metaphor for Juri attempting to blind herself, to numb herself to her own desires while remaining painfully aware of them, or perhaps a metaphor for Mickey's blindness to the situation the duelists find themselves in, something rather different to Juri's clarity of understanding of the Rose Bride's limited role. The imagery is up to viewer interpretation. We see Juri's memories, this time the shadowy figure in them is more clearly illustrated. She finishes a fencing match with a boy, and is offered an orange rose by her, friend, Shiori, who utters the quiet phrase, "Believe in miracles and they will know your true feelings." What follows is an explanation of a tragic love triangle. The boy is clearly romantically attracted to Juri. Shiori, jealous of Juri's success and privilege, is romantically attracted to the boy, and, despite being an apparent close friend, seeks to steal him away from Juri out of a sense of petty jealousy. When Shiori and this boy start dating, it leaves Juri heartbroken, but not for the petty reasons a compulsory heteronormative viewer may assume. She's not depressed because the boy didn't date her. No, Juri is heartbroken because she is in love with her best friend, Shiori. She's gay. She's gay as all hell, and Shiori, well, Shiori will never reciprocate. This whole narrative is based upon frustration, sadness, and regret. And yeah, that is fucking heartbreaking. She wants to rid herself of her feelings for Shiori, but she can't. She is so hyper-aware of them that it physically hurts. So, if you were stuck, trapped in a world where the person you love cannot ever reciprocate to your feelings, no matter how good or successful you otherwise try to be, and there seemed to be no way out, wouldn't you hope for a miracle too? Wouldn't you be bitter at upstart fools who know nothing of what queer liberation means? Speaking of upstart fools, Utena approaches Juri that evening. Juri, dressed in feminine finery, looks like the epitome of a supermodel. Utena, ever the gender nonconformist, expresses benign surprise at Juri's femininity. She thinks of this as a compliment, but Jerry clearly does not. Seriously, just look at her facial expression here. Utena, still very comfortable in her boy's uniform, doesn't understand. Jerry's regal, perhaps semi-masculinized role is performative, and perhaps an uncomfortable performance at that. She is a woman who has no desire to be anything other than a woman. Utena's masculinized role is an ambition. She wants to be a handsome prince. She wants to become that knight in shining armor, with all of the gender nonconformity that entails. Utena's unwitting foolishness does nothing but dig under Jerry's skin, and she demands Utena discard her ambitions and give up dueling. If Utena is so uninterested in the power of revolution, she doesn't deserve to be involved with Anthe. You could read this as Jerry, a cisgender lesbian, running into conflict with Utena, a gender nonconforming scruffy kid, over their ideas of what queer liberation means, or as an embittered nihilist facing off against a foolish idealist, or just plainly one woman going for the throat of another, encouraged to fight one another instead of uniting against a system oppressing them both. Or perhaps it's just a bitter, depressed lesbian, angry and desperate to see a real miracle come forth, real societal change that'll let her come out of the closet, while at the same time being so deep in denial that she can't believe it's real. To Jerry, some ambition of being a prince is hardly representative of that miracle. If the aesthetics of princedom is all you want, why not just put on a costume and pretend? Why steal someone else's miracle to do it? In this light, Utena's act of fighting to be a prince is nothing but an insult. Regardless of the reason, we may assume Jerry challenges her to a duel. Utena climbs the stairs. The cycles continue. The duel itself is extremely one-sided. Utena is no match for Jerry, tumbling to the floor as the older girl practically toys with her. Utena stumbles and staggers backward, and even as she summons the power of Dios, becoming the knight in shining armor incarnate, becoming the prince, she still cannot beat Jerry. Jerry parries Utena's blade, knocking it to the sky. Utena falls backward, landing on the floor, Jerry's sword at her throat. Jerry has won. All she has to do is flick the rose from Utena's chest. Utena's blade falls back from the sky. It lands, cutting straight through Jerry's rose. Utena won, on a technicality, by a miracle, depending on your point of view. Anthe offers Jerry an orange rose again, once more saying, "One day they will know your true feelings." A seemingly benign gesture that, again, is something Jerry regards as active taunting and referencing her failed, unrequited longing for Shiori. Either Anthe genuinely means well here, or, for the cynical who presume she knows what she's doing, she is extremely subtle in her viciousness. Can it, perhaps, be both? Our final scene is of Jerry, sitting beneath the trees of Atoria Academy, unable to speak aloud her true feelings, unable to communicate her love, forever unrequited. She stares at the locket she has always kept around her neck. Inside is a photo of Shiori. Through a mixture of shame, societal expectation, repression, and nihilistic depression, Jerry will never be honest about her feelings. And truly, that's just extremely sad. I empathize with Jerry's feelings and viewpoint, much as I disagree with her. Giving up on queer liberation after becoming exhausted is an understandable situation to be in, and yet I cannot agree with her nihilism. I, too, hope for miracles. Maybe I'm just a fool in that regard, much like Utena herself.
No, you're a fool because you called Jerry's necklace by the wrong name.
I hold on, what? It's a locket. I called it a locket.
I think you mean a stocket?
You know, but that one's not half bad. I'll give you that.
See, not all my ideas are bad.
I never said all your ideas are bad.
Good, because it's possible this one might be.
Hey, but wait, what are you... Did you just lock me in a closet?
Sorry, Soul, but Jurassic times call for drastic measures.
You know I still have my phone, right? I'm texting Codex right now.
Codex is playing pathologic too. By my calculations, I have approximately 1.2 minutes before she realizes that the buzzing is her phone vibrating and not the weird nonsense speak of the plague. And that gives me just enough time for the slap date.
Why? Why did I ask for your help with this video?
Unclear. Welcome back, sports fans. We have another slap date coming at you from the student council balcony. In this episode, we saw a new contender enter the slapper ring. Jury delivered a whopper of a backhanded slap to our Rose Bride. Boy, that looks like it hurts. Saionji is still ahead on the slapper scoreboard with 3 slaps to his name, but Nanami, Kiko, and now Jury are tied at 1 slap each. It's still early, and the slapper title is absolutely anyone's game. However, Anthe, whew! What a lead that girl has! She is currently sitting on the Slap E scoreboard as the recipient of 6 slaps. An absolutely massive score at this point in the season. It's looking more and more like the Rose Bride may already have her title secure. Will anyone enter the fray to challenge her? Keep tuning in for...
Hey, I got a weird text from Saul saying she needs help coming out of the closet or something. I thought she got all that sorted out years ago. Oh wait, did she finish the jury episode?
Yeah. Yep, that's definitely what's going on.
Yeah, that explains it. She does tend to get emotional when discussing sword lesbians.
Codex? Codex, is that you? I need your help. I'm trapped in the closet.
No, you aren't, Saul. I know accepting the person you are can be incredibly difficult, but the only thing keeping you in the closet is your own mind.
No, it's not. North has locked me in the closet.
Shh, Saul. Projecting your own emotions onto someone else isn't going to help the situation.
I am literally locked in the closet, Ruby.
Well, that's all the time we have, folks. This is Playhead North signing off once more from the slap date. I look forward to seeing you next time.
Oh, okay, yep. I do see what the problem is now.
やっぱり僕らの世代ってまあ僕らより下の世代もそうなんだろうけど
As I said before, this was planned as episode 6. We'd originally contracted an outside studio to do it, but a few days before ADR was supposed to start, it became clear that virtually none of the production was done. We hurriedly swapped it with episode 8, broadcast episode 6, in the schedule. The whole series of knockabout insanity that got bandied back and forth there was traumatically intense. I don't want to assign blame and try anyone in absentia here, so I won't say any more about it. But if you were to ask me whether I hate the episode because of that fuss, I'd say no, not really. In fact, there are many parts of it that I'm quite fond of. I think the colossal effort the staff put in with their backs against the wall like that sublimated the episode's cheapness into solid humor. That scene when our heroines' daily lives with their switched personalities are strung together with snapshots, I've thought for a long time that the audio mix was kind of thin there, but in this 5.1 remaster, it's finally got a nice, lively sound. Which reminds me, what had me worried during production was this episode's climax. Which scene is the climactic one? I agonized. Looking back on it now, maybe it was the part when Nanami slipped on the banana peel?
The 8th episode is, once more, a shift in tone, as the narrative is again commandeered by Nanami. I love this little Bond bitch. She's so awful and perfectly awful. Nanami tricks Utena and Anthe into making a curry so spicy that it literally explodes in a massive fireball, and then Utena and Anthe have swapped bodies. Oh no! This episode is, once more, the show parodying itself. Anthe, now acting more like a brash tomboy, barely resembles her former self. Toga scolds Nanami for her continued jealous pranks, leading to a melodramatic display of repentance and grief, longing for her older brother's love again. Toga tells her that she must go and restore Anthe and Utena to their original bodies, leading to a bizarre quest in which Nanami has to find some magical curry powder in India. She is promptly chased by elephants the whole way. There are, however, more emotionally important beats to focus on. Saionji tries to flirt with Utena in Anthe's body, dragging her off to a secluded room, and for the first time, we see what Saionji and Anthe's private relationship was like. Surprisingly, it is markedly less abusive than he first appeared. We think he's going to strip down naked, force himself onto Anthe, or otherwise engage in sexuality, but instead, he is actually very reserved, only giving her an exchange diary, a collection of writings of love that he's penned out for her that he can't seem to speak aloud. He swears that he will do his best to win her back. This is a far cry from the abusive dickhead that we saw in the first episode, no? Were we wrong to assume that he was a toxic abuser? No, we definitely weren't. He absolutely was a toxic abusive dickhead and literally physically hit Anthe, but he isn't quite so one-dimensional as we once thought. We as the audience start to feel sorry for him at roughly the same time Utena does. Though he's done bad stuff, he's still a complex person. Maybe even our villains are, themselves, victims to the system they are stuck in. We'll put another pin in that. The remainder of the episode is taken up with Nanami's increasingly ridiculous antics, the pantomime of recovering this magical curry powder and losing it, Utena taking the piss out of Saionji anyway, and everyone being restored back to their normal bodies. Except Saionji, who is now Choo-Choo. Thanks, Nanami episodes, we always love you. Was any of this remotely real? Was this just a story made up by Nanami? Is any of this supposed to be taken literally? And, if so, what level of magic fuckery powers does Anthe truly have? I don't know. At this point, your guess is as good as mine. The important takeaway, though, is this. This is a story told by Nanami, an unreliable narrator. All narrators are unreliable.
Wasn't that a fun episode? But here we are, sports fans, back at another slap date. You're not gonna try and cut me off this time?
I've decided to let this one slide.
Great!
I'm just so worn out emotionally and physically a bit too from banging on the door.
I think I speak for all the viewers when I say everyone hopes that you get better real soon.
Oh, you. Literally you.
Oh boy, but that's the world of broadcast for you. Good thing we have Josh in the booth monitoring the feed.
Who in the ever-living is Josh? You know what? I genuinely do not want to know.
Well, this was certainly an exciting episode for our Slapletics tallies. First up, we have Kiko delivering yet another slap to Anthe. As with Kiko's previous two slaps, our referees have determined that the points for this slap should be slap divided between Kiko and Nanami. As proof of being the mastermind behind it, the latter was clearly spotted watching the altercation from a distance. However, there is a further complication to this slap, and I have to say, this was an exciting one to encounter. Usually, the slappy points are fairly cut and dry, with whomever is physically slapped also receiving the full points. But in this case, although Anthe's body received the slap, it was while Utena's spirit was inhabiting it. Fortunately for us in Slapletics, this is not the first time this sort of wrinkle has occurred. Longtime followers might remember the infamous Slapperoo of 93. What a mess that was, which led to a slappy rules change. The long and short of it is, when the spirit does not match the body receiving the slap, both the owner of the body and the owner of the spirit receive half a point. In this case, that would be both Anthe and Utena. However, we witnessed another slap in this episode. After being slapped by Kiko, Utena delivered a return slap to her. Now, we don't have footage of the slap itself, just the audio, and our referees had to carefully review this audio to make a call on the number of slaps delivered to Kiko. If you listen carefully, it almost sounds as though Utena slapped her twice in quick succession. But just before starting the slap date, I received word that they had determined the sound was just an echo of one particularly hard return slap. And now, just to clarifying the rules here, because I know this point can be confusing, even though it was technically Anthe's body that delivered the slap, because her body was being controlled by Utena, Utena is still considered the physical slapper. So, the full slapper point goes to Utena. Let's see how that affects our scoreboard, shall we? On the slapper scoreboard, the lettuce boy keeps his lead with 3 slaps, but he is losing ground fast. Kiko and Nanami have now pulled ahead into joint second with 1.5 slaps, and finally Juri and Utena are tied for third at 1 slap each. Thrilling news on the Slappy scoreboard as well. For the first time in the season, we have some additional contenders. The Rose Bride still keeps her runaway lead with 6.5 slaps received, but we now have head mean girl Kiko placing at 1 slap, and the pink brick herself with half a slap on the board. What a shakeup this episode has threatened. I look forward to following up on it in the next slap date.
There was a little princess, and she was very sad for her mother and father had died. That's a fragment of the myth that we tell in the prologue. Living on, it's just making me sick. We lined up plot development and visuals suggestive of the series' climax. Our goal was to get viewers anticipating the series' final scene. Utena saves Anthe. So that's what the story's about. But what does she save Anthe from? That's the central issue. 2 boys discovered an unusual toy one day. You got hold of it, didn't you? That's right, I have it now. Really? That's when the game began. It often happens that a relationship becomes stifling because of a shared past. Even if you have no particular interest in a toy, when you find out he has it, you think, I need it too. They say that in that world, only one princess is chosen.
The 9th episode opens with a kendo duel, not an arena duel, between Toga and Saionji. While a myriad of fangirls surround them, they exchange a few words. Despite apparently being friends, they seem hostile to one another. Toga continues to treat Saionji as an inferior, condescension lacing all the way through his interactions. Are you perhaps feeling more sorry for Saionji yet? He approaches the rose garden and is confronted by Utena, however articulates a more sympathetic viewpoint than we've ever seen from him so far. He states he feels genuine love for Anthe, though how that love is expressed seems to be very fucked up and not really a natural expression of genuine care, and continues to state that his reason for fighting in the duels isn't for the express purpose of possessing Anthe, it's to beat Toga. Funny that, right? That for all the bluster and performance of winning Anthe's hand, his thoughts are really on Toga? Anthe is a means to an end, not an end in herself. We see a flashback where Saionji and Toga engage in kendo duels together. Saionji is, apparently, the only one who wants to spend time with Toga. Toga gently bandages Saionji's injuries from their fight. We see them riding back home on a bike together, and do I really need to spell out how gay this all is? How gay Saionji clearly is. How he engages far more easily in intimacy with other men and can only comprehend romance with a woman in a stilted, rehearsed way that in no manner resembles true care. Perhaps you may disagree, but if you do, let me put a pin in this. We're going to come back to this frequently. The 2 boys pass by a church and a funeral. A young girl is apparently missing. Inside the church are 3 coffins. Inside one coffin is a girl. Her features are obscured, shadowy and hazed, though it is very clearly a young Utena. Toga and Saionji's faces are visible and clear. Their memory of this event isn't entirely lost. Utena, her face symbolically covered in shadow, cannot remember this event at all. Shadow is perhaps a metaphor for forgetting, and for replacing memory with unclear, hazy, inaccurate fantasy. The young Toga once more touches the young Utena's hair, claiming to be her friend, a feminist, an ally to all girls, and yet it feels instinctively wrong for him to disturb her like this. Not least because touching someone's hair without consent is weirdly violative. It's consumptive somehow. Saionji, far more shy and scared, seems far more sympathetic in this moment than Toga does. Utena, in her coffin, a metaphor for depression, sadness, and self-isolation, responds that she deserves to live there, that her place is in death alongside her mother and father, and that she desires nothing more than to die too. Continuing to live is making her sick.
気持ち悪いよ。どうせ死んじゃうのに、どうしてみんな生きてるんだろう。永遠のものなんてあるわけないのにね。
永遠のもの。
私はこの棺から出ないの。
でもそのうち誰かに見つかっちゃうよ。
お日様の下にはもう出ないの。
In contrast to how he talks of being so chivalrous, Toga has no qualms abandoning Utena to stay in her coffin forever, a place of literal danger and metaphorical self-isolation. Sayonji, of all people, is the one who wants to help, but neither of them can.
だったらお前が永遠のものを見せてやれよ。
The next morning, the two boys find Utena is out of her coffin, a new zeal for life in her eyes, though, as merely a shadowy figure, we as the audience cannot directly see any of it. We have to take Sayonji's word for it. Utena does not seem to even remember these events even happening. Sayonji is convinced that, somehow, Toga did manage to show her something eternal and special, enough to snap her out of her depression, that somehow Toga is the handsome prince he claims to be. He is clearly jealous of Toga, of his success, of apparently being the handsome prince, of knowing something eternal. His desire to ascend to the castle in the sky is to retain that sense of eternity, a veiled version of nirvana, of salvation, of paradise, of attaining the brilliance he perceives Toga as having. Perhaps this is my own bias showing, but to me it seems remarkably clear that Toga is not the handsome prince. He claims to be, but we are shown nothing in his actions or the symbology around him to confirm that. He is seen by others as a handsome man, a playboy and desirable, but he lacks the nobility, care, or compassion of a real hero. Still, the illusion of Toga as prince continues. Even the student council seems to believe that Toga is the prince from Utena's long-lost memories. Toga wants to foster this illusion to his advantage, so why not convince Utena of this too? Even as Utena rebuffs his advances, she blushes and can't entirely get him out of her head. Is she still entertaining the idea that perhaps he actually was the fabled prince? And so, with all his cunning, deceit, and two-faced charm, Toga manipulates those around him. He fakes a letter to Sayonji, stating that he has been invited by the powers that be, a man who calls himself the end of the world, to duel for the Rose Bride once more. A fake letter designed to prod Sayonji into an illegal duel. He fakes a call to Utena, stating that the Rose Bride has been captured by an unknown assailant. He manipulates an unnecessary duel to occur, purely to take advantage of everyone involved. Either Sayonji will fail and will be expelled for instigating an illegal duel, or Utena fails and is eliminated as a dangerous opponent to Toga's plans. Toga is, of course, only mirroring what the real person behind the end of the world's letters is doing. This duel is foolish and unnecessary, yes, but aren't all of the duels foolish and unnecessary? Perhaps he is merely mimicking the person behind all this, and is just trying to copy the tactics of the mysterious end of the world. We will put yet another pin in that. As Sayonji drags Anthy to the dueling arena, she begs him to stop and reminds him that an illegal duel will have him expelled. He doesn't listen, instead physically abusing her again. Although his background may be more sympathetic than we first assumed, and he may be a more complex character than a simple, rigid villain, his actions still remain abusive and shocking. Obsessed with obtaining eternity, obtaining some measure of important happiness, of being the good guy hero, or a cool guy like he thinks Toga is, he attempts to force his way to the castle in the sky. He is unable to locate the access stairs, however, rejected by the fountain. Sometime later, Utena rescues him from drowning outside. Anthy is gone, and the gates to the dueling arena are open. As both Utena and Sayonji climb to the top, they are greeted with the sight of Anthy, trapped in a coffin. Playing directly on both Sayonji's and Utena's childhood traumas of that day at the funeral, they are both coaxed into fighting to rescue her from this tomb-like trap. The arena quickly changes, enormous pillars sprouting up out of nowhere, and the castle appears to crumble before their eyes. Utena, initially confused, quickly snaps into focusing on the one thing that is important to her, giving a shit about Anthe and trying to save her. Saionji, still enamored with the idea of attaining eternity and using Anthe as a means to that, is distracted by the castle. He is crushed by its weight. Utena reaches her hand out and saves Anthe. Saionji fails. The illusion quickly vanishes, the dueling arena returns to the flat ground we always knew it was, and the castle in the sky remains above, unchanged. Saionji stands there, not crushed. But he failed to be a hero. He failed to save Anthe. He moves to attack Utena out of frustration and revenge and rage, but someone saves Utena just in the nick of time. Toga, taking the blow. Just as planned.
なんでいつも貴様はフェミニストだからな。
Toga has succeeded in his ambitions, firstly to get rid of Saionji as his competition for the Rose Bride, and secondly to continue to present himself to Utena as the real hero, a real knight in shining armor, and to wear away her resilience to his advances, drop by drop. We see a phone call Toga is making to the man identifying himself as the end of the world, admitting his cynicism. Toga, ever the playboy, is surrounded by his admirers, the girls that he has wrapped around his little finger. The end of the world, far from appearing angry at Toga's manipulations, seems to have been the one who prompted it all and instructed Toga on what to do to achieve the best manipulative results. Children and teenagers have to learn their behavior from somewhere. The worst bully you ever met mirrored their actions from someone else, much as Toga is now doing. The cycles of abuse continue from one generation to another. The world revolves and winds back up exactly where it started.
And we're back to where we started, sports fans. That's right, it's time for another slap date. That okay, Overlord?
I am still trying to figure out exactly what it is you're on about.
What I'm on about? I'm on about the sports, obviously.
Yes, because in all the time that I have known you, you've definitely been big on the sports.
Oh, Soul, it doesn't matter if I'm big on the sports in general. All that matters is the sport at hand.
Which is slapping.
Exactly.
And teenagers slapping each other is, in your opinion, definitely a sport.
Absolutely. And the sports fans will back me up on that.
The sports fans.
Uh-huh.
Watching a video about an anime from the 90s.
That's right.
Because the Venn diagram of sports fans and anime fans is literally just a circle.
I'm sensing a lot of skepticism here, and I really don't appreciate it when I have a slap day to get on with.
Fine.
Well, this was an episode laden with both drama and slap, sports fans, so let's start from the top. Before attempting to drag Anthe into the dueling arena, Saionji delivered a brutal blow to her. Truly impressive the amount of airtime he gets out of those slaps. Now, there was some debate amongst our referees as to whether this counted as a slap, given that the lettuce boy was holding a sword when he struck the Rose Bride, meaning that his hand position would more closely resemble a fist than pure slapping form. Still, after reviewing the footage, the refs have determined that he struck her with the flat back of his hand, flat being the key word here, ruling the action indeed a slap. Hold on though. This is where today's calls get even trickier. You see, following her dragging Saionji out of the fountain at the base of the arena, Utena slapped Saionji's face twice. Now, clearly, these are slaps. The issue is whether they count for our slaptistics, given that they were delivered to wake Saionji up after nearly drowning. Remember that the slap division is divided between both the physical act of slapping and the intent behind the slap. If the intent was solely to bring Saionji to consciousness, Utena may have lacked the necessary motivation for an entire slap point. Nevertheless, our referees have decided to award her the full 2 slap points, given that Utena begins yelling at Saionji immediately after slapping, suggesting that she did intend both to wake him up and cause physical harm. Sion-ji, for his part, of course receives 2 points for being slapped twice. Under current slapletics rules, being unconscious when slapped only makes a difference if the slapper was found not to have the requisite intent for a slap. Since Utena fulfills the physical and spiritual requirements for slapping, there are no issues here with Sion-ji receiving both points. So, let's look at our scoreboards on the slapper side. Sion-ji has increased his lead to 4 slaps. Utena, however, has suddenly pulled into second place with 3 slaps. Nanami and Kiko are tied for third, still at 1.5 slaps each, and Juri has dropped to 4th place, still with just 1 slap. Turning to our Slappy scoreboard, the Rose Bride continues with her runaway lead, now at a truly impressive 7.5 slaps. Apparently not content with ruling the slapper scoreboard, Sion-ji has now jumped into second place on the Slappy board with 2 slaps. Kiko sits at third with 1 slap received, and Utena at 0.5. The competition here is definitely heating up.
I still cannot imagine that anyone in the audience is getting anything out of this.
Sports fans, let's prove Soul wrong, shall we? Let Soul know in the comments below just how much you are getting out of the slap dates.
Please don't.
This is Playhead North signing off, and I will see you after the next episode.
やっぱり僕らの世代ってまあ僕らより下の世代もそう
When
なん
I
だ
was a
けど
child, the center of the
想像
party
力
always seemed to sparkle. I was always standing on the sidelines, gazing at that sparkle from afar. I thought the sidelines were my place. Surely I could never approach the center of the room. But then I was chosen. I touched that sparkle in the center of the room, and no mistake. Still, I know full well that it's something that won't last forever. The day the contract ends, I'll turn into an unchosen girl. So I'll go back to the sidelines again, eh? Smash the egg's shell for the revolution of the world.
The next episode begins with Sion-ji leaving Atori Academy expelled for his transgressions. Despite the fact that he was an asshole, seeing him leave alone and disgraced is still a tragic scene. He even apologizes to Toga, the boy who quietly betrayed him, and asks him to look after his beloved exchange diary he had with Anthe. Toga, of course, immediately burns it when Sion-ji is out of earshot. I'm beginning to wonder which of the two is worse, the overt shithead with a violent streak, or the covert, self-proclaimed feminist with predatory ambitions. The student council discusses who should be the next duelist. According to their letters from the end of the world, it should be Toga to fight Utena next, and yet, with his wound, he claims he is unable to do so. However, Toga still has another pawn he can use. Nanami, his sister, still adores him beyond all else. She'd be willing to fight for him with all the viciousness and duplicity she has in her childish little heart. We return to the Rose Garden, where she expresses utter fury at Utena for allowing Toga to get hurt. A childish reaction, but one that Toga can use to his advantage. Utena takes these accusations on board and genuinely feels some sense of guilt for the whole affair, despite not being culpable in any way whatsoever. After all, a real hero, a real prince, would have been able to save the day no matter what, right? When your ambitions are larger than life, only being human doesn't really cut it as an excuse. I see my former self reflected in that, wide-eyed and naive before my foray into medical school, thinking that I could change the world, save everyone, be a good person, become a hero. Perhaps such an internal locus of control, an inflated sense of personal responsibility is, in itself, only a cope. We'll put a pin in that. We see another quick image of Nanami and Toga's past, though this time it appears to be less addled by Nanami's embellishments of the truth. We see her much younger self stumble into a fancy soirée, covered in dirt, all in order to give her older brother a kitten for his birthday. In the present, we see Nanami express her adoration for Toga, in tears at the idea of anything ever happening to him. He wipes the tears from her face, mirroring the way Utena recalled her handsome prince, wiping away her own childhood tears. Is Toga perhaps actually the handsome prince himself? There is clearly an uncomfortable romantic tone to how Nanami views him, though Toga rejects her when she asks him to kiss her. The scene is not presented as genuinely romantic, but the tone is still distinctly uncomfortable. In stark contrast to the usually comedic Nanami antics, this one feels off, wrong somehow. The moment is told in silence, and Nanami isn't framed as being correct or whimsical in her seemingly romantic desire for her own sibling. It's presented in a more serious and more disquieting tone. This extremely grim note is the beginning of some serious foreshadowing for later themes of the series. We'll put a pin in that. We return to Utena, Anthy, and Toga, who are celebrating his present-day birthday. Nanami interrupts them, her jealousy manifesting as protectiveness over her brother, once more blaming both Utena and Anthy for her brother's injuries. Later that evening, Toga apologizes to them both for Nanami's behavior, portraying himself as ever the charming gentleman. He tells them of his childhood, when Nanami had gifted him a kitten that he loved, and yet the pet mysteriously disappeared. We see that now, the gift that Anthy got him in the present is, conveniently enough, another kitten. I am sorry to say that there is a trigger warning here for animal death. Nanami's memory of her childhood events reveals the rest of the tale. She became jealous that Toga was spending all his time with the kitten instead of her, and resolving to never let anything come between her and her brother, promptly put it in a box and sent it down the river to drown. She seems to not fully understand the implications of what she has done until it's too late, but alas, even if she wanted to take it back, the kitten flows downstream. Another child learns that death is not temporary. In the present, she now sees Toga being given a kitten as a gift, assumes it is from Utena, and regards it as a targeted kick in the teeth. They must have known, right? It must be premeditated to press her buttons and manipulate her guilt, right? Of course, this sounds absurd, but it is funny how Anthy keeps causing these narratively convenient coincidences like this, isn't it? It's almost like it's intentional. Nanami, swearing violence, is unable to be dissuaded from challenging Utena, and wouldn't you know it, the only way to enact that violence is to challenge Utena to a duel. Toga, presenting himself as the always magnanimous and caring older brother, gives her a spare duelist's ring. After all, he doesn't want to see her expelled for dueling without due sanction. She is thus drawn into the duels. Nanami is used by Toga as the next duelist, and she is extremely happy to jump to violence for her brother's sake. She has no idea how much she has just been manipulated. Just as planned. They ascend the spiraled stairs and duel beneath the castle in the sky, Nanami swearing all the while that no one knows her brother better than her. The duel is barely a few moments. Utena cutting away the younger girl's rose within seconds, but disobeying the rules of the duel, Nanami chooses to bring out a dagger, slashing Utena whilst her guard is down. Nanami, in contrast to the other duelists, has no honor. She is naive to the rules of the system and dueling and adulthood in general, and she isn't fighting for any ideal, she just wants to see Utena suffer. It isn't until Toga instructs her to stop that Nanami relents. He comforts her, again portraying himself as a generous, caring big brother, a knight in shining armor that is worthy of Utena's ideal of the handsome prince. And, crucially, this whole duel has allowed him to observe Utena's power of Dios without having to fight her himself. He has achieved all his objectives. Truly impressive how much of a manipulative asshole he has managed to be.
And just as these duels are becoming more serious, so is this season's Slapletics. Yes, that's right, sports fans. We're back to your favorite part of the Soulmatul excessively long Utena analysis, the slap date.
How can you be so high energy about slapping?
How can you write over 100,000 words about an anime? The answer is passion.
Okay. I don't even know why I keep questioning this. You've clearly put a lot of effort even into this letterhead on your Office of the Chairman permit.
Or, I actually did get a permit. You've got to be enterprising in this business after all. Sports fans, this was an incredibly slap-packed episode, so let's pull out the moving truck and start unloading. First, the Queen delivered a slap to Utena in the Rose Garden. Nothing further to analyze, they both earned themselves 1 point. Now, it initially appears that they both picked up 1 point at Tuga's birthday party as well. However, our referees have reviewed the footage, and on closer inspection, Nanami did not slap Utena herself. She merely slapped the roses out of Utena's hands. As I'm sure our sports fans already know, in order for a slap to count for our slaptistics, the slapper must make physical contact between the flat of their hand and the slappy's person. As there was no physical contact here, it was not a regulation slap. No points awarded. Full marks, however, are given to the follow-up slap Nanami delivered to Anthe. Easy call there. And then finally, and you might not have been expecting this one, sports fans, Nanami showed a vision of a memory in which she slapped, that's right, a kitten. Contact definitely appears to have been made between the flat of Nanami's hand and the kitten's head. We did have to consult the rulebook to determine whether a memory of a previous slap can count for this season's competition, but it appears to be fair game given that Nanami has not tried to earn points for this slap in the past. So let's look at the scoreboard, shall we? On the slapper board, we have a new leader. Yes, sports fans, the Queen has now pulled into first with 4.5 slaps, Lettuce Boy stays in second with 4 slaps, and Utena remains in third with 3. Kiko with 1.5 and Jury with 1 slap bring up the tail end of our slapper scoreboard. On the slappy side of the competition, no surprise here, Anthe continues to dominate with an astonishing 8.5 slaps. I don't want to call anything too early, but I will say, sports fans, with a lead this great, I think it will be hard for anyone to catch up to our Rose Bride. However, the second and third spots are still up for grabs, and the competition there is becoming fierce. Sayonji keeps second place with 2 slaps, but Utena has climbed to third with 1.5, and Kiko is now tied with the kitten, yes? Nothing in the rules to stop the kitten from competing in this season's Slapletics with 1 slap each. Well, that's all for the slap date, and I will see you next time, sports fans.
合唱曲っていうのは僕はやっぱりティーンエイジャーの頃からね。
I tried to live true to myself. You're just like an alien, someone said to me one day. They must have been telling me you're not normal. In other words, apparently living true to yourself means living as an alien. And so I became an alien all alone in this world. There's a certain natural law that goes, to gain something, you must lose something. There's nobody in this world who gains everything. Otherwise, there would be people who could live forever. That is something she is blind to. That's why she loses what's important to her. Why did she want to become a prince? Who was it who wanted to become a princess? Do you want to be chosen by someone too, or?
The next episode opens with Toga observing Utena, Anthe, and Wakaba, and he moves to interrupt the friend's antics. He regards her as his quote-unquote lonely princess, a moniker that implies a predatory point of view, or at the very least a possessive one. Utena, for her part, is beginning to believe this lie. What if he really was the handsome prince from her past? Her initial dismissal is being eroded away by Toga's persistence. That afternoon, the student council confront one another again. Mickey and Jiri both see through Toga's manipulation, and Toga, for his part, shrugs off any criticism for his manipulations, stating, if someone lays a plot, it is the victim's fault for falling into it. His victim-blaming view of the world is quite literally text, not subtext. Such a view is clearly not in line with the attitudes of a knight in shining armor, and antithetical to the ideals of chivalry that he claims to espouse. A visual metaphor, balloons fly past them, a symbol of perhaps happiness and celebration. As Toga concludes his soliloquy of how harboring deep feelings for anyone will only lead to heartbreak and betrayal, his words are punctuated by the sounds of the balloons bursting. Moments of happiness are fleeting, fragile things, so easily burst if someone brings a pin to them, like Toga with his betrayal. We see Toga approach Anthe in her rose garden, complimenting her on her achievements in growing such beautiful flowers. Their conversation drifts towards Anthe's time with Utena, having fun with her and Wakaba, eating her friend's cooking, though when Anthe expresses some excitement at learning to cook well, Toga shoots her down.
君は料理なんかすべきじゃないな。この鳥かごが君の領地だ。そして君はそこに住む美しい小鳥。鳥かごごと俺のものにしてしまいたいね。俺なら君をここから出さないな。永遠に。
The previously subtextual metaphor of the garden as a cage is made into overt text, and no matter how beautiful the bars of your prison are, a prisoner is still not free. Utena, overhearing this conversation, bursts in, suitably enraged, and I mean, wouldn't you be too? Toga continues his path of uncharacteristic unsubtlety, only addressing Anthe as the Rose Bride and refusing to use her real name. Utena challenges him and bids Anthe do the same.
君だって嫌だろ、バラの花嫁なんて。私、君の考えをはっきり言ってやれ。そう、君はバラの花嫁として扱われるのが嫌だろ。はっきりそう言ってやれ。
Ever obedient, Anthe responds with a quiet, subdued statement that she does, indeed, hate being the Rose Bride. Emotionless, blunt, doing exactly as her master has told her to. Laughing this away, Toga barely addresses Anthe's half-hearted words. As far as he is concerned, Utena has merely become another prince, another champion duelist, just another asshole in the line of assholes who have ownership over a woman. Toga focuses on Utena herself instead. He claims that he is her prince, playing on the exact weaknesses he knows she has. She, of course, can't help but fall for the trap. With all the charm he can muster, he drip-feeds her small snippets of information, playing with her fragmented memories of her traumatized youth, twisting her affections with each word. As Utena continues to look upon him with increasing levels of idealization, with quite literally rose-adorned lenses, we are left with some lingering questions about her own internal world and logic. Rejecting Toga is more difficult than it should be. If she were entirely, completely, utterly gay and secure in her homosexuality, rejecting Toga should be a non-issue, shouldn't it? It would be hard to imagine someone comfortable in themselves, like Jury, having any doubts in their mind about rejecting male attention. But the reality of realizing one's own queer identity and sexuality is often far more nuanced and fraught than people assume. Is she legitimately attracted to Toga at all? Is she our chaotic bisexual icon? Or is she caught up in the confines of compulsory heterosexuality, desiring everything that fairy tales told her would make her happy? After all, when society at large tells us that we should be happy with the attentions of an attractive member of the opposite sex, and maybe we would. If we've never really tried it, how can we know? Does she feel romantic desire for a man, or merely the desire for salvation, to be saved from her pain by a knight in shining armor? For that matter, does she feel romantic desire for women, or does she merely want to live out the fantasy of being the knight in shining armor, hoping for salvation that way instead? Can it be both? What the hell even is romantic desire anyway? I'm not going to tell you that there are absolutely definitive answers to these questions, only my own interpretation. I personally interpret her as bisexual with femme leanings in regards to who she's attracted to, and that she is desperate salvation, and that she has wrapped her identity in the concept of a knight in shining armor, a hero, a prince. Sexuality is intimately tied to romance, and for Utena at this stage in her story, romance is intimately tied to salvation, just like the fairy tales taught us. So basically, my understanding of her is as a confused bisexual mess. However, I think it is very valid to have an alternative reading. This may be one of those instances where I could well be talking more about myself than about Utena as a character. Perhaps we should move swiftly on. Toga, of course, takes this moment of vulnerability to challenge her to a duel. He remains a manipulative asshole. But, in the way of all charming, manipulative assholes, his charm is just enough to catch her off guard. I can't say that I'd be much more immune to these tricks as a teenager, I very much wasn't. Before the duel, Utena and Anthe have a few moments together. Anthe comments how she enjoyed spending time with her and Wakaba earlier, and Utena innocently replies that she should make friends with Wakaba. though showing she has learned from her earlier mistakes quickly retracts that statement. Anthy should be free to do whatever she likes, to make friends with whoever she likes, or be comfortable in her own solace. But the option of making friends is still there, and it would be welcomed. However, Anthy makes an uncharacteristic show of emotion, and I believe in this moment she is sincere. She mourns being alone and expresses a genuine desire for actual connection. The camera holds on both our characters for an extended moment. We, as the audience, are being told overtly that this scene is important. This is perhaps the first time we have ever seen anything resembling sincere feelings from Anthy. Everything before now has been hidden under a layer or 100 layers of subterfuge and performativity, but this is being very clearly signaled as legitimate. In a far more mature and nuanced display of care than she initially made, Lieutenant promises to help support Anthy in making friends, rather than inadvertently commanding her to do so. For the first time in the show, Anthy is being given agency, and this is a huge fucking deal. We don't yet know how big a deal this is, and it's handled with deft subtlety. Anthy barely speaks more than a handful of words here, but the gravity of the situation is immeasurable. There is a long cut, just two characters, separated by black space. I personally choose to interpret this as the moment where Anthy's feelings for Utena begin to blossom in earnest. Utena walks towards the dueling ring, her resolve set. She will see Anthy protected, not because she wants to possess Anthy, but so that she can help undo the damage that being the Rose Bride has caused. As such, she cannot lose the jewels if she is to see Anthy safe. As she ascends, this time she is greeted by Anthy and holds her hand. The bond they share has slowly become more intimate, more genuine. Reluctantly, she and Toga draw their swords. Toga too is an expert duelist. He holds his own far more deftly than other opponents and, much like Juri, puts her on the back foot. But this is all a game to him. He is toying with her until she summons the mysterious power of Dios and is granted whatever prince-like power that magic can bring. Blessed with the power of Dios, as regal as an angel, Utena lunges, and Toga backs down, baring his breast to her. "Come, hit me," he gestures. Manipulating her own compassionate and confused romantic feelings against her, Utena stays her blade. She cannot harm a defenseless opponent. In one fell swoop, Toga turns and slices the rose from her chest. Utena lost. The sword of Dios vanishes from her hands, dissolving into the air. Toga, claiming the prize of the Rose Bride, bids Anthy follow him. Utena tries to stop them, claiming she cares nothing for the power of revolution, but that she just wants to see Anthy okay, that Anthy needs her. And given the new levels of intimacy we've seen in the previous scenes, and Anthy finally expressing some genuine emotion, surely she's not wrong, is she? And yet, Anthy, ever the perfect Rose Bride, obeys Toga's every whim. When asked if she enjoys being the Rose Bride, she of course says that she does. When asked if she wants more friends, she responds that she enjoys being alone. Toga informs us that everything that seemed genuine about Anthy was fake. She was only ever obeying Utena's desires to the letter, even to the point of making Utena and us as the audience believe that she was being genuine in her expressed desires for companionship and liberation. But was that Anthy's real desire? Or were we all merely projecting ourselves onto her, much as Miki, Saionji, and Juri all seem to?
店長君、こういうことだ。姫宮アンシーは決闘の勝利者の花嫁。自している間は君に従うという掟なんだ。
嘘だ。
嫁は主の望みに応えた。彼女を普通の女の子にさせたいと。
Utena is dumbfounded as all hell at this, as are we, the audience. We all feel blindsided and betrayed. We may have suspected Anthy's motives and actions to be opaque or even duplicitous if we have been watching carefully, but this is such an utter shift from what we've expected that the betrayal can only leave us shocked. This is, once more, foreshadowing for later events. But we know we can't trust Anthe's words implicitly. She is, after all, only acting as the Rose Bride and has to be completely obedient. We hope she's only acting as Toga is telling her to. We hope that Utena's perception of her is the accurate one, and we hope that the intimacy that we have seen was real. But was it? How can we tell? Anthe's last words to Utena before wrapping her arms around her new betrothed are coldly familiar.
ごきげんよう、店長さん。
Her use of honorifics changes, no longer addressing Utena with either subservience or familiarity, only a cool, quiet distance. It is exactly the way she responded to Sayonji in the first episode. Back then, it felt like a hashtag girlboss victory. Now, it just feels like a kick in the teeth.
Why did I join that battle, that game, in the first place? Naturally, I would never forget that. And yet, there's no sense of reality to that memory. Who was I exactly? I'm saying this for your sake. How many times did I hear that as a child? An adult is not someone who has lived a certain number of years. We call someone who can exercise power an adult. A prince isn't someone who looks cool, nor, of course, is a prince a girl who dresses as a boy. Oh. A prince is someone who can exercise power. What is that power for? Who is it for? I stopped seeking to be sought after. That wasn't being true to myself. I want to become someone who can exercise power. I want to become a prince. For friendship, perhaps.
The final episode of the Student Council arc begins with Utena's extended depression. She remains as distraught as if she'd gone through a romantic breakup, her thoughts lingering on Anthe still. The only friend who comes to check on her is Wakaba. Despite the girl's seemingly shallow demeanor at times, Wakaba genuinely cares. Utena, though, still appears lost and hopeless. She abandons her former masculine-coded uniform, instead returning to the standard feminine wear of her classmates. Despite everyone complimenting her femininity, she appears nothing but dead behind the eyes. It feels remarkably, disconcertingly similar to dysphoria, and it fucking hurts to witness. Not only is she shedding an old uniform, she is abandoning an entire identity. She and Anthe can barely acknowledge each other in anything but distant terms. The aesthetics, even down to the color of the uniform, just do not suit her. The Student Council meet once more, though Mickey and Jerry can easily tell that Toga's victory came via subterfuge. He continues to characterize himself as the handsome prince who has won the princess, though his body language and tone far more suggest a predator, satisfied with catching his prey. Mickey and Jerry both express barely concealed distress. Toga is very clearly acting the villain here. I know this may seem obvious to most of you, but apparently there are still a lot of viewers who unironically believe that he is the legitimate handsome prince at this point. Yes, I am looking at you, Hozo Neutral. He continues to gloat over his victory, accosting the depressed Utena and increasingly frustrated Wakaba over lunch. He pushes forward with flirtatious advances, touching and caressing her without any consent from Utena. In a reversal of her previous role, Utena now acts as the passive, docile victim, unable to tell Toga to fuck off, and Wakaba is the one upset at her passivity. The cycle of trauma turns over once more. But through this, we are being encouraged to understand Anthe's actions via Utena's mirroring of them. Sometimes, when you are utterly defeated and lost, too burnt out and broken to fight back, it becomes easier to just accept what others do to you and to not resist, even if you don't want it, even if you want them to stop. Sometimes fighting is too exhausting. Sometimes it's easier to just let it happen. If you're dissociating anyway, it can't hurt too much more, right? This is, unfortunately, once more a very bleak episode of foreshadowing of what is to come. We'll put a pin in that one. Wakaba goes to throw water in Toga's face, desperate to get him to leave them all alone. She misses, inadvertently splashing Anthe instead, but instead of apologizing, she rallies around to blame Anthe too for her best friend's dissociative depression. Her last nerve of chivalrous protection still in her, Utena gives Anthe a paper napkin to dry herself off with and then slaps Wakaba across the face. Wakaba can't help but smirk. Yes, the slap hurt, but yeah, she broke her friend out of extended dissociation. That's a victory and a half. And despite Utena's insistence on continuing her depressive spiral, Wakaba pushes back, yelling how she does empathize with what's happening to Utena, and she will keep fighting for her no matter what. Wakaba is a decent little hero, an actual prince, or, at the very least, a genuinely good friend. And sometimes, perhaps, a good friend is better than a hero. On the student council's balcony, Anthe is left alone. In her quiet, private daydream, she cannot help but think of Utena. We cannot easily trust what Anthe says. We cannot always trust what she does. She is, after all, acting on the behest of others nearly all the time. Her own agency seems extremely limited. We can only try to understand her by the few times we bear witness to her true emotions, and in her most private moments, her thoughts do wander to Utena. It's in these small moments of truth that we glimpse who she really is, and that person is someone who, at the very least, deeply feels for Utena. We return to Utena and Wakaba, who have a more earnest conversation. Wakaba admits that she doesn't really fully understand any of what's been going on, but despite that, she still deeply cares for Utena and wants to see her better. Even if her support comes from a place of ignorance and distance, after all, she is a possibly heterosexual cisgender girl and can't fully wrap her head around the queerness, infighting, and constant rivalries between the student council, that doesn't change the fact that she gives a damn. This is most closely summarized in the microcosm in her comments about Utena's change of uniform.
だいたいなんでその制服着てるのよ。普通じゃないわよ。だって普通じゃないのがウテナの普通だったんだから。今の普通はね、ウテナの普通じゃないのよ。もうめんどくさい。
Even if she lacks the words to articulate it, she still has the deep care and intimate knowledge of Utena to understand when something is clearly wrong. She never judged Utena for doing strange things. She only wanted Utena to be happy. And you know something? I could not ask for a better ally. She lovingly berates Utena, insisting that whatever was taken from her, whatever self-respect she has lost, she should take it back. She owes that to herself. We see fragments of scenes of Anthe's smile of the times Utena and Anthe spent together, but taking back Anthe isn't the conclusion that Utena comes to. Taking back her own agency for herself is what she believes in, and that is a subtle distinction yet an entirely different thing. In the rose garden, over the Playboy, Toga is making out with some other girl while Anthe tends to the flowers. Women are playthings and possessions for Toga, not people in their own right. Utena challenges Toga to a duel, not for possession of Anthe, not for the sake of someone else, not for the desperate need to find some missing part of herself, but to reclaim her identity and kick that fucker's ass. This seems to come as a surprise to both Toga and Anthe. This particular act and motivation is unexpected, like a greater plan is going awry because of Utena's influence. We'll put a pin in that. The duel is set. The Shadowplay girls come to perform for us one more time.
かしらご存知かしら。普通に勉強して普通に就職して普通に恋愛して普通に結婚して普通の家庭を作るなんて私たちに関係ない普通よね。
Normal for normal's sake can fuck right off. We're weird, we're alien, we're other, and we are proud. Queer fucking liberation. Jerry lends Utena her dueling blade. Finally, some good fucking queer solidarity. Fuck that guy.
Or don't! I thought that was the whole point of this discussion.
Utena and Toga take their positions as Toga draws the blade from Anthe's chest. He commands Anthe to abandon her body and protect the sword, siphoning more of her power from her. The act looks jarringly like fellatio as Anthe kneels before Toga and kisses the tip of his blade. Her blessing makes it glow red and hot. The phallic imagery is extremely clear and is distinctly uncomfortable. I once more must repeat, in this scenario, Toga is playing the villain. He is not the handsome prince. He is manipulative, callous, and engaging in subtle acts of abuse. They fight, but the sword of Dios, when wielded by Toga, is far stronger than it ever was before. Utena's borrowed sword shatters, the fragments flying into the air, leaving Utena to fight with a broken blade, a callback to her first duel. Continuing to toy with her, Toga's slashes cut ribbons through Utena's clothes, leaving her half nude and vulnerable and at his mercy. We hear a brief snippet of Anthy's internal thoughts. She realizes that Utena is likely to lose, that the fight is impossible. Everyone can see it, so why does Utena still fight on? And yet, as Utena proclaims her will to fight on, to take back her own goddamn identity, Anthy's eyes widen. For just a brief moment, we see her believe, for the first time in the show, that Utena may actually have the power of revolution at her side. Not just cyclical revolution, not just something that winds up exactly back at its own start, but genuine revolution. She might actually break a system and change an immutable cycle. Maybe she truly is a revolutionary girl. But this last part is conjecture. It's debatable how much Anthy believes in this yet. We will get to that. In that moment of doubt, Anthy's power over the sword vanishes. Toga is left holding nothing but a piece of dull metal. Utena seizes the small chance she has and, much like she did in dueling Saionji, wins the battle against a toxic fucking man, even while holding a broken sword. Anthy cries silent tears. We don't know what she's really thinking anymore, but we can infer that Utena really, genuinely means something to her. Perhaps these are tears of joy at seeing someone she loves fight so hard for her. Perhaps these are tears of pain at realizing that Utena has truly locked herself into these jewels, now and forever. Toga falls to his knees. Utena has reclaimed her identity and selfhood, and nothing can strip that from her again. Utena returns home. Anthy waits for her by the door. But the song of the jewel is still playing. Despite this seemingly happy ending, not everything is resolved.
お待ちしておりました、ウテナ様。私はバラの花嫁。今日から私は姫宮、もういいから。
Utena smiles warmly, her selfhood restored. If revolution is self-actualization, she steadfastly achieved it. Anthy, for the third time ever in the series, genuinely smiles in turn, genuinely, with genuine warmth.
The smiles at the end of this episode may be warm, but they're not as hot as our competition.
These segues are just getting worse and worse.
What up, sports fans? It's your girl Playhead North with your final slap date of the video.
What? Where did that come from?
I told you, Josh up in the booth.
Who is Josh? Where is the booth?
It's down that hallway. See? No, over there. Take a right. There's a big slapping hand on the door. You can't miss it. Honestly, Soul, you should really get off the student council balcony more.
Okay, but where did Josh come from?
Oh, well, the chairman gave me some funding, so I thought I'd hire someone to, tighten the production standards around here.
The chairman didn't give you funding.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't. Stop making things up.
Yes, he did! I told you! I explained the purpose of the slap dates to him, and he gave me the permits, and he's been enjoying them so much that he's also provided the new Slapletics reporting department with some funding.
But you faked the permit. Just like you faked the letter from the chairman's office.
I only faked the letter because you gave me the idea. I forgot you could do watermarks in Word until you mentioned it. If you compare the permit I gave you with the fake letter, though, you'll see that the permit's watermark looks way more realistic because, newsflash, it is!
It isn't... Oh no. I can't believe I didn't notice it before. So, wait, you really did talk to the chairman?
Yes! I told you from the beginning! You have to be proactive to make it in this industry.
Why would you get him involved with all this?
Well, your senior project is making this thesis on the history of Otori Academy. My senior project is on the underappreciated sport of slapletics. The chairman likes my proposal so much that he's even going to serve as my thesis advisor.
I think I need to sit down.
Do you want me to ask Josh to get you something?
No, I don't. Who is Josh? North, who is this fabled Josh?
What? Am I not allowed to have other friends? He's a sophomore in AV Club. Really strong resume, honestly. You should listen to his podcast. It's hilarious. Josh and his friend Andy, they watch YouTubers talk about horror games and...
North, why? Why would you get the chairman of all people involved?
Relax, Soul. The chairman is a really cool guy. I don't see what your problem is.
Because it's the chairman. He's just so...
Okay, well, while you're having a mental breakdown, I'm going to finish with my slap date.
Why?
Well, hello and slaputation, sports fans. We had a double slap in this episode, and with a cut and dry slap division. Nice when that happens, isn't it? Utena slapped Wakaba, followed by Wakaba laying a big old return slap on Utena. They earn one slapper and one slappy point apiece. Let's see how that affects the final slaptistics for this arc, shall we? On the slapper scoreboard, Nanami still leads with 4.5 slaps, but the Pink Brick and Lettuce Boy are now tied for second with 4 slaps each. Mean Girl Kiko still has 1.5 slaps, and Wakaba and Jury both are tied at 1 slap to bring up the rear. On the slappy scoreboard, Anthe is, of course, still in first with 8.5 slaps. Utena, however, is now in slappy second with 2.5 slaps. Sionji rests at third with 2 slaps. Kiko, the Kitten, and Wakaba are tied for last with 1 slap each. Quite an odd mix there, but hey, that's slapletics for you. Remember those sports fans that even though this is the last slap date of this part of the video, the season is far from over. Keep tuning into the later parts of the video to see who will ultimately win the slaps.
My fucking... Oh no!
Keep tuning in later to see who will ultimately win the Slappionship titles. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring Slapletics reporting to you. And hey, can we get some love for Josh in the comments? He's been doing a great job, hasn't he? Nice one, Josh. Sports fans, I will see you all later.
しちゃうと、その本来未来の
This is just between you and me, but when I was 14, I saw a UFO. That UFO telepathically told me this prophecy. When you grow up, you will direct an anime about girls revolutionizing various things. Surely you jest. You must not tell anyone about me. If you ever do, what will happen to me? People will call you a sketchy guy.
So ends our first act, or at least so it would initially seem. There is one more episode that remains, though for the most part episode 13 is a recap episode that merely shows all the duels. It still contains a lot more vital information, though, than it initially seems. Toga, defeated, retreats to depressed seclusion and self-isolation. The room shifts. We see the prince, lost and alone, sitting on a globe. Or perhaps an egg. Perhaps the literal world's shell that the student council vowed to smash. An unknown voice asks if he is still not awakened, but the prince does not stir, frozen in regal torpor.
傷つきながらもバラの花嫁を守る彼女の姿、何か懐かしいものを思い出させたな。
The voice asks if the prince holds out hope for Utena, though what this means we do not yet know. Whatever the power of Dios is, seems to have been awakened by her, implying to the audience that Utena is, in some manner, a chosen one, that her destiny is to be a hero, that she is, in fact, a champion in training, a soon-to-be knight in shining armor, complete with shining sword. We see that each duel she has fought in bears its own name, suggesting the form of a heroic cycle. Each of them appear to be trials for our young hero to overcome. The first stages of her hero's journey have been completed. Joseph Campbell would be proud.
確かにこのまま進んで革命という名の決闘まで到達する可能性はある。君が完全に解放される日も近いのかもしれない。
Each duel, however, has an hourglass above it. Though our heroine is courageous and brilliant, she is also running out of time. The stakes are slowly rising. And so, even in her victory, the path before her will only be fraught with more duels, more battle, and more pain. And, it seems, this shadowy figure intends to use her to free the prince, to attain revolution, to gain power. Every victory still has its hidden cost. This man, the apparent true prince, or perhaps the end of the world, exits the shadowy stage, arm in arm with a smaller figure, one who looks almost exactly like Anthe. The conspiracy continues. We'll put a pin in all that. So now that we've taken a look at each episode of the first arc and the overall symbolism laid out throughout, let's take a bit of a deep look into what this part of the story is saying and why. This opening plot to Revolutionary Girl Utena serves a few mechanical storytelling purposes. This is the main bulk of the exposition and world building, of course, but it also puts setup and payoff into each of its themes in miniature here before raising the stakes in the following arcs. What we have seen here is a microcosm of the story as a whole. There are references to later significant story developments, of course, and significant foreshadowing of what is to come, though for the most part, I want to discuss the Student Council arc in its own terms, and we'll delve into what is being foreshadowed later when that foreshadowing becomes apparent. So, without further ado, the Student Council arc. Part 1. The Aesthetic. The show has its own particular aesthetic sensibility, intentionally crafted to further its themes. On one level, the shoujo aesthetic is clear. Rose of Versailles, Onisame-e, Princess Knight, and many other shows set the standard for the visual flair marketed towards girls and young women. The slim, angular figures, the lithe outfits, the European Regency aesthetic, these were all staples of shows that came before, and the genre that Revolutionary Girl Utena is situating itself within. But the show's ambitions and artistry aspire to more than just using these aesthetics just as visual flair alone. It is a piece of shoujo media, but it is also saying something about shoujo media in general. Perhaps some people would call it deconstructive, though it's not a label that I would personally use. In specific terms, Otori is portrayed as this fabulously wealthy boarding school, though the grounds look more like the palaces of Versailles or St. Petersburg than an actual academic institution. Its major characters are, for the most part, people that appear to be the wealthy children of aristocrats. When our duelists go to fight, they don the garb of European military gentry. Utena herself transforms from wearing a semi-militaristic masculine school uniform to something resembling a Napoleonic hussar jacket, complete with military aiguillette, the little golden braided cord on her breast. All the other duelists, even including Nanami, have similar styles for dress. The epaulettes, the full uniforms, the whole works. But to be clear, these aren't the run-of-the-mill soldiers' uniforms, these are officers' uniforms. Utena and her classmates aren't putting on desert camouflage and cosplaying as special forces or grizzled veterans, they are cosplaying as the nobility. All of this ties into the backdrop of fairy tales. A European palace is merely a new version of a king's castle. A knight in shining armor is a member of the class of wealthy, fighting nobility in the same way that Napoleonic officers were, and, of course, damsels in distress remain a constant theme throughout all of these fables. But this is still not a real fairy tale. These characters are kids, and what they are doing is just cosplay. None of the duels are really that dangerous. These aren't the gritty, blood-soaked forms of combat where someone is going to die and the most brutal player wins. These are the games of the nobility. The combat that we see is more akin to the sports of fencing and kendo than it is to genuine fighting. We are rarely, if ever, under the impression that anyone is actually going to die in these duels. It's all just play acting. And of course, the role of damsel in distress is played by Anthe perfectly. She, as a character, is almost inscrutable at this point, but she is still very much aware of her role within the narrative and actively seeks to live up to it. We will discuss her character in full depth towards the end of this series, but suffice to say, her aesthetic design is perfectly suited to her role. She is demure, feminine, small, and regarded as the quote-unquote perfect woman by many. She is quite literally called a songbird trapped in the cage of her rose garden. In her moments as the Rose Bride, her dress resembles a princess's ball gown and a literal rose, emphasizing her role as a passive, beautiful feminine figure casually awaiting rescue. As I have touched on earlier, the fact that she is the only person of color in this first arc cannot be overlooked. The ways in which this contributes to the utterly awful dehumanization by those who would seek to possess her is, to my view, intentional, and a comment about how those with wealth and power view others as objects to be owned. In some readings, this is comparable to the way that the European nobility viewed other cultures when engaging in the atrocities of colonialism. No matter what Anthe does, she is dehumanized by those with power over her. There are many that wish to outright exploit her or do her direct harm, but even to those with less abjectly malicious intentions, she is often seen as helpless, awaiting rescue by a magnanimous white savior. There is a comparison to be made to the white savior narratives, the misguided attempt by well-meaning white people with power to save people of color in ways that are ultimately unhelpful and demeaning. All the apparent goodwill in the world means nothing if you, the rescuer, still hold all the power over those you deign to rescue. The idea that Utena can fix everything by just treating Anthe as an object to be rescued is a view that is still distinctly uncomfortable and objectifying, and one that we as the audience are encouraged to question. On a different note, the aesthetics are also designed to emphasize the fact that this is a narrative, an exaggerated, hyperbolic journey, much in the way fairy tales are, rather than an objective portrayal of the truth. We see quite frequently the use of silhouette and afterimage as visual shorthand for such narratives. Utena's fairy tale ideal of meeting the prince in her past, her fragmented recollections of her parents' funeral. These are just two examples, but she is not the only one to do this. Juri's memories of Shiori are much similar. We see the same with Mickey talking about Kozue as well, and his very, very rose-tinted memories of the past. What we can assume from this is that these are all the stories that the characters tell themselves. They're self-narratives, rather than definitely objective truth. The ways that these memories aren't exactly actual objective truth is shown when we see the real versions of each of these stories. There are often small details missing, like in the memories of the funeral Utena attended, or in the not entirely consistent, like in Mickey's recollection of his piano playing with his sister, or in the case of Nanami, they involve farcical situations that are so nonsensical as to be easily called out as just plain fiction. Yes, I am saying that there was never a literal, actual kangaroo, or literal, actual elephants at Atori Academy.
Boo!
I reject that supposition.
Meaning what? Meaning you think that a teenage girl in a boarding school was actually almost attacked by a runaway kangaroo and was stalked by elephants?
Yeah. Why not?
Because animals don't do that sort of thing?
I would love to see what evidence you have for that.
What, evidence as to whether a teenage boy clocked out a kangaroo in one punch? Do you know how good kangaroos are at fighting?
There are absolutely man vs. kangaroo fights on YouTube.
Are the kangaroos wearing boxing gloves in any of them?
As a matter of fact, yes. Tekken was a documentary.
Yeah, mate, fucking get him, mate. Yeah, fucking get him real good, mate. Yeah, fuck yeah, mate. Yeah.
This seems like a clear animal rights violation.
Oh, I'm not saying that you should put boxing gloves on a kangaroo and fight it. Just that I find it plausible. It's also a little based.
I mean, I guess I can't argue with that.
This brings into question the idea that any narrative can be entirely trusted. If all the story is being told to us through unreliable narrators, how can we know that any of it is true? Part 2. Naivety and Deception. This brings us to our second major thematic exploration, naivety and deception. All of the characters of this show are adolescents, and Although they have the aesthetics and appearances of young adults, they are all kids. They are all still naive and have a certain innocence about them, even as they engage in petty or malevolent schemes. They aren't really used to how the world works, are often very unable to articulate themselves, and are attempting to navigate their mental landscape by using stories of idealized romance as their unreliable compass. Utena is, of course, the most striking example of this. We see the opening of her story from her perspective. Her narrative of losing her parents and becoming an orphan is told via this dreamlike fairy tale lens that informs the whole show. It's lyrical, beautiful, and filled with tropes and symbols that we recognize from childhood stories. Princes, princesses, white horses and dresses, the whole deal. We understand that this story is emotionally important, even if it isn't literally real. Even when we aren't seeing dueling arenas or castles in the sky, we still see her speak fondly of her concept of her prince who came to rescue her from despair. The self-narrative she constructed is rarely ever taken seriously by the other characters of the show. Jiri outright despises her for her foolishness in believing such sentimental tales. Saionji dismisses it entirely as idiocy, and Toga merely regards it as a weakness to exploit. Her telling of her personal fable does nothing but leave her vulnerable, and yet, despite this, she continues to speak openly of her fairy tale regardless. But if this leaves her so vulnerable, then why do it? Is she just naively and unwittingly putting her weaknesses on display for her enemies to use? Perhaps, but I'd argue there's more to it than just simple foolishness. Her insistence in clinging so strongly to her belief in the prince grants her many forms of strength, as well as vulnerability. Her willpower to continue despite almost certain defeat, and her steely determination to carry on no matter what, seems to stem from this faith. It also seems to grant her the key to unlocking the power of Dios, this mysterious angelic-like power that grants her miracle victories in almost every duel. Even if the prince isn't a literal deity to pray to, he's still representative of a certain set of ideals, and embodying them is what gives Utena her character and her strength. But as we see in the 13th episode, even this form of straightforward, naive strength is used by others and may yet become another weakness. We will put a pin in that. Mickey, the youngest of the student council, is narratively extremely comparable to Utena in his form of blithe naivete. He, upon seeing Anthe as the Rose Bride, develops a childish, bumbling crush, and, though the specifics are different, Utena's burgeoning feelings are at least somewhat similar in that they are both romantic. He holds some amount of genuine kindness in his heart, also initially insisting that the duels for the Rose Bride be abandoned, as they are, after all, awfully dehumanizing. He, like Utena, ends up fighting the duels regardless, at least in part out of some misguided belief in winning Anthe's freedom by continuing to fight. But in Mickey we see the limits of kindness afforded by childish naivete. His love for Anthe is very clearly a love for an idealized, unreal idea of who Anthe is. He knows next to nothing about Anthe as a real person. When he is disappointed by the reality of the women in his life not matching his idealized concepts of them, he hardly shows understanding or benevolence, as seen in his cold treatment of his sister. His naivety is taken advantage of by Toga, acting as a representative of toxic masculinity, and Mickey's conclusion to avoid the loss of other important women in his life is to become possessive, a conclusion that many young men are led to, even as they are completely wrong. He fails, as a consequence of his naivety and short-sightedness. Despite his earnestness, he is half a step away from falling down a manosphere-type rabbit hole. Saionji seems like someone on the next step down on that rabbit hole. He is someone who did drink the manosphere Kool-Aid one too many times. He is presented to the audience at first as a violent, physically abusive man who is so neck-deep in toxic masculinity that he is almost a parody. And yet, we also see that he is naive enough to keep a love diary, childish enough to regard the feelings written in it as somehow more representative of true romantic love than the mundane acts of basic daily care, and naively trusting enough to believe in Toga, of all people, as his friend. Don't get me wrong, he is still a pretty goddamn toxic little asshole, but he is also far more childlike than we initially think. He frequently lashes out in anger, but that anger is prompted by frustration and confusion at the system he finds himself in. He isn't a burnt-out cynic, out to spit venom and fire and hurting others because he's just too much of a nihilist to care. He isn't Andrew Tate, he isn't some cool grown-up bad man. He is a confused and unstable child. If anything, his wildly inconsistent and violent outbursts and utter confusion when it comes to how to handle intimacy more closely resemble Asuka from Evangelion. His naivety means I pity him more than I revile him, even if I do regard him as dangerous. Nanami, too, is at once both a dangerous figure as well as a childish one. Her schemes are often so obvious and unsubtle as to fall apart in seconds, and she is more often than not the comic relief, the pastiche of the cackling rich bitch blonde. But though she tries to dabble in pranks and subterfuge and seems to think of herself as the queen bee of the school, she is, bluntly, an idiot. All the other characters can see through her manipulations fairly quickly and often just disregard her entirely. The moment she does get involved in any serious plotline, she is merely manipulated and used in Toga's schemes instead. She wants to be an all-powerful schemer. She thinks of herself as an all-powerful Regina George type, but in reality, she's just kind of a weird, emotionally unsteady kid who probably needs a hug and decent parenting and to be heavily supervised around pets. The function of this sheer amount of naivety expressed by most of our protagonists is to show their vulnerability. Even if they've been villainous, destructive, or malevolent in their actions, like Nanami and Saionji were, they are also foolish, vulnerable, and human, all too human. Empathizing with a character doesn't mean that we approve of the things that they have done, only that we can understand why. It gives us more of an emotional hook to see how people may react in bad situations, and in turn, allows us to see how the systems of power have placed them in those bad situations in the first place. At this point in the narrative, Toga is one of the notable exceptions here in terms of naivete. He seems to exert influence over most of the other characters, has the overall plans to undermine or manipulate everyone else, and actively deceives others in order to achieve his goals. He happily betrays the trust of Saionji, his apparent best friend, and shows no qualms in callously using Nanami in order to get what he wants. He is the most successful of the student council by far because he has sacrificed childlike morality for his idea of a far more adult Machiavellianism. He seems to get all the girls, have all the money, win all the kendo matches, and be the most dangerous duelist by a long margin. He is, in short, an alpha giga chad. Of course, he would fancy himself a prince. But he is very clearly not the real prince. His motivations are not the straightforwardly noble of a knight in shining armor, and in this part of the story, he is the main antagonist. He isn't the knight in shining armor prince. He is Machiavelli's The Prince. And perhaps that's a far more realistic idea of what a prince would actually be like in reality. A liar, a cheat, a bastard who always gets away with it because they know how to use power for selfish end. I will reiterate that he does not remain the main antagonist forever, and much like Saionji, he has his own depth of character to explore, but we have not reached there yet. As with the structure of much anime, our first antagonist is merely a warm-up. During this arc, he represents villainy, but villainy here is not the unstable, unsubtle monstrousness of dragons or ogres. Villainy here, much as in the real world, is far more predicated on deceit, charm, and the performance of power. This first act of Revolutionary Girl Utena has acted to both construct the fairy tale narrative of a knight in shining armor there to slay monsters and rescue damsels, and deconstructed it by presenting Toga, the epitome of a handsome prince, as a far more dangerous man than any dragon. The real enemy isn't the monster at the gates. It's the system of power that traps you inside your gilded cage, and the real foes are those who contribute to it. Part 3. Revolutionary Feminism. Within this first arc, you might be tempted to read Utena in a relatively straightforward way. Anthe is a damsel, Utena is a knight, Toga is a foe. Toga, the alpha-jad fuckboy supreme, is fought and eventually defeated by Utena, who takes Anthe's hand to become her real hero. A victory for unexamined feminism, right? It's a knight in shining armor fairy tale, except this time, the knight is a girl, and she's badass and cool, and the villain is a boy down with patriarchy. Women good, men bad, hashtag slay, girl boss, queen. And there are plenty of people who do read it that way, but to put it bluntly, they are wrong. It's not that simple. This show's name is Revolutionary Girl Utena. That kind of read on the show is anything but revolutionary. A revolution seeks to bring down a corrupt and unworthy system, not to merely identify those at the top as the bad guys and to replace them with good guys instead. If your problem is the system, no amount of reshuffling of the people at the top will make the awful systemic abuses any better. The answer to an awful system is not more female drone pilots. Yeah, get fucking dunked on, libs. What Utena presents us with is a system, one that is exploitative, damaging, and corrupting for those that are caught up within it. I raise my points about the naivety of the characters and how easily they were all deceived, not to imply any moral failing on their part, but to highlight that they aren't all going into this with bad intentions. We can argue that Sionji is a bastard man, and to be clear, he kind of is, but we can see that he isn't one-dimensional. His identity isn't solely one of bad man abuser. The narrative is clear in its feminism. We cannot casually forgive his actions, we cannot condone the physical abuse of women, we cannot regard abject mistreatment of vulnerable people as permissible. But we also see that he isn't just a cackling supervillain. He has his own desires, agency, and believes that he is only playing the role that he ought to. To his mind, he too is trying to be the handsome prince, there to rescue others, and rescue himself by attaining something eternal. He didn't start this way. He was led there by those around him. His extreme level of misogyny is something that he was coaxed into developing. He wasn't born with it was learned. Mickey too is on the same pathway. Despite all his good intentions and genuine care, he is manipulated by Toga's rhetoric of toxic masculinity into becoming possessive and destructive, all the while barely noticing how his actions are becoming less and less noble. He still means well, but he is slowly adopting a viewpoint that will inevitably lead to the same type of misogyny. Toga is, in this arc, plainly the most irredeemable bastard of the show, and yet, his misogyny is far more subtle than that of any of the others. He is suave and charming. He speaks to women's desires and plays on them. He is a rich, charming, beautiful man. But he is still the major antagonist. The show's feminism seeks to point out explicitly that even though Toga may don the aesthetic of a handsome prince, of outwardly presenting himself as someone who does and says the right things, even literally calling himself a feminist, that this is still not feminism. So, okay, you might think, we can clearly see that boys are bad. And the girls too are at their most destructive when entertaining the whims of the boys. That's Nanami's character arc all over in Act 1. So clearly the source of all the badness is masculinity. Well, no. Wrong. Bad. Go back to the 1970s. Bad, dumb, shallow analysis. Fuck off with that. None of the characters are free from corrupting influence of the system around them. Juri is pretty much entirely free of Toga's influence. Her heartbreak and motivation comes entirely at the hands of other women, and yet she is still harmed enough to become bitter and jaded, and she is angry enough to also slap Anthe in the face.
And what a slap that was, am I right, sports fans?
No, bad. I thought you were done for the rest of the video.
I'm finished with the slap dates, but come on, Soul, I'm not just going to stay quiet when I see a top-tier slap form. In fact, can we replay that in slow motion? Ooh, the ferocity of that backhand! Unsurprising, that champion fencer Jury has incredible slapping technique.
You are undercutting my point here by downplaying her abuse.
Or maybe I'm overcutting your point by highlighting just how abusive it was.
Really? Were you really? Is that what you've been doing all along?
I'm just here for the sports fans.
Then I repeat, no, bad! Go back to the corner of the balcony! Stop flicking the damn thing!
Just because she is a woman, and just because misogyny wasn't her motivation, doesn't make this act any better. Hell, even Mickey treats Anthe better than this. And why does Jury do it? Because she is led, bit by bit, into frustration, despondency, and rage at a system that forces her to stay in the closet. Her culture forces her to hide in a way that guts her soul and leaves her without compassion. And without compassion, we are far less likely to uplift the vulnerable and to help those around us. Perhaps the greatest prompt for us to examine what revolutionary feminism means in this show should come from Utena herself. She embodies a carefree, radical freedom, chooses to adopt masculine-coded features to her mannerisms and dress, chooses to try to become more like a stereotypical boy by having ambitions of princehood, and, crucially, she is not immune to the same failings as everyone else just because of her gender. She is drawn into a game of dueling and fighting for ownership of a woman, and much as she wants to reject it on principle, she still engages with it for the sake of protecting Anthe. As a consequence of engaging with it, she is given undue power over Anthe, and even though she attempts to be a quote-unquote good duelist, she still fucks it up. Even when trying to act in Anthe's best interests, she gives Anthe commands that Anthe finds uncomfortable. With the best intentions, she pushes Anthe into doing things that cause her harm. When trying to make Anthe happy, she just ends up inadvertently coaxing Anthe into parroting her own ideas and thoughts. To hold such power over another always runs the risk of corrupting the relationship, regardless of the nobility of intent. As much as Toga is a manipulative snake, there is some truth to his words in those last episodes. Anthe is, very often, only acting in her role as perfect, demure princess. She only repeats the narrative of, I hate being the Rose Bride and want to be free, after Utena commands her to do so. She speaks of liberation after being informed by someone else what her liberation should look like. We barely know what Anthe herself wants, or what true liberation would be like for her. She has no agency throughout. The moments where Utena and Anthe connect the most are when Utena is acting to get away from the system and be a gentle, supportive presence in her life. Supportive, not commanding. Not when she is engaging in the system to fight duels for Anthe's sake. In short, the problem isn't whether you're a man or a woman, or whether you have good intentions or bad. The problem is the system you find yourself in, and whether you become part of it or you reject it. The system is patriarchy. The system is culture. The system is what we all find ourselves in. The system is the stories and beliefs we have about the world and about ourselves. And ultimately, this system is what hurts us. Third wave intersectional revolutionary feminism is in line with this show's ideals. Proclaiming men bad, women good was never what feminism should truly have been about, and to read the show in such a way is shallow and immature. To want to bring down the fucked system of patriarchy that hurts everyone beneath it is what this show is suggesting. However, undoing such a Gordian knot is complex, especially when trying to navigate who you even are when this fucked system has informed your identity so heavily. Part 4. Reclaiming your identity. Liberation can mean many things. It can mean freedom from literal servitude. It can mean freedom of expression, freedom of dress, freedom of employment, freedom to travel, freedom to not get harassed by cops, freedom to feel safe walking down the street, freedom to feel safe in your own goddamn home. But among all of these, there is the most subtle and important form of liberation: freedom of identity, freedom to be who you are, and perhaps most importantly, freedom to become who you are. Our identities, our senses of self, are very complex and formed from many things. Certain Buddhist teachings would suggest that the self is an illusion, and it's a point of view that I don't disagree with. Self-concept is not as immutable and fixed as many people think. We are all made up of small, fragmented pieces of ourselves, each of which form our Gestalt selfhood as a whole. I can use myself as an example of this as I talk to you now. I am a doctor. I am a transgender woman. I am a millennial. I am a YouTuber. I am a fencer. I am a writer. I am a fan of pathologic. I am a pretentious asshole with a love of oddly specific anime. If you take away any one of these things, I don't suddenly cease to be me. If I quit being a doctor tomorrow, I wouldn't suddenly stop recognizing myself in the mirror. But what happens when you take all of these things away, or worse still, prevented me from becoming any of these things in the first place? Would I still be me? Or would I be someone completely different, unrecognizable from who I am now? We see this occur in the show itself, most obviously with Utena. She is a weird girl. She is also a wannabe prince. She's gender non-conforming. She's a powerful duelist. She's someone close to Anthe. She's best friends and maybe more than best friends with Wakaba. You know, their dynamic's kind of ambiguous. And she's strikingly independent, somewhat chaotic, but fierce in her beliefs. And yet, we see that any and all of these things can be taken away from her. As she loses to Toga, she is no longer a powerful duelist. The power of Dios vanishes from her. She loses Anthe and is subjected to a painful, cold distance from her. She's pushed into giving up her independent modes of expression. She gives up on being a prince. She relinquishes her identity as a hero. She gives up wearing masculine clothing. She stops being gender non-conforming. She falls into despair and gives up on her beliefs. Even the normally carefree Wakaba is made distinctly uncomfortable by seeing Utena's complete 180 shift in character. In short, she has had her entire selfhood stripped from her. The final jewel of the series isn't to regain Anthe. It is to reclaim the fragments of her identity that were stolen from her, to reclaim her agency that the system as a whole, represented by Toga's displays of toxic masculinity, denied to her. Her victory in the final fight isn't as some white savior or magnanimous hero, or really as much of a handsome prince at all. It's as a woman seeking to aggressively take back her own self. And she wins. And for her, that's a happy ending. And for us, that's a victory for feminism. A system overturned. The system was not overturned. Freedom regained, agency restored. But this still begs the question, what if she had lost? What if, in fighting the system as a whole, she had been crushed by it, and her identity, her selfhood, was denied to her forever? What if she was forced into playing a distinctly uncomfortable and self-destructive role for the rest of her life, before she even grew past being a teenager? To live your life as a painful lie, to cultivate a false self, all just to stay in line with a system that wants to put you down and keep you quiet. Sound familiar? This is the life lived by so many people, by those harmed under the heel of patriarchy, by trans people who have had to persist with bodies and identities that are just wrong for them, by any minority forced to live under those that would exploit them, by Anthe, forced to live as the Rose Bride. Alas, the ending of this first arc does not represent Anthe's happily ever after. While the role of the Rose Bride exists, she is not free. The system was not overturned. Will she achieve liberation? Well, the next arc awaits. So before we continue on, I'm just gonna pause for a moment. You all good? Do you need to stretch your legs, get some water, maybe, you know, go outside, something like that? So, for those brave souls that just want to press on forward, these little intermission segments will serve as a bit of, you know, R&R. You want to know some cool revolutionary girl lieutenant facts that aren't related to obscure deep dive symbolism? Sure you do. Even within this absurdly long analysis, there's a whole bunch of stuff that I haven't actually been able to cover, especially some of the music. So the duel fight scenes all have music done by an artist called J.A. Caesar, and the lyrics and forms of all of them are all extremely interesting. Caesar has his own experimental theatre group, and all of the stuff that he does, it's so good. If you're itching to uncover another layer of the Utena mythos, then deep diving into the music and the lyrics behind all of the duel scenes is extremely insightful. But hey, the CDs and the soundtracks aren't the only musically interesting thing about Utena. They also made a bunch of theatre musicals of Utena, including this one. And this one. And finally, this one. And look, given that the whole show is pretty much about a bunch of teenagers trying to solve problems with big theatre kid energy, then, you know, a set of theatrical musicals makes complete sense. But there is also another fabled musical that there is barely any record of. So I went on a whole internet quest to find it. Not even the Wayback Machine's got any records of like any of it. Anything that I could find was in Japanese too, which made trying to translate and figure out what was going on rather difficult. But here is a description of the unseen musical.
The members of the student council who appeared on the scene. However, they all fall before the forces of darkness and the approaching undead. Left alone, Utena fights, but no matter how many times she cuts down the zombies, she can't help but get injured. Having escaped the blade, Anthe picks up a machine gun, mows down the dead, and escapes with Utena.
Anthe just straight up stars in her own George Romero zombie shoot-'em-up musical. And you know something? Good for her, she deserves it. I have no real explanations for any of this. I mean, I do, but they're all kind of wild and speculative. Maybe it's because Yukohara is a fan of horror movies and weird theatrical performances? Like, the dude was into Suspiria, that's definitely gotta count for something, right? Anyway, speaking of horror, let's get back to the actual analysis of Revolutionary Girl Utena. I promise that it won't completely emotionally scar you, at least, you know, not yet. Don't worry, the emotional damage comes in the next video. If it cannot break its shell, a chick will die without being born. We are that chick. The world is our shell. If we do not crack the world's shell, we too shall die without being born. We must smash the world's shell for the revolution of the world. Carl Jung was a psychoanalyst and philosopher, born in 1875, and active in his field around the turn of the century. While many of his theories and works are highly questionable in the modern era, he and Sigmund Freud both stand as important figures in their field of psychology, particularly because of their explorations of the subconscious, or as Jung would describe it, the shadow self. While Freud's characterization of the subconscious revolved more around everything that we were not fully aware of about ourselves, Jung's characterization of the shadow self is a touch more sinister in flavor. It is everything we reject about ourselves. All the parts we don't like, all the parts that don't fit in so well with our self-narrative. And what is self-narrative anyway? What makes up our identity? Is it based on memories? On our sense of autobiography? Or is it a fantasy only based on what we want to believe about ourselves or what we want to see? What happens when we're forced to confront those parts of ourselves that we don't want to see? These are the questions we ask in Revolutionary Girl Utena, the Black Rose Saga. It would be remiss of me to also not include a content warning for this act of the show. While the previous act lightly explored themes of sexuality and abuse, this arc will cover it in far more depth. Though the show is careful to portray the stories from the perspectives of the victims, is never gratuitous in how it portrays abuse, and is extremely clear that the abusers are the villains, it must be said that a content warning is still advisable. This arc of the show includes content warnings for abuse, domestic abuse, sexual abuse, including CSA, grooming, and quite significant explorations of psychological trauma. If you are in no position to watch this video right now, that's okay. You can come back later if you want to, but only if you want to. It'll be waiting here, but you are under no obligation to watch. That said, let's continue our play. Please, take your seats. The Shadow Girls are about to commence their second performance.
Go guy! Go guy!
Look at the news on page 4. Sul Matul climbed a mountain.
Did you read the article?
No. Who reads the news these days when you can just share and comment?
Sul Matul only climbed to the first base camp.
Look, I have newspapers to sell here. She climbed part of a mountain. It's not a lie.
If you say so.
I wonder if she's afraid of the aliens at the space camp.
If she isn't, she should be. Aliens are scary.
I think aliens are cute.
You think everything is cute.
Not true. There are plenty of things I don't think are cute. Cars with more than 200 horsepower, symbolically unclear stopwatches.
Have either of you seen my ropes? I can't seem to find them.
Kittens that can't swim. Time as a concept.
No. What do you need them for? To pull the curtains?
Buildings that don't meet fire code.
Of course not.
Gardens without proper irrigation.
To climb the mountain?
Miracles. Elevators with pictures in them.
Of course not.
Jungian psychoanalysis.
I need them to tie her up. All this listing is giving me a headache.
You?
Me? You don't think I'm cute?
Well, I don't think you're not cute.
If I buy a newspaper from you, will you stop talking?
Of course. All it costs is 1 revolution.
Let me check my pockets. I might have a loose revolution around here somewhere. Oh, would you look at that? The ropes were in my pocket all along.
I also accept rope. The exchange rate for revolutions isn't what it used to be anyways.
Rope for a newspaper. That seems like a fair price.
Hey! That's my rope!
And now it's your newspaper. Look at the article on page 4.
Huh. Sulmatul climbed to the first base camp. I wonder if she's afraid of the aliens there. What's this? It says that the rest of the story is finished on page 75.
Then turn to page 75. I want to see how it ends.
You really should read the newspapers before you sell them.
キャラクターそのものにね、実際毒があるかどうか。
I saw a certain horror movie when I was in middle school. There was a secret mortuary in an underground chamber, and the dead were electronically transmitted, still in their coffins, to the other world, where they were forced into slavery. The movie's story was utterly absurd, but the division of the world into opposite poles of living and dead felt real to me somehow. Our world has been spoken of in bipolar fashion for ages. In my student days, there was a popular book that compared the affluent with the non-affluent and sorted everything into categories called loaded and broke. It was the bubble era, and the aim of the book was probably to get a laugh by saying, they call us wealthy, but our lifestyle's practically in the trash can. But for some reason, I couldn't laugh. Years later, the phrase, the winning side, was popular in the media. I thought it was horrid. And sure enough, people started using the opposite phrase, the losing side, as a masochistic joke. I still couldn't laugh, though. One day, a girl I saw on TV said, there are only two types of people in this world, the ones who are chosen and the ones who aren't chosen. That gave me a start. To not be chosen is to die, said the girl. I decided to try my hand at that. The Black Rose arc.
With Toga soundly defeated, yet the duel's not fully over, our tale must continue, and this time with some new antagonists. The wheel turns. A revolution is completed. A cycle begins anew. We return to Otori and observe Nimuro Hall, an old building that retains just as much marble grandeur as the rest of the academy. The color palette is darker and the shadows more intimidating. Two figures discuss a black rose that blooms in the darkness beneath the school. If roses before have represented life, passion, the will and agency of each of the duelists, then a black rose represents such will corrupted. The figure, dipping his hand into the waters where the black rose blooms, is Mamiya, a young boy that looks suspiciously like the prince. Speaking to him is Mikage, a man who will become our new antagonist.
Yeah, it's my boy, my trash doctor.
Daniel Dankowski?
No, my other trash doctor, our Pop-Tart in chief. Show the man the respect he deserves.
I don't think I will.
Returning to our protagonists, we see Anthy return home to Utena. In a somewhat abrupt development, we learn that Anthy spends Saturday evenings with her brother, a man named Akio, an as of yet unseen character. They go to visit him together. He is not only Anthy's brother, but also the chairman of the school. He lives at the top of the, very phallic tower in the center of the academy. The largest of his rooms is taken up with a planetary projector, an observatory of sorts, a means of watching the cycles of celestial bodies, of watching revolutions, you could say. Akio is a charming gentleman, speaking kindly to both Anthy and Utena. He doesn't present himself as a senior or better than them for his position of authority, and seems to regard them both as equals. His position as acting chairman is almost an accidental thing. He is engaged to a woman named Kane, the daughter of the actual, true chairman. The actual chairman has, however, fallen mysteriously ill. It's somewhat unusual that Akio, the man, is taking on his wife's name. Perhaps he is just that good a feminist. Though my view is that it is perhaps more to show that his power is borrowed, or usurped, even. I will let you draw your own conclusions. His fiancée Kane seems kind too, informing them that she is due to be married once she graduates high school. This leaves an unfortunate implication. She's not even finished high school, and she's getting married. It's a little soon, isn't it? But, oh well, she seems happy enough. She even asks Anthy to call her sister, showing a desire to integrate their families and be actively involved in Anthy's life. Anthy wears her practiced smile throughout. It looks like she's happy too, right? Right? To the attentive audience, she is clearly not showing her genuine emotion. Any pleasantry she is showing is purely surface level. Her underlying feelings remain inscrutable. We return to Mikage, our new antagonist, as he is fawned over by university professors for his supposed genius, though he hardly seems to desire such idolization. He turns down the various gifts and bribes offered to him, instead focusing on his machinations, setting up his world-famous seminar. What this seminar is, or does, has been left intentionally vague, though we see him try and fail to recruit Mickey to join him in this scheme. We later see Mickey exit Nemuro Hall, the building where all these plans are being laid, and tells Utena of the building's gruesome history. Apparently, over 100 boys were buried alive there in the past. Curiously, Utena only just seems to notice the existence of the building at all, implying that she has never seen it before despite having been at Atori Academy for the best part of a semester. Utena, and by extension us in the audience, are led to assume that this is due to her impeccable Herbo vibes and general lack of awareness. However, the real explanation is something perhaps more sinister. Let's put a pin in that. The next scene takes place inside Nemuro Hall itself. I'm going to include a trigger warning here for some implied underage sexuality. Please be aware that the Black Rose arc contains quite a lot of it. Horrible things happen. Inside, we see Mimiya place his clothes back on, as Mikage comments that Mimiya would have made an excellent Rose bride. The implication that they've fucked lingers without being explicitly stated, but the implication is uncomfortable. Mikage might not be a good person. It's on this backdrop that they discuss their plans. Mikage is going to usurp the jewels, kill Anthy, install Mimiya as the new Rose Bride, and steal the power of Dios. To achieve this, Mikage poses as a therapist, running his infamous seminar. Through the use of the corrupted Rose, he intends to bring out the hidden, darker side of his victims and goad them into fighting Utena. Perhaps, after enough beatings, she might finally be defeated. His first client is Kane, Akio's soon-to-be wife. She enters Mikage's office, though it seemed to far closely resemble a priest's confessional booth. The portraits on the walls slowly slide away. Not only is it a confessional booth, it is an elevator, and it is descending into hell. We see the portraits on the walls, the visual signifiers of Mikage's intentions, a pinned butterfly in glass, beautiful and perfect and eternal, yet dead, attaining eternity at the cost of a life. The butterfly reverts to pupa, a caterpillar, an egg on the leaf, a form of regression, much as he seeks to regress his victims' mental states into something far darker, far more base, far closer to the unspoken, violent, and repressed persona that they have tried so hard to bury. Kane speaks openly of her troubles. She is soon to be married to Akio, a man who treats her well and whom she truly loves, and everything seems well, except... The portrait on the wall metamorphoses from a butterfly to a pupae, to a caterpillar, to an uglier, less palatable thing, as Kane speaks of her ugly, less palatable feelings. She speaks of how she cannot bring herself to like Anthy, how Anthy seems strangely hostile and duplicitous towards her, how that practiced smile of hers completely lacks genuine warmth. She confesses that she believes her father, the real chairman of the school, has fallen ill because of Anthy's visits and influence, and she cannot bring herself to fake liking this hostile little girl anymore. On a casual viewing, her suspicion of Anthy seems excessive and unfounded, but a careful viewer has probably noticed that she isn't wrong at all to have these suspicions. Anthy does wear a practiced smile, Anthy is often insincere, and Kanae is in genuine danger. But perhaps the danger is not just from Anthy. We'll put a pin in that. At the depths of her despair, Mikage manipulates her by offering her an out.
わかりました。あなたは世界を革命するしかないでしょう。あなたの進む道は用意してあります。
Beneath the halls, he retrieves a duelist's ring from a dead boy. So many duels have already happened in cycles before, and until those cycles are broken, the pain and strife will just continue to happen. A product of all that anguish, all that pain, all that cyclical, never-ending torment, the Black Rose represents obsession, malice, and corruption. Perhaps it turns people evil, or perhaps more accurately, it gives people the excuse to be the worst versions of themselves. It doesn't bring any new evil, but it removes all inhibitions that allow that hidden evil to flourish. He traps Kanae. Behind her, Mamiya stabs the corrupted Black Rose into her heart. Utena is summoned to the dueling arena once more, and this time, instead of an open, empty arena, she is greeted with the sight of 100 school desks, all empty except for the funeral flowers arranged upon them. Red outlines of corpses lie on the floor. Kane, equipped in a dark parody of a duelist's garb, stands between them all. Mikage, seeking to kill the real Rose Bride in Anthe, has found a very willing participant. Kane, the worst possible version of herself, augmented by the black rose in her heart, feels all her dislike for Anthe become a seething, all-consuming hatred. She has not been radically changed. She has no new motives that she did not have before. She has merely been given the opportunity to indulge in the worst of them and to be rewarded for it. To give light to her worst instincts buried within herself. Is she expressing a dark-sided malevolence, or is she merely speaking her truth? Can it be both?
Yeah! Hashtag girl boss!
The duel is fought, but this girl is no duelist, and no match for Utena, especially when augmented by Dios. Kane falls, the black rose cut from her breast, and she collapses in the red corpse outline on the floor. The cycles continue, the duels never end. Another corpse for the pile. We are just beginning to understand that something is now deeply wrong here. These aren't the bright games of the student council's duels, where the stakes are important but not deadly. These are far, far darker, and the imagery feels twisted and warped. Things are beginning to fall apart. Beneath Nemuro Hall, the old dead duelist's coffin is forcibly ejected into an incinerator. So much meat for the grinder, so much fuel for the fire. The disposability of life and one's body in this story arc is intentionally shocking. This is another one of the early telltale signs that the show is aiming at a far more mature audience and tone. Some days later, we hear Anthe and Utena talk. Kane is apparently recovering well from her brief brainwashing, though we never see it. Kane also has no memory of Nemuro Hall, or the duel, or Mikage. The whole thing was lost, as if it were a dream, never truly real to begin with. There's a certain Lynchian feel that is starting to bleed into the production. Idyllic images of a genre that we should know are going to deteriorate into a series of dreams and nightmares. A jigsaw puzzle of images for us to try to put back together. As the episode ends, Anthe leaves to visit her brother. Curiously, Choo-Choo, usually her loyal little companion, does not follow her. He even looks distressed when Utena asks him why Anthe is left alone. Up to this point, Choo-Choo can often suggest to us what Anthe's real emotions are, even when she herself is not showing them directly. Right now, he is showing fear, apprehension, and sheer distress. I feel I must add a very, very heavy trigger warning here. And seriously, if you have any sensitivities whatsoever to CSA, childhood grooming, or sexual assault, this is where I feel I must give an extremely explicit note that this show is going to explore all of these things. If you are triggered by any of this, don't want to deal with any of these sorts of topics, or plainly aren't yet ready to delve into something this extremely heavy and painful, this is where you may want to pause. We see Akio draped over the couch in the chairman's offices, appearing more self-confident and satisfied than Toga ever did. We see Anthe approach and remove her glasses. We see her turn and approach Akio, her eyes emotionless and dissociating as she wears that goddamn practice smile. We see Akio, no longer the gentleman, no longer a prince, regard her with the self-assured gaze of a predator. The curtains fall. We do not directly see what happens next. If you're not paying attention enough to miss what's happened here, or like me on my first viewing, you don't think the show would really go there, you may assume that things are still perhaps relatively innocent. After all, they didn't just show it overtly, did they? I'm so sorry. The awful implications are distinctly present, but left hanging in the air unsaid. And it is upon all that is left unsaid that tragedies are built. So I guess I will overtly say it. This is sexual abuse. And it's harrowing. These same trigger warnings are going to continue to apply for the rest of the series. I beg you, please bear them in mind as we're going forward.
This is something that happened quite a long time ago. I told a certain girl that I loved her, but she turned me down. I thought there were good vibes between us. To think that it was all in my head. Why? I love my big brother, she said. That's a lie. That story was fiction. The reason sexuality is so often expressed in brother-sister relationships in the world of fiction is probably because there's the illusion that blood relationships are eternal. It's the dream of the eternal lover. Continuing with the lie, I tried pathetically, refusing to back down. I couldn't accept it. But your brother and sister. She declared that she was not a woman. Then she said, my brother isn't a man. So what are you exactly? My brother's body is a part of me, and my body is a part of him, she said.
Our 15th episode opens with Mickey and his twin sister Kozue. If Mikage's therapy booth is anything to go by, this isn't going to go well for the blue-haired siblings. Mickey sees Kozue flirting with yet another boy, her precocious sexuality manifesting once more. He chooses not to outwardly react to it, though in privacy he seems both disapproving and sad. Kozue sees Mickey talking to his piano teacher, a tall, powerful man who Mickey relents in front of. He seems to want nothing more than to be a good student, eager to please. The manner, however, in which this teacher touches Mickey is disconcerting. Nothing is ever outright spoken of, but the implication of sexuality, especially when so directly compared to Kozue's sexuality, is absolutely clear. This teacher is a predator. If this isn't enough proof on its own, the musical version of Utena shows this teacher explicitly groping him. Mickey, naive and not savvy to the grooming he is being subjected to, does not understand the danger he is in, but that danger has not escaped Kozue. And for all her flaws, Kozue cares for her brother. She has no desire to sit passively by when he's about to get abused. Later that day, we see Mickey approach Anthe in Utena's residence, looking to ask Anthe out to play piano with him. Once more, playing the role of a seemingly naive but well-meaning adolescent rather than possessive duelist, he seems earnest in his bumbling flirtations. Without Toga's influence, he's a decent boy. Even Utena seems happy with him. After everything, Mickey is still just a kid. He does not deserve whatever sexual exploitation that his teacher seemed about to put him through that evening. Curious then that this teacher vanishes from the school, fleeing so fast he can't even collect his music sheets. Kozue is there to watch him go. Juri stands nearby, commenting on how it seemed curious that this teacher has suffered enough injuries and hidden threats, enough to make him flee the school altogether. Very little escapes her notice. The one remaining mystery was why Kozue hated this teacher so much, to which she responds,
だって、あの男いつもミキを汚す奴は絶対に許さない。
For those not watching attentively, it's easy to miss that Mickey's teacher is a sexual predator. The predation is subtle and quiet, after all. If we miss this, we may assume that Kozue was acting out of petty jealousy, forcing a teacher away that seemed to be claiming her brother's attention. After all, she does so enjoy manipulating her brother by toying with the men around her, doesn't she? But, to my view, this is only a conclusion you can reach if you aren't paying attention to the subtext of sexuality and abuse. I interpret her actions as protective over her naive, foolish brother. She is sexually aware of the world. Her brother is not. She could see what was happening even if her brother hadn't yet realized it, or was too quiet to object. The next day, Mickey and Anthe play piano together. Kozue watches on with Utena, though Kozue seems wary of Anthe. Miki has been hurt badly before by those with duplicitous intentions, and Kozue certainly feels that Anthe is duplicitous. For those of us paying close attention in the audience, we may realize that Kozue is not wrong in this assessment. Any instincts of protectiveness Kozue has over her brother are a strength, but they are also a predictable vulnerability, and any vulnerability can be exploited. Mikage's therapy seminar has its next target. There is a brief moment where we see the student council contemplating their lack of recent letters from the end of the world. With Toga still hiding in shame, Nanami has taken his role as de facto president.
卵の殻を破らねばひな鳥は生まれずに死んでゆく。自由の部屋と自由の籠、空の広さを教えずに彼らはヒナを可愛がる。世界の籠を破壊せよ。世界を革命するために。
Her iteration of the Smash the World's Shell speech is very similar to the original version, but with a few key differences. She refers to the egg of the world being a chamber and cage of freedom, an inherent oxymoron. Perhaps this can be read as Nanami's childlike understanding of the world containing inherent contradictions that she has not yet been able to mentally resolve. Perhaps it is to signal that her understanding of Otori Academy is somewhat different to that of her companions, and that she may be the first to come to certain realizations about it. We'll put a pin in that. She continues, without revealing the vastness of the world's sky, both care for the chick, implying that the protective cage also holds illusory qualities. To prevent the chick inside from realizing its potential, it must obscure the sky from the chick. It must blind the chick even to the idea of ever becoming a bird, of ever being able to fly. Much like how children in a school academy may be coaxed into staying there forever should their dreams and ambitions be controlled and stifled by an abuser. We will put a pin in that too. We see Akio and Utena talking privately. Akio, for all the world, seeming like a caring, benevolent Prince Charming once more, so much so that on my first watch I practically dismissed my suspicions of him, given how genuine and kind he seems here. Which is, of course, exactly the point. That's how abusers work. Not like Toga, who, while charming to some, is still so sleazy as to be spotted a mile away. Akio is far, far more dangerous and insidious a foe. Their conversation is disarming.
秋代さんってずいぶん妹思いなんですね。
そう？
僕には兄弟がいないからよくわかんないけど、妹にとってお兄さんってどういう存在なんですか？
And Akio seems to show genuine care for Anthe, the girl we know he is abusing.
なんです？お月様？
普段は気にもしないし役にも立たない。でも時々見上げたりして心安らかになったりする。
This is genuinely a kind of sweet thing to say, isn't it? Like he views the role of an older brother to be a reassuring presence, like the gentle gaze of a distant moon, there to support but not to meddle. It would be endearing if that were true. Perhaps instead Akio's view is of Anthe as the moon, a beautiful object that he can voyeuristically watch in his observatory, but ultimately a lifeless thing that lacks agency. We return to Miki, who is all but fallen asleep waiting for Anthe to show up and play piano with him again. We see Kozue enter, brushing his hair as he slumbers. We see her approach and see the silhouette memories of old, fragmented days she recalls with her brother, of old times spent together, of playing piano as kids, of sharing milkshakes together, of bonding in ways that felt important to her, the halcyon days of butterflies and faded memories. She moves to kiss him, a sibling relationship with fucked up qualities. Kozue looks upon Miki with some sense of genuine affection and care, as shown by her ruthless willingness to protect him, but what we see here seems different. The desire to care and protect is intermixed with something more sexualized and longing, and it is kind of horrifying to watch. Is this a legitimate interpretation of her actions? Or is this merely Kozue's positive affection and care ran through the lens of Atori Academy's deeply warped sense of what love means? She is interrupted by Anthe, who quietly ignores what Kozue seemed like she was doing, but Anthe still saw it. With that, the floodgate of hostility is opened. Kozue has now both the vulnerability to exploit and venom against Anthe. She is preyed on by Mikage's dark therapy. And so we see her character study. She confesses that she and Miki have always been close, and yet recently they have grown apart. She confesses that she enjoys dating boys who are terrible for her, because if things go wrong, she can force attention and care out of Miki that way instead. It's not that she had definite inappropriate desire for her brother, you see. It's longing innocently for childhood connection to return, steadily warped by a situation that she has no control over. It's totally fine. These excuses totally make sense, and they totally work. Now Miki seems to be drifting still further away from her, and into the arms of Anthe. Hook in her heart, Mikage coaxes her to accept the black rose.
わかりました。あなたは世界を革命するしかないでしょう。道は用意してあります。
The next day, Miki finds her playing piano, her notes strangely perfect. This is unsettling, as we in the audience know that she is normally a terrible musician. In a gross, twisted parody of closeness, she approaches him, touches him in ways that a sibling really shouldn't, and paralyzes his heart. He staggers backwards and, in a dark, broken imitation of Utena drawing the blade from Anthe's chest, Kozue coaxes his sword from his ribcage, a fucked up, repulsive mockery of the intimacy Anthe and Utena share when they consent to drawing blades. It's a metaphor for sexuality and consent. It's also very clear foreshadowing. We know Akio's true actions are just as reprehensible. The fact that Kozue and Miki are siblings, and the discomfort we feel at seeing them like this, is placed here for the explicit purpose of drawing comparison to Anthe and Akio. What Akio is doing is sick and wrong, and any idea of it being consensual and intimate is just as farcical as the idea of Kozue drawing Miki's sword from his chest being consensual and intimate. But Akio is far worse. Utena is summoned once more to the dueling arena. This time the desks are covered in jugs, filled with milkshakes symbolizing Kozue's longing for her past when she and Miki were still close. A metaphor for a sweeter, innocent time. Kozue carries Miki's rapier and fights with his style. His footwork is her footwork, his lunges are her lunges. Kozue is skilled, disarming Utena, but with deft agility, Utena dodges her strikes. Blessed by Anthe, and by the power of Dios at her side, she responds in turn, and slices the black rose from Kozue's chest. Kozue falls, much like her predecessor did, and lands in the red outline of a corpse of a former duelist. We see another coffin fall into the flames. The corruption of the black rose excised, Kozue recovers, though has no memory of the events of her duel. We see her accept benign care from her brother, sibling to sibling, in a gentle, healthy, supportive way. She engages in more than just a passive acceptance of Miki's care too, asking him for a milkshake when she recovers. It's possible to reclaim some of the positive things from a more innocent time without twisting them to non-consensual parody. Barely a few moments later, we see this contrasted with Akio and Anthe once more. His brand of care is hardly supportive, it is consumptive. His pretty fable about elder brothers being like the moon, there to provide benign, passive support without meddling, is entirely a lie.
今夜も心安らかにしてあげよう。
チューチュー。
I hate this man. I fucking hate this man. I really fucking hate this man. For all his deception, Toga could never pull off a manipulation as intricate, smooth, and destructive as this. Toga was a playboy, but he felt slimy from 100 yards. Akio is genuinely charming. You'd never suspect him. and he knows it.
To tell you the truth, I didn't know the Donna Donna song. While we were meeting about the plot, I heard someone on staff say, "This is Donna Donna material, huh?" I found the song and had a listen. Nice. I decided to use it. 2 versions of it, in fact. Bring me a blanket, someone, and soon.
Okay, all of this has been super fucking heavy. It's now time for an anime episode. We are in desperate need of some comedic relief after all. Comic relief that just so happens to tie in deeply into the heavy themes of the role of women in society. What, you thought you were getting out of this without more mental trauma? Our foreshadowing for this episode comes with Anthe watching late-night TV trash commercials for a fabled Sebastian Dior pendant. I wonder how she's going to use that to fuck with Nanami this time, huh? Nanami, play acting at being a billionaire Met Gala princess, is fawned over by her mean girl companions. They tell her that she's the best dressed girl in the school, though her childish attempts at fashion are outdone by Juri, who wasn't even actually trying. Juri is just built different, evidently. Jealous to a fault, she desperately wants something to restore her back to the spot of #1 beauty queen, and she is elated to find that she has been mysteriously gifted a Sebastian Dior pendant. Finally, she can be the most beautiful girl at the ball. She opens the gift box. It's a cowbell. It's just a cowbell, a literal bell for cows.
It's a literal cowbell, Nanami. What the fuck are you doing?
She wears the cowbell proudly around the school, naively assuming that because it's designer brand make and clearly expensive, that means it must be a prized, elegant possession.
Hey, Nanami, I've got some JPEGs to sell you. They're called NFTs.
本人が気づくのを待つしかないか。
Nothing can dissuade Nanami from wearing the cowbell everywhere she goes, from sports to art class to lunch. Even when confronted directly with how dumb she looks, she merely shrugs it off with some whataboutism. Utena, after all, looks just as silly because she's wearing boys' clothing, and gender nonconformity is clearly even dumber.
これだから男女は困るのよ。おしゃれの何たるかも知らないんだから。なんだって？誰が男女だ？
Nanami, I want to see your Twitter account. I want to see what bullshit you come up with. It would be a dumpster fire, but I would be so fucking entertained.
Moving into the silhouette realms of dreamlike fantasy, Nanami awakens the next day to find that she is literally a cow, and what's more, she is going to be taken away from her beloved brother and going to be made into steak, to be literally consumed by her brother.
Bring me a blanket, someone, and soup. Shut up.
Girl needs help. I'm sure that whole ordeal is symbolic for something.
This is so silly, I don't get it.
Yeah, it'd make more sense if one of them was a car.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, what?
It's a big mistake to think you're the only one who can turn into a car. I'm a car now, too.
Guys, spoilers! It's a metaphor. It's a comedic metaphor to show you how fucked up it is for Akio to be treating Anthe like someone to be consumed as opposed to a real and complete person, and Nanami having a similar fear. It's a goddamn metaphor. She's a cow because it's a metaphor. It's not that difficult to understand. And then she starts acting more like a cow because she's wearing the cowbell, and it feels like it's become part of her identity, and an identity, you see, it's all performative. This episode concludes with the cast telling Nanami that the cowbell is, in fact, a designer cowbell for cows, not by Sebastian Dior, but by Cowbastian Dior. Anthe finishes knitting a red sweater and gives it to Utena. Nanami promptly, literally turns into a cow and charges Utena down.
Okay, so this episode is extremely important as a metaphor for Anthe intentionally trying to humiliate Nanami. Like, I swear, it's not just wacky filler.
Touch the cow! Do it now!
Are you okay, honey?
Yeah? I mean, no. I don't know. Give me a minute.
Look, can you guys take the stage for a sec?
Oh, so now you want my help.
Please don't give the audience tonal whiplash.
Well, good news. Josh in the booth is ready to go. Josh, I think it's time to launch Phase 2.
Phase 2?
Welcome everyone to the launch of our new student radio station.
You know what? I like it. It's a vibe.
I call this one elevator therapy.
Hey there, you're looking down. Life's been rough and it has made you frown. Well, I have news for you. There's something you can do. Come to Namuro Hall. Follow the chairs lined up against the wall. He will be waiting there. Your first step to learning some self-care. It's elevator therapy with our Professor Mikagi. Step inside and we'll go deeper into your mind and what's been keeping you from being who you want to be. It's elevator therapy. Da dun da 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 dun da dun da 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 dun da dun da da da. Ho 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 ho. Dun da dun da da dun da dun da da dun da dun da da da. Ho ho ho. Hey there, you're one sad child. We see that a lot. Being a teen's pretty wild, but you are not alone. Let me tell you what I know. Talking is the thing for it. In a place that's not haunted, not even a bit. He only wants to help you with these feelings that you need to work out. In elevator therapy with our Professor Mikagi. Step inside and we'll go deeper into your mind and what's been keeping you from being who you want to be. It's elevator therapy, helping you be who you want to be. It's elevator therapy.
Okay, wait a second. Is this radio station just an excuse for you to peddle your weird music?
No.
Uh-huh. Well, I don't understand what's going on here, and I don't want to understand, and I think that it's time for us to return to our regularly scheduled programming.
I finally realized the truth. To think that she loved me back, what a miracle! But the loser in love is the one who lets their heart be ruled by it. Everyone's adopted a provocative attitude towards someone of the gender that they like at least once or twice to get that person to notice them, so it's okay if I do that. This love will crumble if we touch, but when people don't touch, the love eventually dies anyway. That's why I decided to keep your love prisoner, to make sure that you love me forever. That game will make our love eternal. I'm sure of it. We were lovers lost from the beginning.
The 17th episode returns to the tragic tale of Jiri and Shiori. Recalling her once happy childhood, Jiri mourns her unrequited gay crush on Shiori. She cannot bring herself to even admit that she has any longing there whatsoever.
こんな私をあなたはきっと憎んでいますよね。そう、憎んでいるさ。
In the present, Jerry remains the hyper-competent perfectionist, the unbeaten champion fencer of the school, but, of course, she is still deeply unhappy and still deeply trapped in the closet, knowing what her feelings are, but being utterly unable to admit them openly. Utena and Anthy watch her, and are accompanied by none other than Shiori herself. Shiori visits our protagonists and talks openly of her past with Jerry, though only refers to Jerry as a close friend and nothing more. She expresses some guilt over ruining their friendship, though seems to think it was caused by fighting over a boy. She appears to have no knowledge of Jerry's unrequited feelings for her. Beneath Nemuro Hall, Mikage and Mamiya discuss their plans for snagging another duelist, desperately hoping for one strong enough to beat Utena herself. There's only one that they have access to, an orange rose trapped in its glass cage. Though strong enough to beat Utena, its thorns are too sharp for them to handle directly. But, they say, even the strongest rose may fall prey to parasites. Jerry is that strong rose with sharp thorns. Shiori is her parasite. The student council continue to be led by Nanami in Toga's extended absence. They are found debating amongst themselves. Mickey recalls being attacked by his sister when she extracted his sword from him, though he recalls precious little else. Nanami doesn't entirely believe him, but nevertheless asks him if it hurt when the sword was drawn from his chest, and given how much Mickey blushes to this, it is very, very clearly being used as a metaphor for sexuality. The effect is somewhat jarring. For all the pretensions that these kids have of games of intrigue and shadow, they're still just kids. Jerry, unsure what to make of any of this, leaves the council's balcony. She is approached by Shiori, who tries to talk to her. She begins an explanation of what happened between her and the boy she thinks she stole away from Jerry. Eventually they broke up anyway, and the whole love triangle was just rendered irrelevant. She hoped that she could return to the way things used to be and restore some of their former friendship, and yet, on some level, she knows they never will. She never quite gets around to actually apologizing for her vindictive acts, though. Jerry, cold and aloof, turns to leave. A sparrow flies into the window behind her, injuring its wing. It flutters, dazed, unable to fly. A visual representation of failed love and failure to communicate. Jerry merely informs Shiori that she, in fact, had no feelings towards that boy whatsoever. She never did. And I mean, she isn't lying. She states that as a consequence, she holds no hard feelings towards Shiori at all. This, however, is somewhat less truthful. Shiori is confused by this. Jerry is hardly acting like she has no hard feelings. She asks whose photo Jerry keeps in her locket. After all, the situation now makes no sense to her. Jerry remains silent, leaving Shiori alone on the balcony. The bird dies, perhaps a metaphor for how any hope of honest communication between them is now entirely dead. Jerry no longer sees Shiori as a person capable of reciprocating her feelings. Despite Shiori reaching out, Jerry continues to ignore her, believing nothing good can come of any talk. After all, when Shiori left, she did write a letter explaining her actions. She has already admitted her acts were out of petty jealousy and that she would do so again. Why should Jerry extend trust to her again? But, as a consequence, she is willingly blinding herself to Shiori's feelings and intent. To a degree, Shiori may mean this truthfully. She may genuinely want to reconnect. Shiori is confused by this whole affair. From her perspective, this is all drama from middle school over some boy that neither of them even care about. He matters so little to Jerry that we never even get to know his name. Why is Jerry still so hostile to her? As Jerry leaves, she meets Utena, who also encourages forgiveness. After all, though she does not know any of the specifics of their past, Shiori seems like a nice person. Why not encourage someone to forgive her? Jerry's reply is, to my mind, a thesis statement for so much of the series as a whole.
君もしおりと同じだな。残酷な無邪気さだよ。それっていいか、君には関係のないことだ。
Naivety can cause just as much harm as malice when one does not understand the system they are operating in. Utena goes to confide in Akio, who, in a gentle and kind manner, tells her much the same. Naivety can lead to as much unintentional harm as malice ever could. Innocence doesn't stop people from getting hurt. Why Utena is confiding in Akio of all people is an uncomfortable question to ask. But he seems genuine.
He's not.
And he seems to be giving her good advice.
He's grooming her.
Utena implicitly places her trust in him.
Because you can hurt yourself with naivety too.
Juri takes a sadness shower to cure her depression. Relatable. Honestly, I do this every time I think about my unrequited love. Does it help change anything? Hell no. Does it at least feel good? Hell also no.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
In a depressed outburst, Juri throws away her locket, the locket with Shiori's picture inside. Curiously, an unseen visitor, likely Mamiya or Mikage, retrieves it and leaves it in Shiori's room for her to find. Juri's gay, unrequited love for Shiori is a secret no more. Juri is forcibly outed. The seeds of doubt are planted. Shiori is drawn into the Black Rose plot. Dragged into the therapy elevator, Shiori confesses her deepest, darkest sins. She always hated Juri. She was always jealous of her popularity, her beauty, her talent. Her act of taking the boy from her wasn't just because she has a crush on the boy, it was because she wanted to take Juri down a peg. But, as we see on the wall behind her, this is only the butterfly-level confession, the surface-level, palatable confession. As she admits more on the butterfly metamorphoses into a pupae, we are shown the memories buried still deeper. She says that she believes every instance of Juri's kindness towards her was merely an act of pity. All Juri's compassionate acts were secretly meant to demean her, and yet, stealing the boy away did nothing to reduce that sense of inferiority to Juri, did nothing to dissuade Juri's kindness. As the confessions move towards their deepest caterpillar-coded level, she admits with a cruel glee that even she believes she is won, because, in the end, even though her plans with stealing the boy didn't work, she still managed to make Juri miserable. She still managed to hurt Juri and get her vengeance for being so apparently beneath her. She managed to gain petty power over Juri, and she did so by being the object of Juri's affections all along.
でも今は私もあの人と対等。いや、私が勝った。ジュリさんの心の中にはいつも私がいた。勝ったのは私だ。あの人こっそり私の写真を見て一人で悩んでたんだ。あのジュリさんがかわいそうに。
Yet, as the elevator confessional booth descends and we hear her deepest confessions, Shiori doesn't seem to be so gleeful. She seems practically distressed at the idea of the whole affair.
ダメ！やっぱりダメよ！あなたがそんな目で私を見てたなんてどうしてこんなことになってしまったの？
No, not like this, she says, revealing that perhaps she too has her own deep, complex and unspoken feelings in return for Juri. Is it gay panic at realizing that Juri is looking at her with romantic attraction? Is it plain homophobia? Is it homophobia compounded by a degree of homosexual attraction that she has no idea how to deal with? Her motives are never spelled out for us, but it's easy to read her character in multiple different ways. I personally choose to read her as a classic homophobic homosexual. Collapsing on the floor in anguish, Mikage comes to offer her his bleak salvation, accept the Black Rose and revolutionize the world, and kill the Rose Bride. Later that evening, we see her approach Juri. She dangles the locket
Stock it!
before her, intentionally toying with her.
綺麗。私、傷ついた時のあなたの目が好きだった。
Is this genuine malice, or an expression of glee at gaining power over Juri? Or are these merely words goading Juri to fight, to express any emotion at all, after she has spent so long pushing Shiori away and remaining cold and aloof? Can it perhaps be both? In a relationship dynamic that is beyond toxic, she moves close to Juri as if to kiss her. She lays a hand on Juri's breast and, with a cruel malice in her eyes, extracts the sword from Juri's chest. Once more, the act of extracting the sword is a cruel play on acts of intimacy. In this case, queer closeness is twisted into abject emotional abuse. Shiori is more than aware of Juri's feelings now. The joy Shiori gets out of their dynamic is the thrill of beating Juri down, not the joy of shared closeness. It's the joy of exploiting Juri's vulnerability. She extracts the sword with an exclamation of glee about getting a kick out of seeing Juri in emotional pain. It's kind of depressing that this pain is the only honest emotion Juri has ever shown her over the past several years. And so, Utena is summoned to fight once more. This time the 100 empty desks are covered in birds, the same birds that represented a longing to communicate, of care and love unspoken, confused feelings never truly resolved and that remain unrequited, replaced with coldness and malice. Shiori and Utena draw their swords and fight, and throughout the duel, Utena questions why. Why would she do this? Why hurt Juri? Shiori simply responds that Juri is not the brilliant person everyone assumes, and that it is now her turn to shine just as bright, her turn to reclaim her agency. Perhaps this is a dark, corrupted version of Utena's duel with Toga. Shiori seeks to reclaim her identity, but that identity appears to be based on power, control, and coercion. Perhaps it's representative of Shiori's frustrations, a furious demand that Juri engage with her as who she is now, warts and all, instead of this idealized memory of her former self. Perhaps it's simply representative of a base lust for power from a girl who has been so often denied it. But, unstoppable as a force of nature, Utena summons the power of Dios, lunges, and slices the rose from Shiori's chest. Shiori falls to the ground. Beneath Nemuro Hall, another coffin is incinerated. Juri, now free, recovers, picking up her locket.
Stock it!
She wears it once more. For Juri, nothing has fundamentally changed. Despite everything, she has not moved on. The next morning, we see Shiori and her friends walking to school, laughing and smiling. Utena comments how she seems completely different to the Shiori she fought yesterday. Anthe responds that Shiori has not changed at all. Perhaps she can see through Shiori's surface-level pleasantry to the ugliness of her baser self. Though, to another view, Anthe's cynicism is perhaps telling. It reflects Anthe's worldview more than anything else, that a pleasant face can always mask a more unpalatable, true self beneath. Which of them is right? Is the Shiori we see now, this happy-go-lucky kid, the real one? Is she quote-unquote better now that she is no longer addled by that same level of darkness? Or is that malicious side of her still there, always there, just expressed with more nuance and quiet subtlety? Can it, perhaps, be both? Juri's final words of the episode, too, are telling.
結局、また私の手に戻ってきた。一度は捨てることができたのに。なぜ私は強くなれないんだろう。
She understands how much she is trapped by her own feelings. She understands how much her broken feelings for Shiori are keeping her trapped and desperately unhappy. She understands that she should let Shiori go. But she just can't. We can't control who we fall in love with, after all. And isn't that, ultimately, a tragic thing?
I genuinely don't think you understand the importance of the stocket. I keep having to correct you.
It's still also a locket. I think either word is fine to convey the idea to the audience.
But is it? Is it though, Soul?
Without granting it its full title, you don't really get across the passion.
Yes, the passion.
The drive.
Yes, the drive.
The yearning.
So much yearning.
You're like almost totally a lesbian, babe. How do you not get the importance of the yearning? I've read your diary. That's like 90% of what you do.
It is not. Also, when did you read my diary?
You literally left it open on the same Google Drive as the video script. What was I supposed to do? Not look at it?
We've literally all seen it.
There's a certain poetry to it.
A certain constant longing. Yearning. Like, all the time.
You have like 5 girlfriends and a handful of paramours of other genders. How are you still so constantly yearning?
A lot of yearning going on in this house.
This is indeed a house that yearns.
Can't fit much more yearning into this bad boy.
I think she could yearn a bit more if she was really trying.
Can you please stop using that word? It's beginning to lose all meaning. Also, I don't do that much yearning.
You're yearning for this to stop right now. But sure, we're all convinced, honey.
The polycule! It keeps happening!
It keeps happening.
Well, good thing we have a whole song for unrequited lesbian love. Specifically, stock it. Let's hit it, Josh.
not seem pleased to see me, and I find myself wondering for what reason that could be.
Let me just take a gander.
Once upon a time I stole your man and then it broke your heart, because I took what was yours, or at least that was what I thought.
Can I speak with some candor?
Well, you look so fine, but you have a disease, and it seems to be that you also ill at ease with me.
Why ever could that be?
I've spent my life with you up on a pedestal, knowing that I could never stand this tall. I'm still weak, but I think I know your secret, the one you hold the deepest. I'll see me in your stocking. I'll see me in your stocking.
You had said I would have sent a better picture. In the moment I'm watching you, watching me, thinking
I could fix her.
You're so hysterical.
I mean, really. I can't stop laughing. It's constant gagging.
You're making me so maniacal.
Childhood friends, way back when. You'd like that again. Return to how it used to be, when it was just you and me and him, but not really him. I see that now. I couldn't have gone with a boy you didn't want, and yet still I dealt you a blow.
I love the look in your eyes as I hurt you so.
You look so fine, but you have a disease, and it seems to be that you are so ill at ease with me.
Why ever could that be?
I've spent my life with you up on a pedestal, knowing that I could never stand this tall. I'm still weak, but I think I know your secret, the one you hold the deepest. I'll see me in your stocking. I'll see me in your stocking. I crave the power to change the world. I have the flower and I promise I would. I only have to win some duel to create a place where you're the one who's feudal. I'm standing here and looking you in the eye. My path is clear, and for once we align. You no longer look down on me.
I always thought you were strong, now it's you who's weak.
Like, let's say, hypothetically, you could turn to an automobile. It would be a mistake to assume I couldn't turn into a car, too. Well, you look so fine,
but you have a disease, and it seems to be that you also ill at ease with me.
Why ever could that one be? Yes, I wonder.
I've spent my life with you up on a pedestal, knowing that I could never compete at all. Now you're because I seem to see your secret, the one you hold the deepest. I've spent my life with you, looming above me. All those years if I'd only realized you loved me. I think it's safe to say that things would have been different if I had known your secret. I'm the girl who's in your locket. I'm the one who leaves you haunted. I see me in your stocking. I see me in your stocking.
と親切に作ってるつもり
When
な
I
ん
was
で
a kid, I really liked the Candies, a 70s idol group. When someone asked me, who's your favorite, I was seriously torn between Ron and Sue. When I was a kid, I really liked Pink Lady, too. Someone asked me, who's your favorite? I liked Mai, but for some reason I had the feeling that I shouldn't say that, so I fudged and said, well, I don't really like one more than the other. The Candies got their big break with the song Toshishita no Otoko Noko, Younger Boy. It was a song where girls sang about a younger boy. You drive me crazy, but I love you. That lyric made my heart go pitter-patter. It was just as if they were saying, I love you to me. How delusional. Love and delusion are only separated by a very fine line.
The 18th episode is a little less intense. It begins with the student council once more on the balcony and Nanami once more disbelieving the others about the existence of a Black Rose conspiracy, though it is beginning to worry her. She also once more asks Juri this time if it hurt when the sword was pulled for her chest. Again, a very clear tongue-in-cheek reference to the sword chest removal being synonymous with intimacy and sexuality. She doesn't get the answer she hoped for. Nanami's adoring fan, Sobuki, returns. As Nanami is on the student council now in Toga's absence, he has remained her assistant and lackey. He acts as a perfect little servant, bringing her food, providing her umbrella, organizing her day. He barely has any time for himself. A literal child, he is naive to how Nanami is clearly using him. A cruel interpretation could be to regard him as a simp or reply guy type, but I think this ignores his naivety. He is, after all, a child. A friend of Sobuki's attempts to break him out of his foolishness, insisting correctly that Nanami doesn't appreciate him at all, and that any attempts to coax love out of her just by being nice aren't going to work. Romance is never gained that way. In short, Sobuki, don't put on the fedora. You can't force romance. Simping your livelihood to Nanami won't make you happy. It's clear from Nanami's attitude that she views him as an inferior and a child, and the repeated phrase, "You'll understand when you're older," echoes around him, without anyone ever bothering to explain what they mean by it. Seeing Nanami not appreciating his work, instead engaging with the more dangerous Mikage, Sobuki resolves to make himself more of an adult to earn Nanami's respect. But he has no idea what being an adult even means. Resolving to learn what being an adult means through books, he goes to the library. This, however, is no use. Adulthood cannot be taught by rote learning alone. On asking Utena what being an adult means, her response is that adulthood is when someone has gained knowledge of certain things, inadvertently implying sexuality is a marker of adulthood without entirely meaning to.
No sparks. Worth a shot.
Anthe uses this to imply that she and Utena have that certain knowledge of one another. She's clearly taking the piss here. She knows exactly what she's doing. The scene moves on. Utena confides in Akio once more that she too is uncertain whether she is really a child or an adult. He talks to her with gentle kindness, providing guidance without judgment.
いや、後輩に聞かれちゃったもんで、大人か子供かって。
自分ではどう思うんだい？
わかりません。それ以前に僕は大人と子供が
星は年を取ると輝きを失う。人間もまたしかり。というところかな。
理事長は今が一番輝いているんじゃないですか。綺麗なお嫁さんをもらって。
そうだね。
A lovely little exchange where an older male figure offers guidance to a struggling child and heavily implies that youth is when you shine at your most brilliant and are at your most attractive, and oh shit, those aren't good implications, are they? But he's so gentle and kind, and he seems to be caring and answering all this teenager's questions. He's a perfect mentor. He really must be a decent guy, right? Right?
He is a predator. Get out.
The language that he is using is that of grooming and predation. It's subtle. It's easy to miss if you don't know what you're looking for or have never experienced it. But if you have, his acts here will read as terrifyingly realistic. Beneath Nemuro Hall, Mamiya and Mikage plan their next attack. Suibuki will be their next target. Even though he is only a child, Mikage is willing to play every card he has to usurp the power of the Rose Bride and steal eternity for himself. We see Suibuki obsessively watching romance movies, attempting to understand what adulthood and romance is via the narratives of the silver screen. After all, if he can find, distill, and study the experiences of adulthood, he can fast-track himself into adulthood quickly and earn Nanami's affections that way, right? His friend comes in and calls this out, rightly, as a foolish endeavor. After all, anyone who has actually kissed someone is more grown-up than a boy who has studied 100 movie romances, right? As a childlike fool, he attempts to kiss his friend, without warning, discussion, or consent. It predictably does not go well, and he is immediately rejected. Nanami later visits him. Ever the jealous princess, she demands to know who he was paying attention to, if not her. Yet, for once, he doesn't relent before her. He expresses his frustration that he is still seen by so many as a child, and that he wants to be grown up already in order to do all the fun things grown-ups can do. He wants her to take him seriously for once. In an uncharacteristic display of kindness, Nanami comforts him, telling him that she likes him just as he is. Just as he is, a child. To his mind, weak, young, and subservient. Naturally, Suibuki cannot be satisfied with this. He, too, falls prey to Mikage's trap and enters the therapy elevator. He confesses his surface-level feelings as the portrait beside him stays a butterfly. He used to be satisfied with just staying at Nanami's side, as a little lackey. The butterfly turns into a pupae as he tells of his increasing dissatisfaction, his longing for the knowledge of adulthood that he so lacks. The pupae turns into a caterpillar, and the caterpillar turns to eggs on the leaf as he details his deepest feelings. At heart, he is angry at being denied and refused the equal treatment of adulthood, and just wants catharsis in wrecking everything around him, taking what he wants to be his instead of holding out and waiting. Mikage's black rose springs forth. Suibuki brings Nanami home to the movie theater. Without her consent, he grabs her hand, reenacting narrative ideals of romance as Nanami protests. He tears Nanami's sword and dagger directly out of her chest. The Shadow Girls dance their play, this one an extremely on-the-nose sketch about a girl who did it for the first time and is a real adult now, only to joke that doing it does not mean sex, but blood donation. After all, you have to be over the age of consent to do both. But it's clearly really about sex. To Suibuki, sex is a mysterious thing, something a child cannot yet understand. Suibuki is clearly being encouraged to misunderstand sexuality as the same thing as maturity and adulthood, when those two things are absolutely not the same. But I mean, who could blame him for that mistake when he's a child being exposed to 1,000,001 stories and images of adult heterosexuality, of only ever being fulfilled in life when the handsome good guy kisses the fabulous dame? Is that what we judge adulthood by? Losing your virginity, or being a sexually outgoing man or sexually available woman? Isn't that just one of the many ways in which our identity is formed by our culture, by ideals of patriarchy and hypersexualization? He's not exactly wrong to take on board that message when that's what his culture as a whole is telling him. Once more, a duel begins. The arena this time is covered with half-eaten bars of chocolate, the childish things that Suibuki wants to discard. They're being held by symbolically large figures, but once the outside shell is broken, the child inside is revealed. Suibuki might pretend at adulthood to his detriment, but he is still a child, as all of our protagonists are. The duel itself is quick yet brutal. He is still only a child and lacks the physical skill that Utena has. She cuts the rose from his chest, and he falls to the floor once more in the chalk outline of a body. Beneath Nemuro Hall, one more corpse is launched into the incinerator, without fanfare, without care. The human body is steadily becoming a disposable thing in this world. And, in the context of a world where most of our characters are adolescents and are exposed to deeply unhealthy iterations of sexuality, That lack of care about the human body is extremely worrying. The next morning, fully recovered, Tsubuki catches up with Nanami, but this time he only walks with her a short way before running off to catch up with friends his own age. In short, he is engaging in a far healthier set of behaviors. For all his misadventures with learning about relationships, he seems to have learned something positive, at least. This is where the episode concludes. If you were made distinctly fucking uncomfortable by the concept of Tsubuki, a literal child, attempting romantic or semi-sexualized actions with any of the main cast, good, that is how you should feel. This discomfort lands in stark contrast to how Akio seems to feel and seems to treat the teenagers and children under his care. He is entirely too comfortable with sexualizing them. I would remind you all once more that, despite his wonderful glamour and quiet, reserved pretensions at chivalry, Akio is a sexual predator who is grooming kids. That discomfort I prompted you to feel 2 sentences ago is a discomfort Akio either ignores or altogether lacks.
What up, sports fans? Long time no slaps.
I thought we were done with this.
You've thought that like 4 times already. Why can't you just accept this as a part of your life now? Don't worry, Soul. I'm sure the hyper-normalization of abuse won't desensitize you to the abject horrors of what you're seeing on the screen in front of you. And I'm very sure that's not both the leading theme of the show and these slap dates.
Huh? You mean there was a thematic point to the slap dates all along?
No. The slappionship is not over, that's right. We have a whole new contender in the ring, Tsubaki's friend Mari.
Her name is Mari?
No interruptions, this is important, Soul. Mari comes straight out of the gate with a whopping 2 slaps. We haven't seen such a speedy entrance into the arena since Saionji's first appearance. A truly strong contender. That's an automatic acceptance for that slap location, but will it be enough to make up for this super late entry into the game? As a reminder, Nanami still reigns Queen Bee Supreme with 4.5 slaps, followed closely by Utena and Saionji with 4 slaps apiece. But Mari has already accelerated straight into 3rd place with 2 slaps, darting ahead of Kiko with 1.5 slaps, and Wakaba and Juri remain in last place, each with just 1 slap. Coming straight out of nowhere for the bronze medal, Mari has truly put out an impressive performance here. On the Slap E scoreboard, Anthe remains the undisputed queen with 8.5 slaps. Utena remains in 2nd with 2.5 slaps, but also darting in for an unexpected bronze medal is Tsubuki with a grand total of 2 slaps. A very strong start for the little guy. Let's see if he can keep pace. He's currently tied with Saionji, but will Saionji accept this potential struggle to keep his bronze? The competition remains fierce. Behind these two remain Wakaba, Kiko, and the kitten, all still tied for last place with 1 slap. Truly, the sport of slapletics has no predictable outcomes, and even at this late stage, it's still anybody's game. Tune in next time for the final slap date tally, where we finally award our Slappionship champions.
Perhaps this is hell.
Why is it that the path he must take does not lie here? In any other show, a character like him probably would have been designed to gain the audience's sympathy. However, this is Revolutionary Girl Utena, and the Black Rose arc no less. Anyone to open the door must be baptized. There are many things in this world that don't go the way you want them to. But even so, the Onion Girl is trying to be someone special. She's fighting. Isn't that exactly the story that the Black Rose arc is trying to tell? That's why there's no path here for the boy who's decided to just pray for her happiness from the sidelines. In most cases, the things that don't go the way you want them to have been decided by a system. How should we fight when we're up against a great power, one difficult to oppose? That's why there's no path here for the boy who's quit opposing it and decided to just pray for her happiness from the sidelines.
The 19th episode opens with a familiar sight, the image of a prince holding his princess, but this time it isn't Utena playing that role, but Wakaba. We see further fragments of Wakaba living her happy-go-lucky life, of spending time with Utena and of a chance encounter with a boy she knew from elementary school. This boy gives Utena a letter, for all the world appearing as a bumbled love confession from a foolish teenager, which Wakaba, of course, intercepts. Later that evening, as Utena and Wakaba talk further, she warns Utena that she already knows this boy deeply and, gosh, that guy is a smooth talker and you don't want to get caught up with his charms. The irony here is palpable, both because the boy appeared to be shy, stammering, and childish, and also because we have seen what real charm, sleaze, and danger looks like. This random naive boy certainly doesn't fit the bill. And yet, Wakaba has genuine reservations about him, calling him cruel and villainous. After all, she continues, he moved away and didn't even tell her that he was leaving. When compared to what we know as real villainy, the abuse, the sexual abuse, the predation, all going on behind the scenes right under the characters' noses, this seems awfully tame. The world Wakaba inhabits seems so far removed from the glamour and fairy tales and genuine confused anguish and pain of the other characters of the show. We're inclined to view her as somehow a bit more grounded, a bit more simplistic, a bit more normal than any of the queer and traumatized members of the student council, but we too see her silhouette narrative of her past. This boy was who she wanted to be, her prince. A childish dream, addled by time and fairy tale narratives, but really, is that any different to what Utena does to her own self-narrative? Regardless of her protestations, we see in the present that she is genuinely upset at this boy and seems to have some unresolved feelings towards him. On the high balcony of the student council far above, the 3 remaining council members discuss those they love. Each of them has their obsession, after all. Mickey has his feelings for Anthy, Nanami has her fixation on her brother, and Jiri is still heartbroken over Shiori, heartbroken over the idea of what could have been and never truly was. Jiri comments,
本当に好きだって思いは一つか。思い続ける人というのを簡単に変えることができたら、君たちももっと楽になれるのにね。私もか。
The irony is both humorous and bitter. It is also an obvious thematic tie to what we are about to see in Wakaba's own personal life. We return to Utena, who once more is confiding in Akio. Isn't it funny how often she's visiting him? Wow, he must be truly a really caring guy. And once more, he offers genuinely decent guidance.
人の心の中というのは薄いシルクのベールに包まれたようなものです。覗けそうでなかなか覗けない。人が心の中に持っている王子様というのはきっと他の人にはわからないものですよ。
You may think you can peer into someone else's heart, but you can't really. All spoken while the camera focuses directly on Anthy's false smile. Our girl remains inscrutable. Utena tries to take this on board, sipping her tea. Akio seems to be giving her genuinely good things to think about, genuinely important and philosophically intelligent life advice. He's being smart, isn't he? Alongside being gentle in his demeanor and charming and...
You are being groomed. This is how grooming begins.
でも恋する若者たちっていうのは羨ましいな。お前も早く自分の王子様が見つかるといいね。安心。
はい、お兄様。
This isn't even foreshadowing, this is just referencing directly what he's doing to her behind the scenes. He's giving off the appearances of wisdom and kindness, and he is practically gloating about what he is doing. He evidently finds this very funny. Anthy, however, does not. We return to the school cafeteria where Wakaba's so-called Onion Prince returns. Wakaba blushes and can barely make eye contact, despite her protestations that no, she doesn't have any feelings for this boy at all. The boy, the Onion Prince, of course, actually had a crush on Wakaba the whole time, not Utena, though Wakaba, of course, thinks this crush is for Utena, and so on and so forth. The Shakespearean comedy continues as Utena tries to nudge them to actually confess their feelings towards one another. It's all very childish and innocent, but in a genuine way, a low-stakes way, a way in which no one's gonna get actually seriously hurt or abused. Beneath the romantic setting of trees and sunsets, the Onion Prince boy and Wakaba have a quiet, intimate conversation about love and about how they hope they can both find their one true love amongst it all. The confession is on the tip of his tongue when Wakaba thanks him and blithely wanders off, saying that she is going to find her true prince. Someone else. Not the Onion boy. She just had a crush on someone else the entire time. Oh well. The Onion Prince, dejected, wanders to Mikage's seminar, seemingly to become the next Black Rose duelist, but he is rebuffed. Mikage won't prey on him. This Onion Prince may have been unlucky in love, but his existentialist anguish isn't so self-centered or outwardly destructive to make him susceptible to the Black Rose. The Black Rose relies on corruption and selfishness, but also of shame, of hidden desires buried beneath a veneer of acceptability. A facade of social nicety. This kid wants Wakaba to be happy and also just wants to date her. He might be a bit of an asshole and a bit of an incel in the way he expresses it at times, but there's no torment for Mikage to get his hooks into. Nor does he really hold the heart of a student council duelist in his hands. He is therefore entirely unsuited for the Black Rose. The target will be someone else. We return to Wakaba, who runs home to her dorm, to the boy she actually has a crush on, to her real prince, the once exiled, now returned Saionji.
Love isn't a word that describes a fair relationship. Love is a word that describes a monopoly. That's why we refer to the ego as love. That's why love is by no means eternal. Because after all, if the ego went on eternally, we would break down emotionally. And yet, she would not learn until much later that love is precisely that which can be lost.
Wakaba's tale continues in the 20th episode. She's been harboring Saionji. Since his exile, he ran out of money, resources, and was forced to return to Hattori, disgraced and impoverished. Humbled, he is being cared for by Wakaba and seems far kinder for his hardship. No longer the arrogant man who rejected Wakaba's love letters in the first episode, he now seems enamored with her, and she with him. To Wakaba, the situation is practically romantic. She is his savior now, after all, for all the good and ill that brings, for all the unsavory power dynamics that may come with it. But even so, with a newfound purpose in life, and the boy she loves in her care, Wakaba flourishes. Saionji seems to want to express genuine thanks in return, being far more of a gracious and caring gentleman as a guest than he ever was before. Even the often oblivious Utena notices her elation, though she doesn't know of Saionji's secret presence. Utena confides in Akio once more.
あなたにはわからないでしょうね。選ばれた運命を生きるあなたには。世の中には特別な人々がいます。常に注目されている。そう。例えばあなたのように。
僕が?
Akio in this scene bedazzles and compliments Utena. He says all the words a kid enamored with the idea of a heroic destiny might want to hear.
ほら、あなたにはそんな自覚はないでしょう。それはあなたが生まれつき特別だからですよ。ほとんどの人は皆大勢の中の一人でしかありません。でもきっかけさえあれば今までにないほどの光を放つことがあります。
This is how an abusive adult grooms a child. Special destiny, telling her she's different to others. All of this serves to isolate her, bit by bit. The camera cuts away. returning to Wakaba, the girl who is implied to be the most normie of the cast, the most unspecial, the most regular person. Extraordinary in her own happy, peppy way, caring and wonderful as a friend, attentive to the needs of those around her, but somehow not quite the same. Not a hero. Not like Utena is, not like the student council members are. Destined to be a kind and compassionate soul, perhaps, but not likely to bring the world to revolution. We have seen her conflicts portrayed as far simpler than Utena's. Her prince is a boy from an elementary school, not some far-off mythic figure from their past. Her tragedies are the mundane tragedies of schoolyard life, not the trauma of losing her parents. Her concerns are the smaller worries of caring about her friends doing well in their school tests, not lofty ambitions of bringing the world to revolution. Her anguish isn't the same depth or kind of anguish that we've seen in nearly all the other major characters. And none of this makes her a bad person, quite the opposite. She seems like one of the best people in the show. And yet, Utena seems to struggle to fully connect with her. She can't, not like she connects to Anthe. Not like she seems to connect to the different members of the student council. While Wakaba is far kinder than any of these other characters, her relationship with Utena is much less intense. I'm reminded of my own burgeoning queerness as a teenager and young adult, struggling to connect with the cisgender heterosexual friends that I had, despite their care and kindness, and finding myself having more intense and flourishing relationships with other queer people, despite some of them being awfully toxic. Perhaps this is merely my own biases showing, perhaps I am projecting, but I do feel that the distance between Wakaba and Utena is the gulf between someone who can have a normal life and someone who will always be denied it. Utena's latent queerness, to my mind, is a significant part of that. And this gulf, this distance, is what gives weight to Utena's self-narrative that she is different somehow, distinct. And, well, if someone else can see that distinction as a positive, special thing, a growing sense of heroism, doesn't that mean they're invested in you? Doesn't that mean that they can see something in you that no one else can? Doesn't that mean that you're right, that you're special, that you're important?
You are being groomed. If you can't connect to others, you're isolated and vulnerable, and if you're vulnerable, then he can target you. Get out! Get out!
We return to Wakaba's happy domesticity. With Saionji at home, she is happy. He seems to care about her and be thankful to her for all the help she's giving. It's everything she's ever wanted. But such happiness is fragile and relies on Saionji choosing to stay with her. The thought of him choosing instead to return to the school, to the student council, and to leave her fills her with dread. Yet, this is still his ambition. He wants to regain what he has lost. He wants to return to his old role, and on some level, he wants to try or retry his relationship with Anthe and leave Wakaba. Wakaba has a lot to feel insecure about. Mikage approaches Saionji, making promises and threats. Saionji is, of course, the next feasible duelist that could hope to take down Utena. All Mikage needs is a hook. Saionji is strong-armed, therefore, into giving him that hook completely. Wakaba sees Anthe walking away with a wood-carved leaf, a token of Saionji's affection that was initially meant for her, but now gifted to someone else, to Anthe specifically, no less. Wakaba's insecurities are completely manipulated. Despondent, Wakaba enters the therapy confessional elevator and the trap is sprung. As she enters, she skips straight past the butterfly stage. Her surface-level happy-go-lucky exterior is already faltering. She begins at a caterpillar-level confession. Her first level is one of jealousy. Anthe, after all, has never looked after and cared for Saionji, so why should she deserve his affections? What's so wrong with all the love that Wakaba has offered? Why is Wakaba so unwanted? But the confessions run deeper. She fears being seen just as normal Wakaba, inconspicuous Wakaba, unnoticed and unloved. While all her friends seem to be daring heroes, she is just mundane. Saionji represented a path out from such ignominy. Not only was he her love, he was the person that would raise her up to brilliance. He would grant her a little piece of his dashing nobility. He was her salvation.
なのにあの女は
At her lowest, her sense of love and care has been twisted to possessiveness and fear. Consent, intimacy, and affection have been overridden by desire and anger. Later that evening, Wakaba, the next dark duelist, ambushes Sayonji, and the hook is complete. She draws his katana from his chest. The duel begins, the little wood-carved hair clips all across the desks, the symbols of Sayonji's unreliability, the symbols of Wakaba's jealousy, the catalyst of her blackened rose corruption. Unlike previous duels, Utena cannot bring herself to draw the sword of Dios from Anthe. Wakaba is a friend. She can't draw her blade against a friend. Anthe seems not to expect this and calls upon Utena to draw the goddamn sword, but Utena does not listen. This seems to cause Anthe some genuine distress. The game is not being played as it should. Plans might be going awry. What plans, you may ask? We'll put a pin in that. Utena, unable to hurt her friend, accepts her beating. Wakaba's jealousy extends, venting her anger about all the apparently special people, how they get to trample all over the normal, the average, the mundane folk like her. Utena, compassion and care in her voice, mourns how she doesn't fully understand Wakaba's sorrow, but resolves to try to help her regardless. In a moment that echoes Wakaba slapping Utena in the student council dormitory, Utena steps backwards, disarms Wakaba, and slices the black rose from her chest. Utena wins the duel. The only instance which she does not draw her sword, does not use the power of Dios, and gains her victory by expressing empathy and love. She keeps hold of Wakaba's hand. She does not let her fall. It's an unexpected loss for Mikage, who had hoped to use Utena's sentimentality against her. Another duel over. Another coffin is ejected into the fire. So much loss, so much waste, all seemingly for nothing. We see Sayonji return to school, reinstated to his former glory. Whatever deal he made with Mikage paid off for him, even if Mikage's plans didn't result in Utena's defeat. We see Wakaba return home to an empty house, saddened at her loss. Her dread came true. Wakaba deserved better.
When I was a kid, I crushed bugs and small animals with my feet for the more or less meaningless reason that they were ugly. A child's world is governed by absurd and cruel rules. If there's a rule that something must be crushed underfoot, is it a crime to want to be on the crushing side rather than the crushed side? Special beings are beautiful, and yet they're never trampled on. That girl could distinguish between beautiful things and ugly things. I suspect that ability was her misfortune. She thought, what's the difference between her and me? A miracle occurred. Maybe I can be a special being too. Is she the vermin, or am I?
Our next episode focuses once more on Nanami and her mean girl companions. At least this time she's a human and not literally a cow. We see an old memory of the mean girls meeting Nanami, having initially made friends with her as she was Toga's little sister. Toga, the playboy of the school, who they all wanted to date. Nanami, back then, was just a means to an end. We'll see how she fares now. In the present, they want to throw a party for Toga's sake, in an effort to coax him back to public life. Keiko, the mean girl focus of this episode, is deliberately kept from the party, however, as Nanami forces her to do student council paperwork instead. Nanami, of course, has the privilege of being Queen Bee, and all others must serve her. We move on to Utena and Anthe sitting in Akio's planetarium. Utena starts speaking of stars and constellations, though admits that she only knows them because of the amount of time that she's been spending with Akio.
Please run the fuck away from him.
He continues to express admiration for the both of them and their closeness, but there seems to be less gentleness to his manner now. If Toga was like a big cat, Preening and altogether too satisfied with toying with its prey, Akio is a wolf. Tall, imposing, hungry, and far stronger than our protagonists are. No longer does Utena seem quite so much like a fairy tale princess, but more like Little Red Riding Hood. As Utena leaves Anthy and Akio be, Akio gives his sister a single instruction: stay close to Utena. Once more, we are nudged towards asking the question of Anthy's level of duplicity in oncoming events. Does she really feel closeness and intimacy with Utena? Or is she only feigning it at her brother's behest in order to further his plans? Is it both? Did it start as one and then become the other? It is worth keeping this in mind for the rest of the series as a whole. Seeing the machinations of Anthy's heart is difficult, and she is rather inscrutable. We return home to Keiko and Nanami. Keiko sees Toga walking alone through the rain and offers to walk him home with her umbrella. Nanami, spying from the sidelines, flies into a fit of jealous rage. She tries to kick Keiko out of all their social circles as a consequence of her petty jealousy. Nanami really is kind of a bitch, like, god fucking damn, Nanami, what's your damage? I feel that I have already made the comparison, but for completeness' sake, I will make it again. The adoration, submission, and unnerving love we see Nanami express towards Toga is comparable to what we see with Akio and Anthy. If this is what Nanami would do to someone out of a sense of jealousy, what do we think Akio would do if someone were to threaten to take Anthy away? Or, perhaps, what if someone tried to take Akio away from Anthy? We'll put a pin in that. As a consequence of Nanami's bitchery, Keiko is abandoned by her friends and cast out of their friendship circles, and she is suddenly very alone. With nothing to lose, she attends Mikage's confessional elevator. Her bitterness at being a mere lackey of Nanami is comparable to Suibuki's unhappiness. Both are embittered by their social servitude to a girl who just does not care about them. By the end, she too is given a black rose. She approaches Toga and steals his blade from his chest. Fun fact, Toga has no voice lines here. His voice actor was sick and so couldn't voice very much for this particular arc. It's a shame too, as this seems to be the perfect place to put Toga's backstory and explore his history. We will have to wait to the movie to get into that in full, and for now, we'll put a pin in that too. The duel begins. The desks this time are covered in umbrellas, the fateful object that Keiko shared with Toga and provoked Nanami's jealousy. Keiko expresses her rage and disgust at having been Nanami's lackey for so long, swearing to slay Nanami, the one person that stands between her and her dream boy, Toga. But, as another amateur swordswoman, she is no match for Utena, nor is Utena her real enemy. Her heart and resolve aren't enough for this duel. Nanami is her true foe, Utena is nothing to her. Utena cuts the rose from her breast after but a few exchanged blows. She falls to the ground. Even after she falls, Utena doesn't even know her name. Mikage is running very low on options. The next day, Keiko seems to be back in Nanami's friend group as if nothing ever happened, continuing to be a dutiful lapdog and bootlicker. Utena expresses confusion. Didn't this girl just spend an entire duel screaming about how Nanami was a bitch that was keeping her from Toga? Anthy offers her own heartbreaking insight.
好きな人のためならそれ以外の人への感情なんか問題じゃない。自分なんていくらでもごまかせますから。
Does it count as duplicity if you're lying to yourself? Or does that just make it a survival strategy? If you gaslight yourself hard enough that things are actually okay, you can survive anything.
Research to gain eternity, he says. What was Professor Nemuro researching? Not medicine, he says. Maybe. Maybe it was research in a field of study from the future, one we don't know of yet. My visual image here was So Kitamura's play Aoi Susei no Ichiya, A Blue Comet Night. I came across that piece during my student days when I was going to plays all the time in search of something post-Teriyama. a conservatory made of glass, a swarm of researchers in white coats in the adjacent sanatorium. What could their research be about? Is that night the eve of the world's destruction? When they eventually look up, a comet streaks across the sky before their eyes. Is it the flash of light heralding the world's destruction? That's what the play was about, I think, but I could be wrong. The cats that keep appearing are icons of death, perpetually stuck in the corners of your vision. The background art skillfully depicts a transcendental realm, a place where time seems to have stopped, a dreamlike place. A transcendental realm is a realm where the end of the world manifests itself. The meaning of the pointing fingers? They're telling you that there's someone controlling the laws of this world. Just kidding.
The 22nd episode opens with Mikage's anxieties flaring. He has only one remaining black rose, only one remaining chance at taking down Utena and killing Anthy. He has only one shot at stealing the power of Dios. The student council expresses their anxieties. They still barely have a lead as to who is causing all these dark duels and why. Who is sending all these black rose duelists? The noise of a passing train sounds as the council go through their research, its horn almost drowning out Nanami as she realizes that their unseen assailant likely has the backing of the man calling himself the end of the world. The person sending them their letters, bidding them engage in the dueling game, is also the one that is sabotaging it. Conveniently, the others are unable to hear Nanami's deductions, much as we, the audience, are barely able to hear them. Her one moment of brilliance, her one true insight as to what's going on here, is lost in the wind. Comedic and convenient, almost as if one person has a lot more control of the basic rules of the world, acting with the power of God, or, to put it in other words, the power of Dios. Though she hasn't realized it, Nanami has deduced that Mikage is either in cahoots with Akio, or is directly under his control. Utena is approached directly by Mikage. In a desperate ploy to plant a black rose directly on her, he encourages her to join his dark seminar. She refuses, but the two continue to talk. He tells her of the Nemuro Memorial Hall, that it was named after Professor Nemuro, a man who tragically was trapped alongside 100 students as the building went up in flames. We're told how this all happened many, many years ago. The students apparently all perished in the blaze, though, given how the corpses in the basement are seemingly fresh and not already burnt to ashes or desiccated by the ravages of time, we can see that something strange is going on here. Something just doesn't quite add up. Akio approaches Mikage, offering him a letter from the end of the world. Akio does indeed have direct influence over Mikage. Mikage's past is shown to us. He, in fact, is the fabled Professor Nemuro. He was involved in the research into the strange castle in the sky, into somehow attaining eternity, into revolutionizing the world. The corpses in the basement are all his research assistants, all of whom were chosen by the end of the world to be duelists, and his research was all burnt to ashes many years ago. So how is he still here? How does any of this make sense? The answer is because time is completely relative and often, in this world, completely arbitrary. The rest of this episode is extremely dense with symbolism and intentionally non-linear in terms of its timeline. Many viewers find this one a bit obtuse, but I will do my best to give you my interpretation. Please bear with me, it will make sense on close inspection.
しばらくは消えないでしょうね、根室教授。
なんだい？
雪のことですよ、教授。
We see Mikage's backstory in full. Many, many years ago, he led a group of boys in a Torii Academy. Brilliant minds, researchers, all acting in service to quote-unquote discover eternity. Their goal was to scientifically pick apart a miracle, to understand the power of revolution, to see how it operated, and, importantly, if they could replicate it. After all, what is the scientific pursuit of eternity if not a practical attempt to achieve utopia? Mikage is indeed the spiritual kinsman of Daniil Dankovsky. A distant and cold man of science, he held the belief that a miracle could be studied in this way, and, naturally, those who assisted him also believed in this research. Curiously, they were all given duelist signet rings by the man calling himself the End of the World. If a miracle can be replicated, then of course, the End of the World would be interested in that too. We've seen as much from the end of the Student Council arc. His fellow researchers referred to Mikage as akin to a human computer, a machine capable of intricate and complex tasks, but unguided, and without passion nor purpose. He is, in short, rather neurodivergent, and viewed by others with the stigma that brings. We see an image of a coffin being wheeled away, the mark of a black rose on its side. It appears likely to contain the corpse of a failed duelist. The dueling cycle for the Rose Bride has been going on long before Utena ever arrived at the school. It was going on back in Mikage's time too. Through a gold-tinted lens, we see Mikage meet a woman named Tokiko. Sent by a nebulous external board to oversee his research, likely from Akio himself, Mikage appears to develop a very quick affection for Tokiko. While it is difficult to call it definitely romantic, it's not exactly platonic either. We see a lot of visual clues start popping up, showing us that the world is absolutely, at this point, not what it seems. And the visual highlights these with quite literal flashing arrows. We see an hourglass running normally. So far, so good. We see a single cat outside the window. We see Tokiko pouring tea. We see a butterfly, beautiful, eternal, and dead, pinned behind glass for eternity. Moments later, one cat has become two. Strange, but perhaps not entirely out of the ordinary. Perhaps we just didn't see the second one in hiding. We see Tokiko comment that the tea she poured was apparently extremely strong, even though she hasn't let it steep for any longer than usual. Just 2 minutes, according to her hourglass. But it tastes like it's been steeping for over an hour. Is it possible for an hourglass to run slow? She asks, as outside the window 2 cats become 3, implying that they have had time to breed and raise a kitten in the last several seconds. The visuals here have turned from gold to unnatural, sickly green, giving us a disconcerting feeling of everything being not quite real. Mikage is the only part of the room not doused in this unnatural light. He is somehow separated from the version of reality that Tokiko is operating in. They can communicate, but it is as if their senses of time are operating differently, like they are passing ships in the night. Mikage and Tokiko talk. Tokiko is aware that Mikage is working for someone else, this end-of-the-world figure, and stating that genius is often a gift from God implies that he is working, in fact, from the power of Dios. At this point, Akio, the power of Dios, and the man calling himself the End of the World are being used interchangeably, once more foreshadowing that all these beings are, at the very least, intimately tied, if not exactly the same person. We, as the audience, should begin to suspect that they are indeed all the same man. Mikage's colleagues have succeeded in the first part of their endeavors. They have amassed enough assistance to progress with their research and gained enough interest in revolutionizing the world. The fact we see a gay couple holding hands amongst the researchers suggests that revolutionizing the world has always been seen as a form of liberation, both in Mikage's time and in Utena's, even if the specifics of that liberation are unclear. We see the reflection of the hourglass as it runs backwards. Time is no longer accurate. Mikage comments that it seems that the power of revolution that they are building is akin to a perpetual motion machine, a means to artificially attain eternity, a way to construct a miracle, to build it ourselves and hold it with our bare hands. A polyhedron of sorts, if you are familiar with pathologic. We hear a clattering in the next room, and Tokiko leaves, her lipstick still staining the teacup. Another visual reference that the show explicitly points out. Tokiko goes to the next room and scolds Mamiya, her younger brother, for getting up too soon. Mamiya, this figure that we have known so long, is in fact related to Tokiko this whole time. He is apparently sick and dying of an unspecified chronic illness. Tokiko encourages him to get back to bed, but allows him a few moments with Mikage. In their private conversations, Mamiya states that Takiko came to Otori purely to meet Mikage. She wanted to find someone that could attain eternity, someone that could bring immortality, someone that could build a miracle and save Mamiya from his fate when no doctors could. After all, what else can you hope for but a miracle? What else can you hope for but a means to attain eternity? Mikage comes to feel for Takiko, slowly opening his heart up to her where previously he'd stayed aloof and cold. This feeling leads him towards finally gaining passion and ambition and drives him forward to complete his research. He returns to his work, but we see another visual, another corpse is wheeled out. The implication is clear. What if the next corpse is Mamiya? What if Mikage fails to save this child that he is now emotionally invested in? A sense of urgency is gained. His research is not progressing fast enough. Not fast enough to save Mamiya.
ここの庭の雪はなかなか消えないね。
Inside the bubble of time around Mikage and Mamiya, time does not seem to pass. They continue trying to harness eternity, not fully understanding how to grasp it. The black roses around them are dried and preserved. The flowers and the cakes are crystallized in sugar. Everything around them remains in stasis. And yet, Mamiya is still dying.
永遠なんてこの世にはありませんよね。ただ、永遠に憧れる心が美しく思えたりするだけだ。
Many days later, we see Mikage in his office. Longing to grasp hold of the miracle and still finding it impossible, he stands, bathed in golden light, scrambling for solutions to the impossible problem of capturing eternity. Behind him is the teacup on the table. Takiko's lipstick print, still fresh, lies upon it. And yet we as the audience know that this happened days ago, if not longer. Time is no longer working in linear synchronicity here. Days and weeks for him are minutes or hours for others. At his moment of his most intense desperation, when saving Mamiya seems entirely out of his grasp, Mikage is at last visited by the end of the world. By Akio. He is given a letter and a duelist's signet ring, and a contract is offered, a Faustian bargain. If he wants to hold a miracle and capture eternity, if he wants to save Mamiya and help Takiko, this is his only option. His only choice is to accept Akio's deal. His only choice is to revolutionize the world. Another corpse is wheeled out behind him. His time is running out. In the golden sunlight, another scene unfolds. Akio seduces and makes out with Takiko. Another corpse is wheeled past Mikage. His desperation is heightened bit by bloody bit, a desperation that is manipulated and orchestrated by Akio. Mikage, after some time, is too fraught to refuse. He at last accepts Akio's deal. That evening, Mamiya lights the hall on fire, killing all trapped inside. Mikage and Takiko stand outside it as it burns. Takiko is horrified. Mamiya seems to be merely dissociating. He was the one who started the blaze. As Mikage explains, this was no random act of violence, it was intentional sacrifice, a bargain paid in blood. Miracles cannot happen unless paid for with an extremely steep cost, and somehow this act of violence is a means of paying that cost. All 100 rose-crested students within die in the inferno, all a sacrifice for the future promise that one day the road to eternity might be reached through the flames. An evil committed for the possible sake of a greater good. An obsession acted upon to hold someone's life eternal. For the sake of eternity for all. For the sake of salvation for all. In the present, we see an older Takiko approach Otori Academy, the same present that Utena is now operating in. She passes Mikage, but despite everything, he seems to not even recognize her. His Takiko is in her 20s. This other person that's come here must be in her 40s. Who is this other person? The Shadow Girls put on a play, a sketch about a robot that is eternal, does not tire, does not age, and is superior to humans in its functionality, even as it remains otherwise passionless and dead. A reference to Mikage himself. Takiko mourns to the Shadow Girls how, in turn, she can hardly recognize him. As Takiko approaches Akio, both talk about how so many things have changed, but we know that for Mikage, nothing has changed. We see Takiko fall for Akio's charms and they fuck. Akio's capacity to seduce is a constant. We see Mikage in the school, watching the rose garden. He sees Utena scolding Anthe for not taking good care of herself, the same way that Takiko once scolded Mamiya for not taking good care of himself. It seems that nothing has changed at all. The play is the same, even if all the actors are different. To Mikage, the script is always the same. This is just merely a second production. Everything changes, or nothing does. Omnia mutantur nihil interit. Can it be both? The revolution undergoes another cycle. Akio reveals much about the nature of Otori, though how much is literal time distortion and how much is metaphorical time distortion is just left to the viewer's interpretation.
という庭にいる限り、人は大人にならないのさ。
何か間違ってるわ。そんなの。
He does have a vested interest in keeping everyone as powerless kids that he can manipulate, after all. Takiko talks about how she only came to the school to visit Mamiya's grave. Mamiya evidently didn't survive, despite Mikage's best efforts. But if he didn't survive, then who has Mikage been talking to this whole time? Who is running the Black Rose tournaments? Who is the Mamiya we've seen? What is going on? Well, we find out in the next episode.
ねえ、あなただって知ってるでしょ。結ぶために花は散るのよ。
そうだね。
To hold on to eternity is to grasp hold of stasis. It is to embrace stagnation. To never let go of the old flowers means new fruit can never bloom.
The climactic duel scene. I agonized over the dialogue between Mikage and Utena and over Akio's dialogue in the last scene. I edited it over and over right up until the 11th hour, just before recording began. The last scene. The original plan was for it to be Tokiko on the phone with Akio. Why, hello, Tokiko. Have you thought about what I said? That's right, about Professor Nemuro. He was lying to himself, clinging to his past with you. It was all an illusion that Mikage himself had created for his own sake. Yes, that dream that he let the 100 boys die seems to be another lie he told himself to keep himself in the past. It's just like magic, isn't it? Why do you suppose so many people believed a false rumor like that? Perhaps they wanted to believe that miraculous power dwells within friends. The illusion Mikage wanted to see. Were the Black Rose duelists people his illusion resonated with? While you cling to your memories, time stops. Perhaps that was the eternity he found, though. Yes, good idea. If you come and fetch him, I imagine he'll be released from the memories. Tokiko symbolized the lost real time, and she said she would come for Mikage. The time had finally come for him to be released from his illusion of his lost time. But was that really all right? I thought it over. The story in episodes 11 and 12 about the dueling game. Episode 23 picks up where it left off in laying the groundwork for the final episode. Wasn't Mikage's fate the same fate that Utena would eventually meet? In which case, shouldn't it be crueler?
Spoilers?
Shh. I tried making the person on the other end of the phone line Mikage himself. The path you must take is no longer prepared for you. Now graduate from this place. Those who reject that place are, conversely, rejected by it as well. This is the nature of systems. The moment you reject them, you are forced to realize that they're the very ground you're standing on. Mikage noticed the trick behind the system, and he hurriedly attempted revisions. But the adult who'd created the system just said, "Let's not," and unilaterally brought the curtain down. The system of illusion was finished. Mikage could no longer exist there. That's why he disappeared from the memories of those who'd interacted with him. People's happiness or unhappiness shouldn't be determined by struggles over the device called the Rose Bride. Utena rejects the dual system. However, in due course, Utena will be rejected by the dual system and that place and no longer be able to exist there. This foreshadows the final scene of the series.
The 23rd episode is the final one of this arc. We open on Mikage becoming increasingly desperate down to his final black rose. He has one last chance to steal the powers of Dios. If he can't beat Utena with his duelists, he'll have to seek to corrupt her directly. The student council, too, are becoming increasingly desperate as they don't know who is moving against them or how. Without anyone else to turn to, they decide recruiting Utena might be the only way out of their predicament. Utena herself begins the story looking for Anthy, who seems to have vanished. She can only find Mikage, who, again, pushes her to join the Dark Seminar. He gives her an offer of help, clearly an offer to draw her into the confessional booth, but she responds happily that she doesn't have any major problems. In a search for anyone else who might pierce Utena's heart and draw her sword out of her chest, Mikage then offers to help any of her friends with problems too. Utena seems uncertain whether any of her friends do have problems. She seems utterly oblivious to the machinations going on right beneath her nose. Is she truly oblivious? Or is she just in many layers of denial? We see her childhood memories of despairing at the bottom of a coffin after the deaths of her parents. She wakes up in a room, her hand entwined with Anthy's. Brief flashes of images enter her mind of losing Anthy's hand and watching her fall away. Foreshadowing.
Spoilers!
Shut up!
She clearly knows Anthy isn't entirely okay, but she isn't entirely sure what Anthy is dealing with well enough to know how to help. She is well-meaning, but still naive. The true darkness behind Otori is being intentionally kept away from her, after all. We see a moment of Mikage in an exchange with someone that resembles, but isn't, Takiko. This unknown woman remains at a distance from him and seems cold and detached. He seems emotionally disinvested in her. All the affection he may once have had is now vanished. She seems to not know how to react to him. The man she once loved was her own age, but Mikage seems static, stuck, and now so much younger than her. Whether that is literalistic or a metaphorical statement meant to imply that he never matured is left to viewer interpretation. In the hallway, outside Mikage's seminar hall, Utena finds photos of all the Black Rose duelists, all of the people she fought. She begins to realize with dawning horror that Mikage is responsible for the corruption of all her friends. We see an old memory of Mikage's, fragmented and half illusory, of the 100 other boys in Nemuro Hall, all figuring out the way to break the path to the castle in the sky, of them achieving the miracle Mikage fought so hard to attain, of them all about to steal it away from him before he and Mamiya burned them all.
永遠っていつまでも続くってことでしょ。ではほんの一瞬かもしれないけれど、永遠はこの一瞬が何億年の何億倍も続いて、それでも終わりがないんだ。僕は永遠が欲しい。
When spoken of this way, eternity hardly seems like a positive thing. Life eternal seems like a trap. Like Anthy, stuck in her birdcage forever. All eternity is stagnation and never-ending imprisonment. In that context, wouldn't death, in fact, be preferable? Mikage stands beside Utena, yet he cannot see her as Utena. He sees her as the role he needs to. He sees her as his old love, Takiko, appearing as she did when they were both young. The real Takiko we have seen, she grew up and left years ago. This after-image of her is just an illusion, and now he believes that Utena and Takiko are the same person. How else can a man, unstuck from time, understand a world that moved on from him years ago? Eternity is Mikage living his short struggle to artificially make a revolution over and over forever. Over and over, like an eternally recurring cycle, the wheel of revolution turns over once more, and for Mikage, he is back at the start. Nothing changes. Recognizing that he is a manipulative monster that is responsible for the corruption of all those she has fought, Utena holds nothing but contempt for Mikage. She brings out her anger, ready to fight him. He stands against her, suggesting that he in fact did nothing, and those he corrupted were always that way beneath the surface anyway. They were all broken into their corruption due to their painful memories, their past traumas, much like he, too, is addled by his painful past traumas. Mikage suggests that Utena's strength of character is in fact only a form of denial, a form of coping with her trauma, and he isn't wrong to do so. Seeking to push her into a position of desperation, he tries the same tricks on her as he tried on all the others, playing on insecurities, pushing buttons, knocking her into fear and resentment, but Utena punches his fucking jaw before he can finish. Hell yeah, lay into that bastard, knock him out. And yet, his villainous thesis seems to have a deeper cut than Utena anticipates.
美しい思い出を持つ者だけが願うことを許されるんだ。あの頃が永遠に続いたならば、今もあの頃のままでいられたならばと。僕にはわかる。君は僕と同じだ。思い出を永遠のものにしたいと願ってやまない。そんな人の目と同じだ。
When it comes to Utena, she does wish for her prince to return. She does wish to return to the happy moments in her beautiful memories. Beautiful, yes, but severely inaccurate. She does wish to have that sort of eternal happiness as granted from fairy tales. Happily ever after, right? That's what all the stories told us all to want, isn't it? But she refuses to let her dreams be corrupted. She refuses to stand by and do nothing. She challenges him to a duel. To Mikage, this is still success. He has successfully goaded her into a fight. A duel is his chance to win, to kill the Rose Bride, and to steal his eternal miracle. Damaged and bruised, Mikage enters the elevator confessional. He speaks to the mental image of Mamiya, though Mamiya seems little more than a faded memory. His mental landscape continues to deteriorate. He speaks of Utena as if she literally is Takiko, come back to settle things with him once and for all, as if his old sins are eternally recurring, for which he will have to pay the never-ending penance. He accepts that Utena is the closest he has ever seen to the power of Dios, and that challenging and defeating her is the only way forward, the only way out of the stagnation he finds himself in. He closes his eyes as if accepting death, and Mamiya, now suddenly physically real and present, places the final black rose on his heart. Mikage is now the final dark duelist. His tragedy is nearly over. The fight begins. Atop the stairs lies the arena, covered with 100 desks and 100 sentimental photos of Mamiya and Takiko, Mikage's last beautiful, sentimental memories. They draw their swords. Mikage challenges Utena's beliefs, attempting to unsettle and distract her. Once more, he asserts that the only reason she has the strength to fight for the Rose Bride is because of her beautiful illusions of the prince. She tells herself this false fairy tale to give her the strength to carry on fighting. How is that different to his beautiful illusions of those he loved, and how they drove him to keep trying to harness eternity? And yet, despite recognizing so much truth in Utena, Mikage cannot understand her or see her as anyone other than Takiko. To him, she is merely just another woman, another actor that occupies Takiko's role. He calls her Takiko constantly during the fight. He is trapped in his own perceptions. He is trapped in the past. There is only a limited number of roles in Mikage's script. Utena has to play that Takiko role, right? This is the only way he can understand the world, through a narrative that no longer fits reality. Perhaps he and Utena are very alike that way. Utena jumps back, receiving Anthy's blessing. At the same time, Mikage hears the voice of Mamiya, telling him that he is destined to lose. Anthy's blessing is actively Mikage's curse. He looks around, confused, disoriented. We see the photos on the desks. The Mamiya in the photos is not the Mamiya that we, the audience, have seen. The young boy in the photos looks completely different. The child that we saw looked suspiciously like Anthy is gone, replaced with someone who looks like a scruffy young boy and much more like Tokiko. This scruffy young boy is the real Mamiya, and this Mamiya died years ago. We, the audience, have never seen the real Mamiya until now. The real Mamiya is a corpse. Through a flashback, we see that the real Mamiya wasn't even alive to set the fire that killed all Mikage's students in Nemuro Hall. So, who lit the fire? Mikage did. He lit the fire. The blood of his 100 fellow students are on his hands. He just blocked out his memory of it to avoid the agonizing guilt, the suspicion that this vast array of human sacrifice didn't, in fact, open the path to eternity, that all the death was for nothing. Mikage, awash with his trauma, is dumbfounded and frozen in fear. Utena lunges. We all know how this ends. The duel is already over. Mikage just hasn't realized it yet. Far, far above, in his observatory tower, Akio picks up his phone. He quietly confirms that Mamiya is gone, and has been gone for years. Mikage's lingering memories of him were manipulated by Akio just to arrange more duels. And now, Mikage's purpose is over. Akio has no more use for him anymore. Omnia mutantur nos et mutamur in illis. All things change, and we change with them, whether we want to or not. Mikage has quote-unquote graduated, no longer trapped by his illusions, no longer weighted down by chasing eternity. He fades from Otori completely. He is defeated, and he never returns to Otori Academy. All he is a memory, as incorporeal as a ghost. Later that evening, Miki and Utena pass by the ruins of Nemuro Hall, both now unable to even recall that anything was ever there. Their memories, addled by Otori Academy's malign influence, can only recollect what Akio wants them to recollect. Perhaps this is a literal mind wipe, perhaps a metaphor for how trauma damages our memories and, by extension, our development, our sense of self, and our very identity. And, on the note of people with a damaged sense of identity, Anthy removes her disguise. She was, of course, acting the role of Mamiya this whole time, and now she never needs to wear the mask of Mamiya again. Why did Anthy spin her influence to fuck with Mikage? Why was Anthy complicit in the schemes of the Black Rose? Why did she corrupt all those kids into becoming Black Rose duelists? In short, because Mikage, without knowing it, was acting on the orders of Akio, and Anthy was there to facilitate it. Nothing happens in Otori Academy without Akio's say-so. And isn't that just fucking horrifying?
It's time! The moment you've all been waiting for!
What? But we're not done. The video hasn't ended yet.
No, you fool! It's time for the final slap date!
No, we can't keep doing this!
Babe, we're all locked in our own metaphorical coffins, trapped in our own little spirals of eternity.
How is that relevant?
Yours just happens to be here, in this room, with the slap date. Forever.
Eternal slap date, baby!
It's easier if you just accept your fate.
No, I refuse. I can't keep doing this.
This is like a glue trap, love. The more you struggle, the worse you're trapped within.
Unlimited slap date power!
And she's already got the approval of the chairman. Funded by him, no less.
Chairman approved slapdatery!
Do you really think you can take him on and win?
No. I will break out of this. I refuse to stay stuck in here.
In the end, all video essayists are like the Rose Bride.
No.
And your only choice is to revolutionize the world.
No!
What up, sports fans? We have your final Slappionship title tally. Coming at you live from the Student Council balcony, we have that final slap tally of points. You're all familiar with the Slapper and Slappy scoreboard by now. Our Queen Bee Nanami reigning as the Supreme Slapper, and Anthe Himemiya as our Supreme Slappy. But, sports fans, we have some exciting developments. During the last episode, we have seen one final slap of ferocious proportions delivered by Tokiko Tomikage. Let's take a closer look at that replay. Dang! So hard his glasses are knocked right off his face. Truly impressive. Yeah, get that, nerd! This is a clear slap division of 1 slapper point to Tokiko and 1 slappy point to Mikage. A late final stage entry and one you may think won't make a difference to the Slappionship title, but due to the Slapdate Rule Judgment of 92, also known as the Inferno Clause, certain non-slap circumstances can be counted as, in fact, spiritual slaps, which, as we all know, are worth half a point each on the basis of intention. In the event that someone dies by fire, provided the fire was intentionally set, it could be argued that these count as spiritual slaps, which, if this is to be ruled in Mikage's favor, could give him a whopping 100 half slaps. For each dead duelist, that's an incredible 50 slaps. Could he still win by technicality? Did he really mean to set that fire? Or did he just accidentally leave a generic non-brand toaster pastry that totally isn't a Pop-Tart in the kitchen for 5 hours and light it accidentally?
North?
Uh-huh.
When you went to reheat your Pop-Tart in the toaster 5 hours ago.
You mean her non-brand toaster pastry?
Yes, that.
Uh-huh.
You did remember to take it out, didn't you?
Psh. Yeah. Totally!
Playhead is very responsible, and I'm sure she wouldn't forget something like that.
Huh. That's so weird. Wonder how that could have happened.
You lit the whole set on fire!
So what's a little fire between friends?
The script is in there!
It did need to lose a few words anyway.
You know, I guess I really know how Mikage feels now.
Pensive and morose?
Blissful and carefree, because accidents happen all the time. I'm sure he just lit a Pop-Tart fire by accident. Which, you guess it, sports fans, confirms it wasn't intentional and therefore doesn't count for the slap division points. Woo! That was an almost last-second title steal from the Pop-Tart Boy-in-Chief on a technicality!
The non-branded toaster pastry-in-chief.
Yes, exactly. But without this sudden, last-second steal, we can finally run our tallies with Nanami as Queen Slapper and Anthe as Slappionship Slappy!
Help me put out the fire, you
Sometimes it's easier to just live with the flames, Saul.
Or at least we could, if we were to end the slap date there, but there's still more to come. Be sure to stay tuned because I will be in the next video, Soul. You can't stop the slap date. You can't stop me.
The analysis. The Black Rose Arc. Part 1. Our best intentions, our worst instincts. Having now explored the entirety of the Black Rose arc, there are a certain few recurring thematic elements between all of the duels. Every one of them is preceded by a confession in Mikage's therapy elevator, haunted by pseudo-Gregorian chanting. Every one of them bears resemblance to a religious experience, especially given that it is all done in service of seeking eternity, of attaining salvation. And every one of them relies on extracting a secretive, darker motive for one's actions and putting it to the forefront. Though I am loath to mention Freud for all the poor quality pop science that has sprung up in his wake.
Strangely enough, I do not have penis envy, thank you very fucking much.
Oh my, is the boy-girl upset?
His original ideas and techniques have relevance here. This story quite literally has Mikage as the designated therapist, and he explores and probes the subconscious desires of his victims, often for the worse. Before I launch into this too far, I want to be clear that any therapeutic language can absolutely be used well in the right contexts. Good therapy with a good therapist that fits your needs is an absolutely positive thing. My following criticisms are not intended to demonize therapy as concept. But therapeutic language can also be used and misused, and bastardized too. Indeed, it is a notable pattern that certain abusers, when subjected to therapy, do not seek to change unhealthy behaviors. In fact, they merely pick up new words to pull the wool over their victims' eyes. So too with Mikage, a man who runs a quote-unquote therapy service with the intent of gaslighting and manipulating the vulnerable into doing what he wants them to. When I explore the motives of his victims, both the good and the bad, I also want to be clear that they are kids. They are children that have been manipulated. Ascribing utterly negative motivations to them and viewing them through the worst possible lenses isn't the goal of this analysis, but explaining how such negative lenses can be used to manipulate people is. These kids aren't bad people, but they can be easily goaded into doing bad things. That being said, let's examine what Mikage's disaster therapy elevator really does, bringing out people's seemingly benign instincts and motivations, and slowly twisting them until they are unrecognizably malicious and toxic. Or, to another view, slowly stripping away the pretenses of nobility, revealing petty selfishness beneath. It relies on the fact that everyone Mikage targets has somewhat shameful motivations underneath their otherwise benign presentations to the world. Indeed, the only instance in which Mikage's elevator fails is one in which Wakaba's onion prince enters. He expresses no overt, selfish, dark desire. His only anguish is directed at how he wishes he were good enough. He also expresses a desire to see Wakaba harmed if she doesn't date him, but his immature incel behavior is so without guile, so shameless, and so lacking in self-deception that he is rejected. To borrow from Jung, he isn't portrayed as someone with much of a shadow self. He isn't lying to himself that he's much happier and more secure than he really is. His motivations, situation, and outlook aren't that deep. So, we must explore what does make a character vulnerable to Mikage's manipulation. Some of them lack warmth to begin with, like Shiori, but others, like Wakaba, seem far more gentle and compassionate. But even for those with kindness at the heart of what they do, something uglier often lies beneath the surface. Wakaba is shown to be genuinely kind-hearted and does her best for her friends and for Saionji. Sheltering him in her home while no one else would is, despite Saionji's sometimes unpalatable demeanor, an act of kindness. We see nothing intentionally duplicitous about her prior to her involvement in the Black Rose Jewels. She, in many ways, is one of the most genuine characters that we see. And yet, despite her genuine and well-meaning exterior, she has a degree of anguish in her heart, a degree of sadness when comparing herself to others, desires to rid herself of that anguish by attaching herself to Saionji, and a fear of losing her ticket to salvation when he leaves. She never set out to do anything wrong. She never intended to be possessive or jealous over Saionji. She never made intentionally manipulative plans to cause harm to him or to Utena. But despite her best intentions, those more selfish desires are there. Her wish to claim Saionji as her own is present. Her resentment of others for shining brighter than her is, unfortunately, undeniable. Her more ugly feelings are a part of her, much as she doesn't normally let them affect her actions or judgment. But human ugliness is just as present in everyone. This ugliness, this part that we don't want to show to the world or even admit to ourselves exists, is what Jung calls the shadow self. She is not unique in this at all. Kane attempts to manage her more ugly feelings of bitterness and dislike towards Anthe, hiding them away during her everyday life, but is manipulated into letting them show when her heart is pierced with the black rose. Keiko suppresses her disgust and enmity towards Nanami, but is manipulated, or maybe liberated, into expressing it openly when her heart is pierced with the black rose, going so far as to call Nanami a literal insect, vermin, to be violently swept away without remorse. While one half of the Black Rose's corruption resides in dragging the ugly subconscious motivations into the light, the other half preys on the unconscious wishes of its victims, the desire for salvation, the desire to be saved, the desire to have someone come rescue them from their pain, desires that are, at heart, very human, but can be easily twisted into desperation. And where desperation lies, danger is sure to follow. A desperate man lacks inhibition. Tsuwabuki, for instance, desires to become a true adult. Amidst all his confused romantic and almost sexual longing, he really just wants to be happy, someone worthy of Nanami's affections, a desire that he will never achieve. All of his positive desires for knowledge, for understanding, are in themselves tainted by the motivation of wanting to be saved from pain, of wanting companionship. In this instance, that pain is Nanami's comedic level abuse, and that tainted motivation leads to unspoken anguish that, to save face, he has been trying to suppress. It is suddenly brought to the surface by the Black Rose, to disastrous results. Nothing he wants is inherently wrong. All kids want to become adults, and there's nothing unethical about a child being curious about their oncoming puberty, but without any positive guidance, his chosen methods of resolving that curiosity are violent and destructive. Ultimately, he doesn't manage to achieve anything. Though we see him step away from Nanami's callousness, he certainly doesn't learn anything about what being an adult truly means. In the real world, we see these same struggles in boys and young men. Immature people on the cusp of growing up, but who have no guidance, no structure, and ultimately try to engage in a false idea of masculine adulthood, taught to them by TV, movies, and Andrew fucking Tate. Kozue is another immature character who is forced to grapple with sexual maturity when she is far too young. Despite her abrasive exterior, it seems that she has relatively positive intentions behind her acts. She genuinely cares for her brother and wants him to be okay. If she didn't care deeply for him, she wouldn't take such drastic actions as to nearly kill the teacher that was about to abuse him. She protects him, and that protection is fierce. It is thanks to this protection that Mickey doesn't end up in a position of sustained, repeated CSA like Anthe is trapped in. However, Kozue's positive intentions of love and care are tainted by her desire for her brother's attention. Though it is unspoken, that desire for attention is what drives her increasingly toxic behaviors. Much like Tsuwabuki, her behaviors too are sexualized when she is too immature to fully understand sexuality and become somewhat chaotic with her utterly unhealthy love life and end up somewhere extremely self-destructive. Why does she date bad boys? As she puts it, it is purely to fuck with Mickey and to grab his attention. Does she get some thrill out of it? Maybe. But is it ultimately much good for her? Not at all. It just hurts her. In her desperation to restore her lost closeness with her brother, she has walked down a dark path that is ultimately leading her to sexual exploitation, even if she is putting on a carefree, cavalier attitude about it. What she really wants is to share that milkshake with her brother. Her boyfriend of the day will never matter as much as that. In her case, it's hard to really say that Mikage's actions corrupted as much as they just revealed. But perhaps that interpretation is just merely my own biases showing.
Hello, Editor Han here. I hope you're all enjoying the production. I'm just here to give a quick, brief kind of read on Kozue, a character I feel is often judged a bit too harshly by fans and read more as kind of a surface-level wild child than the nuance I believe exists within her. To begin with, despite her assertions that she and Mickey are nothing alike, they're exactly alike. They both stretch themselves to fit the false adolescent adulthood of the older peers that fill their social groups. Mickey achieves this through overachieving, reaching these peers' level through academic success, studying at the level of those he perceives as adult. This is a method of ascension to adulthood that a childhood of praise, talent, and success grants you. Mickey may hold on to his innocence as his ascension comes naturally. Kozue has had none of this. She had a lie that let her have the attention of the boy next door and entry into Mickey's world of praise and talent. But that time has passed and now Mickey has disappeared into his preemptive adulthood. She hasn't the talent to reach his academic level, so she reaches this supposed adulthood her own way. She makes another lie, to herself this time, disregarding her own innocence and using the romantic attention she's always garnered to make herself the adult, to reach her brother again. She goes to such ridiculous lengths that she refuses Mickey's offered milkshake as it is too sweet, as if the act of drinking something so childish might put this lie at risk. Appearing to despise the childhood of shared connection and praise that Mickey longs to return to, she internally shares this dream of return. The song during her duel, Time Machine, references this. Back to my childhood where I used to be innocent, everything still used to be exciting, and food tasted good. Through her lie, she has reached this supposed adulthood by being everything a Torii Academy teaches is grown up. And she hates it. Now her brother's innocence is her time machine, her only way back to how things used to be, and Atori wants nothing more than to take that from her. Be tuned for the return of the Kozue Defense Squad during the analysis of the final arc. Now back to your regularly scheduled Dulcet Soulmetal hour.
Shiori is, to me, perhaps the most intriguing of all the Black Rose duelists to analyze. To one view, she has a genuine desire to communicate with Juri, and goes to some effort to try to reach out for her. That desire for communication and reconnection is met with coldness and distance, and so Shiori becomes more and more twisted in her acts, taking pleasure in any emotional reaction from Juri, be it good or bad. After all, surely taking glee in seeing someone else undergo suffering and pain is still more cathartic than seeing them completely disregard and ignore you. To another view, she was duplicitous right from the start. She had betrayed Juri's trust before for selfish and petty reasons. In the past, she wanted to see Juri taken down a peg. She has set the precedent for her actions and motivations. Why would her return be any different? Does she really want to reconnect with Juri, to legitimately bond with her again? Or does she just want to reestablish her dominance over Juri? This question is raised directly in the show itself. After Shiori has returned to her quote-unquote normal self, Utena believes that she has changed completely from her shadow self, and that her motivations are benign, whereas Anthe believes that Shiori has not changed whatsoever, that she has merely put on the palatable mask again, but that her heart is still as rotten to the core as it ever was. If we assume that Shiori's motivations were revealed, rather than corrupted, there's a lot to look at. She is a complex, multifaceted antagonist. She could be compared to Wakaba. Shiori, too, is a normal girl that is somewhat mundane by comparison to the ever-brilliant heroes of the Student Council. She's not top of her class in everything, or fabulously wealthy, or a fashion model, or a sports star. She is just a normal person. And while there is nothing wrong with this, to be normal when comparing yourselves to those you idolize can lead you to feeling like you're not special, that you're average, that you're run-of-the-mill, or that you're disposable. Is it any wonder, then, that such feelings of insecurity could fester? Wakaba's pathway could lead down a similar path if she chose darker means of coping with her feelings, though I realize my own biases, and I am far more sympathetic to Wakaba than I am to Shiori. So, if frustration, self-loathing, and jealousy are the root of her negative feelings, what are we to make of Shiori's return to Otori? And to Juri? What are we to make of her therapy elevator confessions? Her anger at Juri is only compounded by Juri's kindness, as Shiori interprets it as pity, and, for someone in a position of powerlessness, pity of others is often something that highlights that lack of power. It hurts to receive pity, it makes you feel pathetic. Shiori's acts in stealing that boy away from Juri when they were kids is, in this context, a cope. An ultimately unhelpful and unhealthy way of dealing with her insecurities, and one that backfired as Juri's reaction of pained, quiet yearning only made Shiori feel more pathetic. This is contrasted by her unrestrained glee at realizing the power she suddenly has over Juri. When someone has a crush on you, you do inherit a degree of power over your dynamics with them, and that power is elating for Shiori. The most happiness she expresses is when she holds the locket, and by extension, Juri's feelings, by the throat. And this is, again, immediately contrasted by her panic as she realizes the gravity of the situation. As she screams, "Why do you look at me that way?" I cannot help but be reminded of the lavender scare and other gay panic arguments that were used against lesbians. Shiori is entirely buying into this rhetoric, acting as if she is a hapless victim at the hands of someone overtly predatory. And, well, in the show we have seen real sexual predators. Juri is not one of them. The idea that she would be classed as a sexual predator is both laughable and downright offensive. So, again, what do we make of all of this? Is Shiori just trying to reconnect out of a sense of genuine warmth with her darker emotions as an uncomfortable backdrop that she's trying to avoid? Or is she reveling them and allowing her darker shadow self to guide her primary motivation? It's hard to say. The only thing I can say with any certainty is that Shiori has a certain fixation on Juri. And Juri has a certain fixation on Shiori that, try as she might, she cannot rid herself of. Their feelings for each other, be they good or bad, romantic or not, border on obsession. And there's certainly no way that obsession is healthy for either of them. Still, and I think I do need to stress this, I do not think that any of the Black Rose duelists had malicious intent in their hearts to begin with. Except perhaps Shiori. I don't know, she's very hard to get a full and good read on. But, nevertheless, none of them are cackling supervillains. They often start out with relatively positive ambitions, the best of intentions, or even just simple naivety. But they are twisted and nudged, bit by bit, with the pain that they undergo, and that is used to justify their worst instincts. To assume any of these characters are villainous is incorrect. Even Mikage himself had the best of intentions, to try to save the life of someone he loved and cared for. To assume any of them immediately jump to malicious acts at a whim is also incorrect. They are pushed bit by bit into engaging with their worst sides, usually by external circumstances that they can't control, or by Mikage's direct interventions. And Mikage is, of course, an extension of Akio. And it all doesn't happen at once. The therapy elevator isn't an immediate process. Though accelerated for dramatic effect, the process of corruption from having noble intent to engaging in malicious acts, all out of a sense of increasing desperation when salvation is out of your grasp, this process is a gradual thing. We see this gradual change represented by the visual cues in the elevator, the initially slow descent, the change in butterfly to pupa to caterpillar to egg, when it suddenly accelerates as the victim's desperation increases. It's almost as if this exploration of a slow, tragic fall from heroic grace into utterly awful villainy is foreshadowing for certain characters to come. We'll put a pin in that. There is a constant theme of this in the series. Characters that do not start out with malicious intent, but are forced into duplicity by a system that is abusing them. Eventually, that duplicity, initially done out of fear and desperation, guides more and more of their actions until they become the worst version of themselves, utterly and completely. We will explore how that works in depth in the next video. In short, people are often forced into villainy, duplicity, and have their genuinely good ambitions corrupted, not because of any moral failing on their part, not because they are inherently bad people, but because they are caught up in a system that is designed to draw that out of them bit by bit. And perhaps the scariest part is that people don't even see how far they've gone until it's too late. To quote a certain ex-Jedi, it is such a quiet thing to fall, but far more terrible is to admit it. Part 2. Eternity, Godhood in Stasis, an affront to Nirvana. There's a certain type of double-edged reaction that people have to the concept of eternity. Most of us have some vague sense of desire for eternity. After all, immortality, eternal life, eternal youth, and all the blessings that brings are the basis of many a wish-fulfillment fantasy. Vampires are sexy because they're forever living and forever young. Most cosmetic surgery is performed for the sake of restoring some semblance of youthful beauty, and is advertised as turning back the clock. And, well, if you can't achieve immortality in a literalistic sense, we still seek immortality-adjacent pursuits. Becoming so legendary that your name will live forever, or ensuring that your dynasty will remain dominant for generations to come. And yet, just as often we are disgusted by such ideas. Fantasy stories are dominated by evil villains, liches, who learn cursed knowledge in order to be undying, or necromancers that destroy the natural cycles of life and death, and thereby doom the world. Stories are written of the inhumanity of the undying, how small mortal human lives cease to matter to someone who sees generations live and die without connection. To lose one's mortality seems tantamount to losing any human, compassionate perspective, in some stories at least. The cackling Sheev Palpatine became the Emperor of Star Wars fame by promising immortality, and many other Joseph Campbell's hero's journey villains echo this. Even the Greek myths of the first physician, Asclepius, tell of how he was killed by Zeus and the Moirai for trying to fuck with the fates and prevent people from dying. We have a distrust of immortality, much as we long for it. Eastern religious thought and philosophy shares many of these viewpoints. According to most Buddhist doctrines, the world we inhabit is merely a place of suffering, and staying stuck in its eternal cycle is a tragedy that we find ourselves in. Eternal spirals of life and death and rebirth, a phenomenon known as samsara. It is the source and essence of human suffering. Immortality would, as a consequence, be a terrible idea. It would be choosing to prolong your suffering forever. To continue this Buddhist reading, the thing that drags us forever on and on into this vicious cycle of suffering is a sense of self, our personality, our identity, everything that makes us who we are, which is in turn generated by our attachment to the world and everything in it. We are reborn, and then we are trapped because we can't let go. While I don't think I would call Revolutionary Girl Utena's symbolism overtly religious, there aren't any giant crucifixes blazing across the sky after all, it is certainly borrowing heavily from religious themes and metaphors. Just as much as Mikage's dark therapy elevator is akin to a Catholic confessional booth, his obsessive quest to generate something eternal via an artificial man-made miracle is, too, an act that is transgressive within Eastern religion. This isn't to say that he is an inherently evil character, even if he is an antagonist. He is, after all, trying to do good things. He is trying to save Mimia's life. He is trying to research a way to artificially generate a miracle, the power to revolutionize the world. He wants to help humanity as a whole with this power. We don't see any indication that he wants this power for bad ends, or would even seek to selfishly hoard such a power, or even abuse it for any malevolent purpose. It seems that he genuinely wants this for the good of all humanity. But the eternity he achieves is certainly not a very positive one. It has all the hallmarks of Buddhism's concepts of suffering, eternal recurrence, and a situation of never-ending desperation and fear. Immortality for Mikage has resulted in artificial stagnation. In wishing to remain with Mimiya and Takiko forever, he sees them around him constantly, even when they aren't really there. Eternity, for him, traps him in a delusion. He is stuck in a repeating small instance of time while everyone else has moved on. In desiring to have Takiko stay close to him forever, we see that he has merely replaced the role of Takiko with others who can play that role. While the real Takiko left years ago, he seems to view this new secretary just as Takiko reborn, and later sees Utena as another iteration of Takiko. Eternity for Mikage means living in the same small instant forever, never growing, never changing, never moving beyond the small cycle of time he finds himself stuck in. It means stunting his maturity forever. Ultimately, this eternal recurrence becomes his downfall. Merely seeking to replace the dead Mamiya in his mind with someone else who can play that role for him, he is taken in by Anthy in a disguise. He thinks she is actually Mamiya, he trusts her, he is manipulated by her, and he is ultimately defeated because he is quite literally frozen in hesitation by her. The real Mamiya died long ago, but life eternal means Mikage cannot see nor understand this until it is far, far too late. This leads us to the implication that, as Buddhist philosophy might suggest, everything always changes. Impermanence is an immutable law of the universe. To try to hold on to something forever is to freeze it out of time and disconnect it from the world, an act that inherently destroys any meaningful connection to the world it may have had. To be eternal is to be like Mamiya's preserved flowers, desiccated, dead, and blackened, no longer the vibrant, living things they once were, and distinctly worse for the process of trying to hold on to them forever. And even then, they don't truly last. If everything is always changing around you, but you remain permanent and eternal, you can't interact honestly with the world. You can't grow. You can't change. You can't become a better person. You are stuck, stunted forever, replacing the Takiko and Mamiya that you lost with new ones, thoroughly unable to recognize new and different people as people in their own light. To Mikage, the concepts of Mamiya and Takiko are no longer distinct, vibrant people with their own desires, agency, and personality, but they are merely roles. Roles to be played, like actors upon a stage. And it doesn't matter who plays them, so long as he can cast someone in that role. To desire that nothing ever changes is implied to be an immature thing. Even Akio comments as much.
学園という庭にいる限り、人は大人にならないのさ。
How truly ironic this statement will later be, for both Mikage and Akio have trapped themselves in a desire for nothing to ever change, and rule over a trapped cycle for eternity. All the while, they are unable to see that this doesn't make them kings of their little bubble of the world, and it makes them pathetic and unable to see anything outside of it. But, forgive me. I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll put a pin in that for now. Suffice to say, Revolutionary Girl Utena portrays eternity as an inherently bad thing to chase after, and plays on the themes of Eastern philosophy and Buddhist thought in its symbolism to support that. You could characterize Mikage as being the ultimate affront to Buddhist teaching. He directly encourages others to engage in their passions and attachments, causes them to suffer extensively as a result, and suffers extensively himself, too, as he cannot give up the attachments that he has had in his life. He seeks to hold on to a single moment for all eternity, even as it is causing him to suffer. It's like he's holding a hot coal, burning his hands, but he cannot let go even as his palms blister. In so doing, he does not break out of the cycle of metaphorical eternal recurrence, but instead relives his few small moments of life, over and over and over, constantly replacing one Takiko for another, one Mamiya for another, and suffering worse and worse the whole time. In the end, though he is an antagonist, he's not an absolutely horrible person, he was just a fool. For all his apparent, selfless ambitions, he was unable to let go when he should have, and unable to grow as a consequence. His vanishing at the end of the Black Rose arc, and Nemuro Hall lying in wreckage with nobody able to remember it, is an interesting moment. It's difficult to fully tell what this means. Did he finally learn how to let go after Utena defeated him? Was he merely dismissed by Akio now that he no longer served the chairman any purpose? Or did he merely fall out of his time loop with Utena and is doomed to return to yet another cycle, but this time picking yet another person to play the role of Takiko? Regardless of your headcanon conclusions to what you think happened to him, the point the story is trying to make is clear. Eternity is just stagnation. If you want genuine happiness, you have to learn, you have to grow, and you have to be willing to change as a person. If you stay stagnant forever, you might well hurt everyone else and yourself as you falter, lost and confused, in a world that will ultimately leave you behind. Part 3. Unreliability of memory. Human memory is a complex, wide-ranging thing. While I, your humble narrator, might be a doctor, I work in emergency medicine. I am far more well-suited to treating broken bones than describing the specifics of neuroscience. I am certainly no expert on the specific field of memory research or the latest cutting-edge research. Forgive me if what I am about to describe is a little dumbed down as a consequence. There are multiple types of human memory. There are different forms of sensory input memory and short-term memory, allowing us to navigate the world that we find ourselves in. There are also long-term physical sensory memories. These include memories of skills and procedures like how to ride a bike or play a musical instrument, for example. There are also semantic memories like lists of facts and the like. And then there is episodic memory, the type of memory that we refer to most frequently when we refer to our memories, the ways in which we can recall our past, the things we did, and the things that happened to us. This episodic memory, this set of experiences that get burned into our brain, is the basis for what we would call autobiographical memory, the way in which we recall our life's story. You might like to think of it as akin to a camera, watching and recording every little detail of what we see and experience, tying all the memories to our minds, but this is misleading. Rarely are memories so accurate. It is not very often that we can recall with vivid brightness every single facet of every single event that we have experienced. Our brains aren't security cameras. We distort, we emphasize, we forget. The film grain is unreliable. You might instead like to think of your autobiography as akin to a movie, with certain perspectives and features placed in the foreground, certain moments where the contrast and color seems brighter or darker, where certain things get subtly emphasized more by your mind's cinematography. But even then, this is only partially the case. Our minds aren't even able to reliably generate that level of accuracy. Our memory functions far less like a full, coherent movie, and more like a scrapbook. A few clear moments there, many missing pages, held together with a framework of tangential knowledge and fragmented words. For example, we may not recall every single moment of a plane journey, but we can recall the narrative of being in one airport, embarking the flight, maybe some mediocre flight food, and disembarking. Maybe you recall your seat number. Maybe you recall the hum of the engines, but rarely would we recall many other specifics. This fragmentation of our memory is present for every moment in our life, especially when those moments are distorted by trauma. Our memory is not a flawless, perfect camera, etching every single detail of every single moment into our minds. It has biases, it has inaccuracies. It is, in short, a story. It's a script. It's not security footage. It's the narrative we tell ourselves, and that narrative can be far, far less reliable than we like to assume. The show is quite clear on this. Every iteration of memory we see in this story arc is often heavily distorted, whether that be Mikage's broken perception of time, his inaccurate recollections of the Nemuro Hall fire, or seeing Anthy and Utena in the roles of Mamiya and Tokiko. He is an extremely unreliable narrator. In the final episode of the arc, Mikage confronts Utena. A significant part of his rhetoric is that Utena herself is no different to him. Both their memories are far more narrative than they are reality. She has her own quote-unquote precious memories that have heavily informed who she is now, how she acts, and that give her a specific form of strength. These memories have forged an identity, and that identity has made her the only one with the ability to summon the power of Dios. They have given her the ability to stay determined without wavering, to stay true and loyal to her ideals, even in the face of otherwise certain defeat. She has unyielding, undying determination. The power of love and friendship is on her side. Surely that means she is a true magical girl, much like Sailor Moon or Madoka Kaname, right? She never gives up, she never gives in, she can always save the day. Yet, despite her protestations, this does make her very similar to Mikage in many, many ways. unwavering determination, a desire to always hold on and never give up, or just a more positive spin on ambitions of eternity and never letting go. Letting go and giving up aren't always the same thing, but sometimes they are. What's more, her memories are as hazy and unreliable as Mikage's. Even though he's an antagonist, even though he's manipulating her with the intent of hurting her, he isn't entirely wrong with what he says. His taunt, "Don't touch my precious memories," is used to goad Utena into fighting, but Utena does regard her memories, her narrative of her prince, as something sacred. It's not difficult to see why. For all the reasons listed above, that memory gives her a huge amount of strength, but it isn't exactly a precise memory, is it? It's not a photographic recollection of real events. It's a narrative stitched together from fragments of things that she believes happened. Some of them may be real, some of them may not be. Her only recollections are of silhouettes and shadows, visual shorthand for the fallibility of memory, when genuine events get hazy and specifics get replaced with the narratives of fairy tale fantasy. So too for the other characters in this arc. Their memories are also inaccurate, even when recalled more clearly. Juri's memories of her past are from a completely different perspective and draw completely different conclusions than Shiori's. Kozue's perspective is extremely different to Miki's, and her recollection of caring for her brother is viewed by others as a more likely and actively antagonistic relationship towards him. Mikage's perceptions of events have been discussed already, but notably, they are also very biased. From the visual shorthand of features being more realistic and accurate, we can assume that they have clearer recollections of their events and their pasts than Utena ever does. And yet, even with that greater clarity, they are still often drawing flawed, incorrect narratives. That then begs the question, how far removed from reality is Utena's own memory? How much of it has simply been replaced with a fairy tale, a false narrative? How much of Utena's strength and her identity is crafted around these false memories? How much of her is built on a fantasy? These are disturbing questions to ask yourself. What would you do if you realized that your entire sense of self was built on a series of lies? What would you do if you realized that those lies were carefully crafted by others in order to keep you under their thumb? If your identity, your narrative of yourself, is completely changed or controlled by others, how much does it change you as a person? What does that mean for those who are trapped in a narrative that they can't escape? What happens to their identity? What happens to their sense of self? What happens to people like Anthe? Once more, we'll put a pin in it. I'm going to explore all of this in the next arc. When we get ready for video 2, get ready for trauma. It's gonna hurt. This is the part in the video where I wrap things up, or at least I wrap up the first half of Revolutionary Girl Utena. Please do stick around because there's a lot more to come. Part 2 will be on its way shortly. But in the meantime, this video could not have been made alone, so I want to give a very special thank you to everyone who has helped me along the way. A massive thank you to Spooky Moo as my primary co-editor and head of the Kozue Defense Squad, Codex Entry and Playhead North as my fellow student council actors in this performance, Mousy for assisting with the filming, Tidridu and Stushi for acting as my fellow shadow playgirls, Danny for all the wonderful animations, Gianni Matrigrano for his incredible, impeccable voice acting,
Aoi Susei no Ichiya, a blue cum knight. A blue cum knight, come!
and Thina for being a shadow player and script advisor, and Mint for all the contributions to the jury episodes. Thank you both so much. I'd also like to thank Kevin Cooley and Somnambulance for their contributions to the script and analysis as well. And Tsot and Vanna and Yasha of the MT Movement Discord and forums. Thank you all so much, and thank you for keeping this fandom alive for the best best part of 20 years. And a very special thank you to everyone who's supporting me over on Patreon. And I'd also like to give a very special thank you to everyone who's supporting me over on Patreon. That would include Alex Shemp, Christine H, Crushable Door, Daria Brausch, Eric Scott DeB, Eva Girl 77, Fox E. Crow, Justin Miller, Lilith Luna Lovecraft, Noah Drake, Rakanus Saphiris Ahania Irene. I am so sorry if I've mispronounced any part of your name. Solaris Redar, Zari Pans, Talia Parkinson, and Yara Sevilan. And also a very special thank you to Kel Hoftaniska and Maxine Kwiatkowski. I'm really sorry that you guys were missed off the original read you guys joined just after I'd filmed it. And also a special thank you to everyone else who's supporting me over on Patreon, whose names are going by on the screen just now. Also some extra thank yous. A big thank you to In Pacifica for the thumbnail. A big thank you to Mira Cox for the wonderful captions as always, which should be live in the next few weeks. Also a big thank you to Nina Pizzini, who just signed on to my Patreon just as I was making this last little outro crawl. Thank you all so much. If you'd like to support me or the work that I do, you can find me over at Patreon. That's patreon.com/Solmatol. At time of video release, we will be well into the way of the recording and editing of part 2, so please stick around. Drama awaits.
Let us always live as I predict, with bravery and style, such a long, long time. Although if we are split apart, I am torn from your side. Let go of me. Take my revolution. Sunlit garden where all this was started. You warmed my heart and in comfort, oh, you held my hand as we both swore never to fall in love again. I think back